Start, stop, start, stop.
Jesus.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, and now there should be.
It's lagging.
Yeah.
Yep.
Animals aren't forcibly given sperm. uh, so what would you call it? Would you rather a cow to be raped by a bull and possibly injured because it's... Why would... Wait, what the fuck is this false dichotomy? Why would I want an animal to be raped, period? he's like, I've got it. It's not rape because it would be worse if a bull did it to her. How fucking brain dead. What? Yeah, a lot to say. Let's see if he'd actually defend it. Um, if they were never bred into existence in the first place, then there would be no cow to rape. But for any cows that are here, why would I want them to be raped either by a human or a bull? That's like saying if a woman is gonna get raped if you leave her out in the wild, you might as well bring her out inside so that you can rape her instead. That's just so fucking evil. I don't know if you know this, but humans require food to live. Okay, that was not the statement. I said needing to eat is not a differential trait. So if you think that there's a that the morally relevant distinction between humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill one and not the other, is that we need food, then you have the burden of proof to show that there is that humans would not be able to eat if we were to consume if we weren't able to consume animals. Fucking retard. Um Shocking, I know. Yeah, nice straw man. Meat, dead animals, makes up 25 to 35% of the average person's diet. It's red herring. Dead animals have protein, and we need protein. Well, that doesn't make a food to live. Yes, but animals. Dead animals have protein. I don't think anyone can attest to that, and we require protein. I don't think anyone can test that. The question is, would we? Again, the statement on the table is there something we would lack with regards to eating plants nutritionally within our diet? First, you said that it was a matter of not having food, and now you're saying that it's a matter of now you're saying it's a matter of not having enough protein. So, which one is it? But yeah, I mean, if you want to say it's that we wouldn't have enough protein, you still have the burden of proof. Just asserting that plants don't is uninteresting. They do, but the protein in dead animals is easier to break down and used, but the protein in plant have a high chance to be wasted. Okay, so it tells me he spends a lot of time watching Joe Rogan. I do agree that the factory farms suck. Well, I'm not asking if factory farms suck. I'm asking what makes it defensible. If you think it's defensible to kill humans, even on the most idyllic farm, right? It's just the rights violations that are being held constant. And we require more humane way to kill animals. We require more humane way to kill humans to make it as quick and painless as possible. Okay, so quick and painless would make it acceptable. You don't need meat. You don't need to eat meat. You're not required for what? Nutritionally? But don't force others to live by your lifestyle. Okay? I mean, the same can be said true of human rights. What trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human, would cause you to say that you wouldn't force someone's right for humans to live and their autonomy onto others? And don't make your cat or dog vegan. What the fuck is this? He's just doing a drive-by on us. Don't make your cat or dog vegan. Now he's making more assertions. Oh, this is grand. Jesus Christ. As they need dead animals in their diets. Eating dead animals isn't evil, it's natural. He just ran by everything. Okay, so something isn't evil if it's natural, okay? Same is going to be true of pandemics, natural disasters, even rape and murder. What do you mean by natural? I mean, if all you mean by natural is literally something that happens within nature, that's an appeal to nature fallacy.
You should go on Instagram and okay.
Oh, let's react to Ryan.
Oh god.
And everyone watching after the fact on the replay, hello and welcome, and come hang out with us. We get together. What does
that even mean? Convince me I'm wrong about veganism. I assume this means something like convince me that veganism is not morally neutral, or some sort of similar proposition. Like, what does it mean to be wrong about veganism? Because no one's asking if you, like, prefer to not... if your preferences are such that you don't find it to be acceptable to consume animals. We already know that. The question is whether or not... you have... you think it ought to be the moral baseline for people in general, or that it extends from their belief that they already have in human rights.
Died from a known defect too, but it was the defect
Wait, what?
Today, because I tell you, my old AirPods like died on me, and Apple wouldn't replace them.
Oh, he said died. He's talking about his AirPods.
I began my plant-based diet focused on health. I want to develop the moral/ethical AJ and Late Model and Peter and everyone and Nikki. Diet focused. You have a question, Dimitri? You said, Ryan, I began my plant-based diet focused on health. I want to develop the moral/ethical aspect that is true to veganism. Can you help, especially as a philosopher love from Canada?
As a what?
Is true to veganism. Can you help, especially as a philosopher love from Canada? Sure, absolutely.
I can't hear what he's saying, especially as a something from Canada.
Like, what's
Wait. Okay, so you want to develop the moral
/ethical aspect that
You want to develop the moral/ethical aspect. I take it that means something like you already have some sort of idea that animals ought to be appreciated, but you have no logical foundation to believe in it to a morally sufficient degree as you would with trade equal as humans. And I take that to be that, obviously, if that's the case, you don't know how to defend it to others, which is obviously problematic. This is the problem with believing in, with getting people to think about quote-unquote veganism by means of focusing on whether or not they are, by means of just reducitarianism. You trivialize the matter. Like, what do you mean you want to start thinking about animals now? I don't think as any sort of baseline to start to respect blacks, we would take that same sort of approach. You know, I started to incorporate like a slave-free lifestyle, and I want to think more about like how I can appreciate blacks' rights inherently. What could I do about that? What could I do? You're already off on the wrong foot. Like, you should not be thinking about things in terms of that regard. It's not a baseline that, practically speaking, seems advantageous, and it's not a baseline that, again, we would allow in the human context for the obvious reason of it justifying reducitarianism.
That is true to veganism. Can you help, especially as a philosopher love from Canada? Sure, absolutely. Like,
that said, I mean, if anybody does come to you with the intention of trying to, appreciate animal rights, the first thing I should be hearing is name the trait. That's the only thing I should be hearing.
What sorts of questions do you have about that? I mean, it sounds like you've...
Wait. Oh, he's so fucking dumb. What sort of questions do you have about that? Well, they already explained it. They said, how can they appreciate... What was it? How was it worded exactly? How can they appreciate...
Everyone and Nikki, diet focused on health. I want to develop the moral/ethical aspect.
I want to develop the moral/ethical aspect. So you hear somebody saying they want to develop the moral/ethical aspect, and then you say, what questions do you have? What do you mean, what questions do you have? If you didn't understand that question, you should have just said you didn't understand that question. But it's pretty fucking clear what that means. Like, you uncharitable asshole. Clearly they take that, anyone would take that to mean that they want to, like, what would you take that to mean in the human context? Duh. Clearly the person is asking what sort of moral foundation they ought have with regards to humans and animals. So, what would you think about that in the human context? Like, clearly the person is asking, about the moral foundation, the reason they ought respect their rights to life and autonomy for animals morally, rather than out of a means of diet, which, obviously would still allow for exploitation and rights violations if it was just a matter of diet.
Degree you have to get or something. Like you've already done it. It's not like there's not like a wait.
What do you mean you've already done it? They're confused about how they ought think about this, and you said it looks like they've already done it. What the fuck is it
about that? I mean, it sounds like you've already done it. It's not like there's not like a.
Here we go. There's not like what? There's not like a logical foundation called name the trait that we could implement so that way we could extend the right to life of humans onto animals because of something called the trait equalization process. Yeah, there's nothing like that, right, Ryan?
A degree you have to get or something like that.
There's not a degree. Well, I mean, again, you could just say the same is true of human rights. Like, there's not a degree that you require with regards to appreciate human rights, but you do require to have a sufficient enough of an ability to, prefer or realize that you have a minimally equal or minimally sufficient preference with regards to animals as you do humans, such that you wouldn't be okay with killing the trait equalized humans as you would the animals. So, I mean, if that makes your brain fucking seizure and you can't, and you think that requires a degree, I mean, you could say that's a, you call that a degree, and that's just an extremely crazy connotation.
Moral vegan ethics or morals or anything like that. I mean, like a degree you have to get or something like that in moral vegan ethics or
in moral vegan ethics. This is a problem. This is the problem with the world. Like, there's not a degree you have to get in moral ethics. If people don't understand if they should what a belief even is, how the fuck are they going to understand if they should even hold the position? Like, imagine people are coming to you back in the 1850s that are just getting away from years of tradition for, enslaving blacks. And they're like, oh my God, I want to fight up against that, indoctrination I've had my entire life. Help me. What do I do, Ryan? And he's like, geez, there's not a moral degree you need to get. What the fuck are you saying? Like, don't call it a degree. Call it what it is. It's a logical foundation. You need a consistency test. You need something to give you a moral foundation so that you respect the right to life of animals as much as you do irreducibly in the human context.
Morals or anything like that. I mean, if you came for health, awesome. I'm not here to...
If you came for health, awesome? First of all, again, that's not awesome. If somebody only stopped raping and enslaving black people because it was convenient for them, I don't think you'd give them a thumbs up. Secondly, the point here being, if somebody was believing in animal rights, if somebody wasn't even believing in animal, you're not even skeptical here. You don't even know what the fuck is meant by believing in animal rights. You just assume that if they're plant-based for health, that they must be plant-based for. I can't be vegan because I'm not educated. Yeah. That you assume that if they're plant-based for health, that plant-based means identically to what it does to vegan, right? So it must mean that they are non-exploitative towards animals identically. So they don't cause the same amount of the same rights violations. They don't cause the same sorts of suffering. You just assume that that's held equal, and furthermore, you say awesome, but if you wanted people, even if you assumed that somebody who was plant-based was identical to what was meant by vegan, and you wanted them to stay that way, I don't think that you would say, awesome, and just leave it there and then say, I'm not going to educate you because you're fucking retarded. Okay? No, if you wanted somebody to stay believing in the belief in question, just like how we want people to do with human rights, where it's not even in contention, then I think you would normalize that by by elucidating on why it's patently clear that it follows from human rights. I don't think you would sit there, saying, cool, I mean, if you did something that I'm not even sure X means the same as Y, right? So I'm not even sure that you're respecting animal rights. If you just did something, like, cool, whatever, it doesn't really matter.
Knock you or anything like that, but yeah, if you realize, oh yeah, I came for help, but now I'm fully aware of how animal cruelty and exploitation.
When did they say they were fully aware? Ryan, you're the most illogical motherfucker that ever lived, dude. Like, what are you talking about? They never. When did they? You're inserting shit. When did they ever say that that they're fully aware? They literally said they want to develop the moral/ethical aspect. I would not say that somebody is fully aware. That's just telling you that they are trying to educate themselves on the general idea of something in question.
Are wrong because I can't use my iPad. Aware of how animal cruelty and exploitation are wrong because I can't use my iPad today. I tell you, I upgraded.
There we go. And like psychologically, when people start to do this thing where they feel very intimidated. Yeah, no, it's this sort of moral like laziness or logical laziness. Just take it to mean one and the same. Is it's just nothing we would hold a baseline standard for human rights. But when people do the psychological thing where they get really nervous about thinking, they doubt their critical thinking abilities in the moment, so they start to like change the subject. They pick something random up and they're like, my iPad's not working. Like I don't. Oh man! Like
all my stuff today to get the AirPods to pair with. I found this out like 2 minutes to show there a second. Work. So I have to hit these buttons manually. What was I going to show there a second?
My God, did you really sidesweep them or like what the fuck? We didn't really just leave it there, right? Like you're at least gonna pretend to finish answering, right? You're at least gonna feign some level of effort, right, Ryan?
Crap, I was probably just going to show the definition of veganism. We don't have to do that. But
the definition of veganism? Dog, you're worse than a fucking substitute teacher. Wow. Hey, somebody came to me trying to understand human rights. I'm just gonna... They clearly have a conceptual issue here with regards to... Oh man, go back to the camera. Yeah. They clearly have an issue appreciating what's meant, not necessarily cognitively failing to understand what general words people would use to describe animal rights. No shit, somebody can understand it's like something vaguely about appreciating the right to life and autonomy of animals. What they're saying is more than likely something like, what does that entail? Where are the logical boundaries of what that would mean? What are the logical consequences? How would I defend this? How do I understand it myself? You're not going to get anything like that from some ambiguous definition like the vegan society definition or whatever shitty fucking definitions exist out there. Unless your definition in question was something like, treating trade equalized humans, treating animals identically to how you treat trade equalized humans, which, if you did, I don't think you would sound anything like this. And you definitely wouldn't need to source any definition. But as far as I know, there isn't any standardized definition that's been publicized online that is logically respected. Oh, let's see.
My point was, just if you figure out the animal cruelty and exploitation.
Did you say
but
if
my
you
point
figure
was,
out?
just if you figure out the animal cruelty and exploitation.
If you figure Dog, if they ever go back to murdering animals, you know you are partially culpable, right? Like, what's up, Rampage Jackson? You know your son only assaulted somebody in part because you contributed towards that. Yes, he was a grown-ass adult that decided, and yes, you also contributed to their mental decline. Just as much here. I mean, somebody else is responsible for doing their due diligence, and you're responsible for when it is like, God, this hardly happens. Do you know how much activists would love if this were the case with regards to their day to day? Somebody, instead of like trying to pitch people on the streets and being like more, you know, I hate to use the term salesman like, but you know, like, well, I guess what's analogous is not being deceptive, but like salesmen suck. But just the idea that like you have to put yourself out there, and you know, I should say be bolder. Somebody's vulnerable with you, and they come to you and they're like, yeah, I'm willing to think about this, like, educate me. And you're just like, I don't know. You fucking push them away. Yeah, you're going to be partially responsible when they go back to killing animals. For any exploitation that even exists while they consider themselves under the self-identifying label, even as plant-based. Because again, I'm sure that entails some, you know, animal rights violations, suffering, or exploitation. So that's really fucking stupid.
Exploitation are wrong. It sounds like you're already vegan, Dimitri. If you figure out that animal cruelty and exploitation are wrong,
if you figured out that it's wrong, also they're trying to develop the understanding of how or why it's wrong. Those, I think, a trait true of not understanding how or why something is wrong, which is how I take their original statement, which is reasonable. I would say a trait true of that is not already knowing that it's wrong. That would be a contradiction. So for you to say, I think you already understand, is either makes you fucking retarded, Ryan, or you're just being bad faith because you're lazy as fuck and you just want easy views.
Sounds like you're already vegan, Dimitri.
No, it sounds like that's an equivocation off of the word vegan, wherein it's meant to mean some, or refer to something like that to which somebody is, you know, under the self-identifying label as plant-based, regardless of if they contribute towards animal suffering, exploitation, or rights violations, and someone who's not. So, since the two beings are clearly distinct and it's non-trivial, I would not say that they're vegan. So it doesn't sound to me like they're fucking vegan at all. It doesn't sound to me like somebody who says, I am for black rights, and somebody who says, I want to be for black rights is on the same team. Okay, what's up, Lauren Bash?
So, let's see. Any thoughts on free will versus compatibilism versus
Someone's asking him a philosophical question. Any thoughts about free will versus compatibilism? You just asked the guy that sidesweeped. You know what the funniest part is? He sidesweeped a question that even people, like even vegan activists, influencers, just like vegan YouTubers, and I'll even say like off of it, like maybe they don't even consider themselves influencers, just people who are like just vegan YouTubers would be generally happy, or even people who just identify as vegan would be happy to put you on the right path for starting to appreciate animal rights. They might recommend you to watch a documentary. They might, you know, obviously if they're, the smartest answer is to be like, hey, you know, you should engage with Name the Trait. You should engage with philosophy. If that's the baseline for human rights, it's going to be the baseline for animal rights. Even though even though your average person would do that, I'm sure, like, that's fucking intuitive. He just sidesweeped that, and then somebody comes to him asking about free will versus compatibilism. What? It's funny because obviously that's a philosophical, that's a, you know, barely philosophical question. Like technically it's philosophy to think about Name the Trait, duh. But like it's so interwoven with being accepted to be spoken about that it's not like maybe the colloquial sense of philosophy where somebody thinks it's like very advanced or it's higher level. But But then somebody asked him a higher level question regarding free will versus compatibilism. And you think you're going to get an answer? You see him sweating already? Let me zoom in. Yo, this motherfucker is sweating on screen. I don't think I can zoom in anymore. But there's literally a bucket underneath him, and because he's a hippie, he's gonna take a mop out later and do his floor with his sweat. So he's gonna have to then air out his house, and his neighbors are gonna have they're gonna complain to him. This is far beyond his scope. Yeah, I know, right? Like, no, it's crazy. The thing is, like, I can't even... And you got a mop. Oh, for this wet-ass R word. Yeah. Yo, like... What was I gonna say? He's like, oh, this is probably on a scope. It's like, this is the thing. Like, it's not... Like, it's intuitive for... Even people that have never engaged with name the trait before as in the formal sense or in a conscious sense, like anybody, like a lot of people have heard of Gary Yourofsky engaging with veganism, and say that they understand the core logic of it. Like, it's really easy to extrapolate, like, basically the core logic of name the trait is so fundamental that even if you haven't used that terminology before, you've obviously encountered the structure of it conceptually, because how can you not? It's a rationally intuitive question that would come about from anybody with any minor amount of critical thought. Like it's actually strange. It's actually stranger to not have the core logic of name the trait as a foundation to your thought process critically. And so he's recoiling at even that idea. Not because I think it's difficult to think about, but because he hates the idea of people feeling judged. He's a super fucking hippie. He's despicable. He's inconsistent with how he is in human context, either A or B. He's consistent and would say that women, Jews, and blacks could get the same treatment of reducitarianism, which is disgusting. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself, you piece of shit.
Determinism, well, that's way beyond vegan ethics or anything like that. You're just...
That's way beyond veganism and ethics. It might intertwine depending on the person's understanding. I would ask how the person themselves understands it. If you're scared to answer something because you're highly uneducated, you could just say, I'm uneducated on, like, the nuances or something like that. But why, knowing that the subject matter is as dire as animals being stabbed in the throat for a cheeseburger, why would you ever say, you know what, I'm not going to give it some kind of a, like, my best shot. Like, even, again, this is the same point. Like, even normies are going to be like, oh yeah, I'm not well versed in free will, versus compatibilism, but, like, I could generally understand, like, if you give me an idea, I can track it. It's highly probable that the person who's asking you as well isn't highly versed in animal rights, free will versus compatibilism by itself either. And you could always exchange ideas. Like, if you're actually for this just shows how much of a cuck he is, because, like, there's not even a there's not even a detriment or some kind of fear. Like, it's a non-debate format. He is discussing with people, openly. Nobody seems to be even remotely negative. Even though he's too sensitive to begin with on what he would reasonably define as a criteria for sensitivity. But, like, people are coming to him in a clearly non-detrimental regard, and he's sitting here like, oh yeah, that's beyond veganism and ethics. Well, you failed veganism and ethics when somebody asked you anyway. So if you're being honest, you really should just fucking say that you don't know how to answer that either. Just say you don't even like philosophy. Wait, just say you're not even fucking vegan except for a goddamn title. Loser.
Talking about, I think, just more philosophical, but just the whole topic of
You could literally argue that talking about the extension of human rights on animals is just philosophical. Stop using it as a buzzword to entice fear into people so that they can have a basic thought process. It doesn't even take a 4-year-old to understand the core logic of name the trait. Okay? It's insanely intuitive. Anybody, like, if you believe that you can teach your daughter or son who's a child human rights, you should be able to teach a fucking, presumably even teenager that's on your stream, although they're probably at least a young adult. And if they're your demographic, they're probably above 50. No, they're probably above 80, because who the fuck would have the patience to watch your ass? God damn, you're so boring. But, like, they obviously, anybody who's, anybody who has even just the most modicum amount of attention, an attention span or thought process could engage with animal rights, as it extends, from the core logic of name the trait.
The topic of free will is a highly contested idea. And
okay, so you've heard of it because you know it's highly contested. So, one, that's some kind of an answer. Like, do you see how you don't need to be an expert on something in order to give your thought process? Like, where have you said something wrong? It's true that it's highly contested. Again, if you actually engage with what the person wanted you to from the get-go, you would have just answered the best that you could. And whatever you didn't understand, you could ask them to conceptually understand. This is the beauty of semantic analysis. Like, you could be a total newbie at something, but as long as you have decent critical thought, you test to see if the other party actually knows what they're talking about. You ask for them to elucidate things that you don't understand, and then you try your best to do the same. It's the beauty of logic and critical thought and philosophy. This is the idea that nobody has to be born a fucking expert. Like, oh, I wasn't born Socrates though. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, okay, that's a really great cop-out. Nice one, Ryan.
Philosophy. So you want to ask me questions about vegan ethics and morality?
Don't say if they want to ask you a question about vegan ethics and morality. When somebody tried that, you literally said you already understand. You gaslit the fuck out of them. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'll do that, but I don't want to turn this into a philosophy live stream. I mean,
a philosophy live stream. Yeah. Oh, super intimidating. For what? The viewers or for you? Yeah, exactly. Wow. Okay. I don't want to turn this into a philosophy live stream like, name the trait is a highly contested idea. Would you have said that about blacks? Would you have said that about women and Jews? Like, imagine being in the 1920s and a woman's like, what would you do if it were your son who couldn't vote or who got beat every day? And it's like, I just don't want to turn this into like a philosophy, exactly, brain not working. Like, I don't want to turn this into a philosophy thing. You're clearly just using a cop-out so you can run. Because you want to be ideological about... not in this case, the analogous component isn't to be non-vegan, but it's to not defend veganism, right? So, just don't act like you're any sort of authority figure on, not philosophy. Don't act like you're an authority figure for... Remember, the most basic fucking question of if people should not stab a cow, chicken, or pig in the throat for a cheeseburger. Because when the first person asked you, you said, Purple Archer, you look like Ezra Miller? Is that the guy from The Perks of Being a Wallflower?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, I don't even remember. I like vaguely remember what he looks like. Ezra Miller. Oh my god. No, I don't know if I had to suffer.
I would not say.
No, he looks more like Orlando Bloom and Jimmy Fallon or something. If they could. Yeah, he looks like Jimmy Fallon and Orlando Bloom. Oh, why didn't I pull it up on here? Whoops. Hold on. Ezra Miller. And then Orlando Bloom. Oh my god, yo, he could be brothers! Yo, that's freaky! Holy shit, do you see that? Yo! He was kind of like Lin-Manuel. See, this is the BPD. It's just like never stops going. But yeah, no. Jimmy Fallon too. Hold on, Jimmy Fallon. Oh my God! Look, we got him. Hold on. Oh my God. Oh, this is great. Jimmy Fallon and Ezra Miller. I mean, sorry, Jimmy Fallon and Orlando Bloom makes Ezra Miller. Okay, that was fun. Well, thank you for the insight. I have never received that before, but I appreciate that.
Everyone's going to leave, I'll do that, but I don't want to turn this into a philosophy live stream. I mean, everyone's going to leave,
Everyone's going to leave, and then he fucking puts his fingers behind his neck. Like, this is class. Like, you don't need... See, do I need to be a body language expert in order to figure out that you're fucking nervous? And not for good reason. Like, you literally just don't want to engage with preventing people from stabbing animals in the throat for a cheeseburger, which is what people expect when you call yourself a vegan. So don't call yourself a fucking vegan, Ryan. Call yourself plant-based, okay? That's what you are. You're a plant-based hippie who's got way too much time on his hands. You're bored as fuck. And Angie's out fucking some other guy right now. So, you're just having a grand old time talking with strangers over the internet because, at least when other people do it, like, when like debate bros like Parker and Dean, at least when they do it, they're engaging in some kind of thought process going on. So, it sticks with them. There's at least something of value to take away from people tuning in, at least when Destiny streams. That's the takeaway that people get. Ryan is a person who declares himself under the self-identifying label as vegan. He has a channel called Happy Healthy Vegan. It's a channel he shares with his, I don't know if they would call themselves husband and wife, or if there's some modern day arrangement they would prefer instead. But Ryan, he's been a YouTuber for years. I've seen him like 10 years ago. Like, he's super fucking old in the self-identifying vegan sphere. But yeah, he just runs a basic bitch YouTube channel that's for like mentally handicapped people that he goes over like extremely generic topics and he regarding the general subject matter of veganism, but he does so in like a super clickbaity way where he's just like scared to engage with people asking him questions. He runs from even the most, like, as we could see in the stream, like non-intrusive, non-problematic fucking questions, like people who are literally coming up and like, hey, can you educate me? And he's like, no, that's philosophy. So he's just a pseudo vegan, quote unquote. He's some whack ass bitch who is actually just plant based, and he's watering down the actual vegan movement, and he's standing in my way. So I'm crushing him like the piece of shit that he is. So yeah.
You guys aren't expecting stuff like that, or...
Yeah, they're expecting stuff like that. God forbid they're expecting you to be logically consistent with regard. Yeah, no worries, Xavier. Thanks for asking. They're expecting you to, I don't know, take the field that you claim to be serious about seriously. I know, it's super difficult.
Or else if you don't leave, I will put you guys to sleep. Speaking of which...
How would you put people to sleep? I seriously have to wonder that, because normally when I think about somebody who's curious about something, so take somebody who's uneducated, but they're good faith, right? And then they go up to somebody else and they say, I'm curious about this other thing. Typically, if that other party knows something that you don't, right? The other party would be educating the other, which is stimulating. And when something is stimulating, it is generally intriguing. When things are intriguing, generally things are not putting you to sleep, right? I mean, unless, of course, you think that the subject matter is underlyingly, like, redundant or uninteresting to people. But the question about free will versus compatibilism related back to veganism. If we go back, this is 632.
Yeah, but yeah, if you realize, oh yeah, get the AirPods to pick the definition of veganism. We don't have to do that. Exploitation or wrong. It sounds like on free will versus tree. Let's see. Any thoughts on free will versus compatibilism versus determinism? Well, that's
versus determinism. I forgot that one. Yeah, so I'll be fair, they didn't technically say anything about veganism, but considering that this is a vegan live stream, I would have absolutely thought that it was very reasonable to infer that they were trying to intertwine it between the two. So yeah.
You guys asleep. Speaking of which, I'm pretty sleepy.
But yeah, you can just make a you could just make a what do you call it? Disclaimer that like you're only willing to talk about certain subject points as only insofar as they intersect with regards to veganism, which is fair. I mean, like if I totally respect the shit out of that. Like, I mean, obviously this is the most dire crime against sentient beings we've ever had. It doesn't matter to say humanity because, I mean, if somebody thought that only crimes against humanity were morally relevant, then if we were to remove humans' DNA, that people thought that there were current crimes against those people going on, then they'd have to be logically consistent and say that there's not issues there, right? So it's smarter to just say crimes against sentient beings. This is the largest Holocaust we've ever had in history. It is the worst atrocity that's ever occurred. I respect the fuck out of anybody who's like, look, I'm not going to talk about politics. I'm not going to talk about this and that, except insofar as it relates to veganism. So I could respect the hell out of that if that's what he said. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not like, you've got to stick with like a few general talking points. Like, no, you're totally fine. Like you could absolutely like go into other subject matters and still further the general idea of the philosophy of veganism. But you don't even want to do that, clearly, because you would have fucking stated that.
Sleepy today, even though I didn't go to the gym. I just had bad.
Yeah, you're fucking sleepy because you're a fucking old man. What are you, 92? You eat like 15 bananas a day. You give yourself a goddamn sugar high and then you're crashing out. Like, what the fuck? It's probably like 5 p.m. Isn't that like midnight for when you're an old person? Thoughts on pescatarianism? So pescatarianism still allows for the death of fish, which fish are still sentient. They have about the same sentience level of severely mentally handicapped people. There's actually, thank you for that question, by the way. I really appreciate that. I think that, you know, if more people just ask questions instead of coming off the rip, you know, this world would be a lot better of a place. Bree, mentally handicapped. I don't know if you've ever heard of Bree, Plummy. This is we're just going to skip over. Here we go.
One of her favorite things is a mirror because she's so beautiful. And as you...
So Bree was born severely mentally handicapped. She's unfortunately dead. She didn't make it from, I think, her like major disabilities. So rest in peace there. But she's actually, you see that dog over there on the couch? She's actually probably has like more of an intelligence loss or less intelligence than this dog on the fucking couch. That is, yeah, I know. Yeah, thank you. That is how bad it is for realistically in the world for some humans. But this is the point, right? Tying it back to your question, fish have about the same sentience level and general intelligence as Bree. So their ability to conceptualize the world and ability to have cognition as Bree, give or take, I think it's roughly about the same. When they did there was like a study that was done to determine like the neurological activity that goes on with fish, and it's very, very, very similar to mentally handicapped people. And so if you believe in pescatarianism, you're effectively saying that it's acceptable to kill fish who have the same sentience level as Bree over here, but not cows, chickens, pigs, and any other animals, goats, whatever the fuck. So that's the problem with pescatarianism. Unless you think there's a further trait that, justifies the differential moral treatment, such that it's okay to remove the fish's rights and not the severely mentally handicapped persons, then you would have to be logically consistent and say that it's wrong to kill both and be vegan. That's the best thing to do, because then you're non-absurd and logically consistent. I know I've actually just made a video today that spoke about moral sufficiency versus moral equality. And if you want to check it out, that'd be really great, because it really clarifies the issue that a lot of people have. It's like an underlying fallacy, if you will, like an error people have in their reasoning, where people always conflate the two. Like, it doesn't matter what conversation you're having with people, they will always conflate the idea of moral equality and moral sufficiency. They'll just think, well, if one being is more important than the other, then you can't even value the other being to a morally sufficient degree, such that you respect their basic rights, like the right to life and autonomy. But in a nutshell, that's the position. Is if you wouldn't kill brie, you shouldn't kill fish. And if you disagree with that, right, name the trait. So I do eat dead animals. Meat is a euphemism. This is Kieran. But I've been trying and wanting to go vegetarian. Just in my country, veggie alternatives either taste like crap or cost way too much. So let's talk about that. So the first thing you said is, I have to take problem with the way that you worded it. You said eat meat. So if we were talking about consuming humans, I don't think that you would say you do eat meat. I think you would say I do eat humans. So let's be intellectually honest there as we continue to discuss this, because as much as you're going to have a self-tribunal, right? Like, you have to live with yourself every night when you go to bed. You're definitely going to want to be honest with how you conceptualize this. So that's a euphemism that makes it psychologically easier to continue to do the evil thing in question that you do every day. And if you want to start to educate yourself, the best thing that you can do is to use terms that actually do justice to the victims. But I've been trying and wanting... Oh yeah, no worries, Plummy. Thank you so much. I've been trying and wanting to go vegetarian. Vegetarian is evil. Vegetarian still allows for... Let's not even talk about rape, because a lot of vegans actually get this wrong. Vegetarianism still allows for the death of cows. Yes, the death. I don't know what vegans think, that cows just go, have a celebration somewhere, that they just rape the cows, and they don't actually murder them, and then, like, when it comes to the end of their life, they throw a big fucking party. We have something called, in our society, in our world, capitalism, and that means that if you're not aware, in order to make it economically viable, they kill the fucking cow. They still kill them. Like, if you buy dairy, that cow isn't going to go to waste. They're still going to kill them. So it still justifies murder, first of all. Secondly, if you're against rape in the human context, you should be against rape in the animal context, unless you can name a trait or set of traits that you think morally differentiate the two without causing you to be absurd. If you're against kidnapping, that goes true as well. If you're against exploitation, but even in the most idyllic situation, you can't get around kidnapping and rape and murder, which is, the worst one. But if kidnapping, if taking children away from mothers and having each one of them cry out for each other every single night as they're in pain, wanting to be with the other one, only for the cow to wake up and not have their baby suck on their teats, but a machine forcibly press against them, much, 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 much harder than how their baby innocently does so, then you should be against that in the animal context. If you're against it in human context, you should be against it in the animal context. Just in my country, veggie alternatives either taste like crap or cost way too much. So, very, very, very simple. Super simple. Does taste preference or convenience justify a human holocaust? If the answer is no, then you can't use that in the animal context unless you would be okay with using it in the trait equalized human context. If you don't understand what that means, I'm happy to elucidate further. By the way, never meant to offend or get anything wrong. No, I don't think you're offending or getting anything wrong. I'm generally a very passionate person, so, I think the baseline standard for how to approach any situation regarding the rights violations of a sentient being who's getting, their babies kidnapped, raped, and murdered is to be at least this upset. I think technically speaking, it's actually more appropriate to be even more upset. But, if I was to get upset in the human context, like I could imagine myself, I could perform a thought experiment. I can imagine being back in slave times, like the 1850s. I can imagine being back in the 1920s or 1910s when women were regularly getting domestically abused, more so around the 1860s-ish. They were still, actually, they had a lot of like discriminatory laws against women back then, specifically with regards to domestic abuse. There was the rule of thumb law. I'm not sure if you heard of that, where it was declared, a judge ruled, and it wasn't until 6 years that they changed this, but a judge ruled that a man is allowed to beat his wife with a stick no larger than his thumb, and they mean width, not the length. Like the length could be like a cane or like a whip or something like that. Basically, if you could use it for cattle, so if you could exploit and cause one being to suffer, you could do it to another. But yeah, I mean, if those things get you worked up, right? If you have a moral intuition to get worked up, ask yourself why you're not getting worked up in the animal context. The truth is, it's just because, we've been severely indoctrinated into finding it, into finding animal exploitation or murder to be morally, neutral rather than evil. We're desensitized. But, or get anything wrong, just not fully educated on the subject, hence why I'm here mainly to learn. Absolutely. Thank you for being intellectually honest. That's all we can do. That's for sure. No hate. I'm happy to share and listen rather than be ignorant. Absolutely. Always remember this. I am fine with ignorance if you're not arrogant. And I'm fine with arrogance if you're in the right. The thing I can never take is arrogance plus ignorance. Or if it's arrogance and you actually are defending evil and you inherently or irreducibly believe in the thing in question. Like, I don't think Hannibal Lecter, for example, is logically inconsistent. He could have a totally rational position, but I think he's evil. Edgy? Okay. Instead of just saying a word, Razor, if you have a specific point to make, instead of just throwing a word around like a child, you're more than welcome to do so. But I'm not going to fucking extrapolate what you're calling edgy. You probably think that it's extremely different or unique in order for people to think this way, because most people are uncritically thought out in regards to animal rights and are logically inconsistent, but that's not a reason to participate in the world's largest Holocaust. I'll be honest, it doesn't really surprise me that they abuse animals and women like that when it was legal to abuse students and children for stepping out of line, quote unquote, whatever that may be. Right, yeah, no, I mean, like, okay, so, exactly. The further we go back in history, right? And this is the beauty of humans progressing on philosophy. The further we go back in history, the more we can see that more and more and more and more evil generally, linearly, followed a path, like was more justified. Like 1,000 years ago, there were more rights violations and suffering. 500 years ago, it was less than 1,000 years ago. 200 years ago was less than 5. 100 less than, and so on and so forth. People even talk about like 50 years ago versus, now and what sort of progress we've made. But what I'm making more so a point about is not whether or not it's surprising, but whether or not, if we have a certain intuition that something is wrong, ask yourself if the baseline intuition that you have, that you find something to be wrong, is not rooted in something as implicitly inherent as the being's DNA or their gender or their race or whatever the fuck it may be, but instead if it's about, actually just appreciating that the being has a minimum amount of sentience that you find to be morally respectable. The best arguments against eating dead animals, appreciate that, thank you, are the people that do not eat dead animals. The best arguments against eating dead animals are the people that do not eat dead animals. I'm sorry, I'm not fully tracking that are you saying, like, essentially...
You're a living example of something good?
Yeah, like, just like vegans or people that believe in animal rights are... Yeah, exactly that. Just like leading by example by not doing something bad. I guess the problem with trying to frame it that way, Jody, appreciate the input, is when you say that, right, it might be circular. It might beg the question of why someone would even want to value an animal's baseline level of sentience to begin with. And so if you start from a human and you ask them to perform name the trait, and you start the trait equalization process, the reason why that's superior is because it's bulletproof, right? Like, if you're starting with something they already value and they can't remove a trait or set of traits that make it acceptable to cause exploitation in that regard, you get them to realize that there's no trait or set of traits that justify the differential treatment, rather than, I guess, at least how I'm interpreting what you're saying is, when you say other people that eat dead animals, is to say it's like tantamount to saying, I don't like cherry pie, you shouldn't like cherry pie, right? Like, I don't like animal exploitation or murder, you shouldn't like it. So we definitely want to have the clearest view to people. Don't take the edgy bit too seriously. I just caught the title of your stream, scrolling through my YouTube feed, and took a light jab at it. Oh, okay. I'll make some coffee and actually give you an argument. Wait. You say don't take it too seriously. Generally speaking, this is a serious live stream, but if you're being non-serious, it's not to say that you're not being serious. It's to say that you probably shouldn't contribute something that is unserious, as if it is, or as if it holds any sort of weight to it. It doesn't mean that I'm equivocating or saying that you have an argument. It's just saying that it's like frivolous and it's, it doesn't do anything. But I'm already seeing a hint of bad faith when you say that you're going to make some coffee and then make an argument. Wait, or give an argument. Give an argument. Why wouldn't you be agnostic on the subject matter in question? You know off the rip that there's a justification for killing animals but not humans. It is a sentient being with feelings and emotions, so you're causing pain, suffering, and just cruelty to a living being with organs, a nervous system, and blood, the same as us, just different looks. Right, yeah. I think that, technically speaking, the most accurate way to describe why people do what it is that they do is probably just visceral for why they kill animals and not humans. Because when you take most people's trait stacks into consideration, they're like intelligence plus species plus this plus that. It just comes down to a shell morality position. And essentially, if they were blindfolded, they wouldn't be able to delineate which being that they would kill if you were to explain it to them, such that, they essentially are just saying it's like the virtue of knowing that it's the animal that they're killing versus not. Hussein, yes, now it is justifiable. Now? Did it become justifiable over the last 20 minutes of me speaking? What do you mean? Maybe one day it will be seen as not justified. Okay, so we're talking descriptively, not prescriptively. That's going to be a problem, because you note that when I titled the live stream, "Can anyone justify?" you do realize that that's a prescriptive challenge, not a descriptive one, right, Hussein? You know that I'm aware that most of the world contributes towards murder and suffering, right? Okay. Since animals will be scarce and alternatives are in abundance. Well, it should never be out of a matter of practicality why we stop. Like, imagine if we only stopped enslaving black people because, like, they just had, like, really bad fucking genes and they died off. Like, oh, man, like, we kept trying to breed the blacks together. Oh, who knows? Maybe we'll create AI that will substitute allowing us to lab grow black people so that we can enslave them from a sentient level. Not to say that's analogous to lab grown meat, by the way. But I'm saying if you were to start from a point where they were sentient rather than just their flesh. Do you have Discord? You should hop on voice for argument. Yeah. It tastes really good. Nice. Taste justifies a human holocaust. Continue. They taste good, though. Justifies a human holocaust. Bruh says essentially the same thing. He's echoing it. I definitely get your point. It's why I always use the point of people who eat dead animals that were, quote, made for food, but will protect domesticated animals like dogs, saying it's cruel, others do it. It's why I always use the point of people who eat dead animals that were so people who name the justification, well, they were made for it, but then they protect domesticated animals. Right, yeah. And I see a lot of people like he calls himself Lifting Vegan Logic, but Daniel Ishay use cats and dogs a lot. It's a really bad point because number one, even cats and dogs don't have rights universally in the world. So I don't know why you wouldn't go for the strongest point. But secondarily, they don't emit as much of a viscerally. The most important point is that they don't emit as much of a viscerally strong moral foundation as trait equalized humans do. Humans are always going to be what we, or at least are expected descriptively to value the most. So if you start from that baseline and then you start to remove traits, you effectively have the highest reason for someone to believe in animal rights because they're starting from the strongest place. This is why you always want to give the strongest reductio in philosophy. Mushroom steaks with same taste exist too. I thought you were the same person saying that. Did I misunderstand X Mitzi? Were you saying plants taste good when you said it tastes good? Can you answer why you think this is a Holocaust? Well, you might want to ask me basic logic check. You might want to ask me what I mean by the term instead of asking why I think it is something. Imagine if I said gibberish like gishkabeh, and you said, can you explain why you think this is a gishkabeh? I mean, obviously, if I or you have a difference of understanding on the word in question, whether it's connotation or denotation, it's going to be a problem to just say, can you answer why you think the thing in question? It's not to say that there isn't a reasonable connotation for someone to derive with regards to the word Holocaust, by the way, but it is to say that in regards to animal rights, if you have reason to believe that a vegan probably differentiates the meaning of the word, either connotatively or denotatively, to you, and you differ on that, you would definitely want to get a definition going, especially for the most amount of clarity. So I'm just using the colloquial definition, which has always been slaughter or destruction on a mass scale. And that is descriptively accurate for animals. No, you can't say blades of grass are being holocausted. You can denotatively, but connotatively it refers to sentient beings. And I don't think that sentient beings are being slaughtered on a mass scale. I know that they are, and you should too. Regardless of whether you thought that it was prescriptively justified, you can't deny that. Like, you'd be delusional to deny that everyone in the world has access to collectively billions of animals that are killed. So can you answer why you think this is a Holocaust? Oh yeah. So it's not that I think that it is, but I think what you probably mean to be charitable is, can I answer why I think it's wrong that we are holocausting animals, or why we should use the term Holocaust, which has a negative connotation to it, as it does with Jews? Because I can't name a trait with regards to humans and animals, or set of traits that morally differentiates the two, such that I think it's acceptable to kill one set of beings and not the other. I think that any trait I would try to name would make me absurd and justify something horrendously evil, whether it be intelligence, species, intelligence plus species, so on and so forth. Technically speaking, and I see a lot of dumbass vegans claim that there's like an abundance of traits out there. There's like retards that give into the idea of like the Sorties problem. There's like endless amounts of traits. Like, it's just stupid. Everything is reducible that somebody can name insofar as morally differentiated traits between humans and animals, between just a few main categories. Mainly it's intelligence, species, the visceral appearance. It's really just like 3 to 5. It's actually extremely scarce when you reduce down what somebody means by certain traits. Like if you said social contract, for example, that's actually just going to justify that's actually just going to be the same as somebody who's severely mentally handicapped, because they don't have a social contract as well. And you can get the idea, but this is to show the point, right? That it's not smart to try to differentiate an individual trait if it's actually just reducible to another. Could do, Dennis. Just need a few minutes, so I just woke up. It's 8 a.m. on my end. 8 a.m. You're like 9 hours ahead. Where are you from, Razor? No, dead pig. Nice euphemism. Bacon. We gotta create euphemisms for trait equalized humans, like human bacon. I'll just say for short. Human bacon tastes good, but it's really bad for you. Okay, nice. Like I would never want you to stop killing humans only because you thought that the health implications were problematic. I'm not Maggie Baird. I'm not Billie Eilish's mom. I am not Dr. Matthew Nagra. I'm not Dr. Ids. I'm not a brain dead fucking moron. That's logically inconsistent with regards to my preferences. I'm calling all you motherfuckers out, by the way. I'm not gonna ever say that it's only unjustified because of taste preference, right? That's the same logic. Because of health. I wouldn't justify not killing humans because it's unhealthy for you. I would say it's wrong because humans inherently have, or irreducibly have, moral value, given their sentience. Karen, it just annoys me that people suddenly get to decide a dog, cat, or hamsters has more value than fish, pigs, and calves. I mean, killing a pup is a no-no, but veal is fine in society. Yeah, so I want to be charitable to, like, what the sentiment is that you're tuning into, Kieran. Like, I feel the sort of annoyance that you do, that, like, let's think about name the trait. Name the trait is a consistency test that says there is a trait true of humans. There's a set of traits true of humans. There's a set of traits true of animals that people eat, in the colloquial sense, like cows, chickens, and pigs. And with regards to dogs and cats, right, the traits that exist between dogs and cats, animals that people typically don't eat, and animals that people typically do eat, like cows, chickens, and pigs, that is smaller than the pool of differential traits than humans and animals. So on one front, I see where you're coming from when you talk about, like, how arbitrary it feels to think about the how few traits there are that mathematically differentiate humans and animals. One set of animals from another set of animals, being one set being the animals that people eat versus don't eat. The problem is not that I don't disagree with you that it's maddeningly trivial. The problem is that making the strongest case for somebody to awaken their intuition for why something is wrong, or for why the particular rights violations are wrong, is going to be rooted in the thing that they have the strongest belief towards. So the being that has the most amount of value, right, or the set of beings, is going to be the set of beings called humans. It's not going to be cats or dogs, because as much as they have less mathematical traits differentiating them and the other sets of animals, they don't have more total value that gives an intuition pump of saying, this is fucked up, this is wrong. So when a human is trait equalized, and trait equalized means somebody doesn't just take a human. You take a human and you say, I'm going to run through whatever traits that you think justify, contributing towards their rights violations. Again, let's say it's intelligence and species. If you start with that, the intuition pump of, like, your intuition screaming at you, telling you it's fucking, like, screaming at you to not fucking do it, like cosmic skeptic level screaming at you, is going to be just worlds higher than cats or dogs. Like, and this always gets me too. I hate even thinking about Asia and how if people see them walking around, a lot of people, even vegans and non-vegans, who believe that killing cats and dogs is wrong, say, oh, I mean, they're just cognitively dissonant, they just don't realize, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I mean, to what degree would you say that a pedophile is cognitively dissonant, that you justify what they're doing? That a man is cognitively dissonant. I don't think that people in Asia lack the visceral impact of killing cats and dogs. I think they've just normalized evil so much that it's become a philosophy. Not saying it's okay to eat a puppy. No, of course not. Just saying it's funny how animals that produce tasty things are suddenly bred for a specific thing, and that their excuse is they're made for it. Right. And I actually said this in my video. In the end of my newest video, I said, what inspires people to hold dumb positions is not an inability to critically think, but an incentive to not critically think, right? So that, in a nutshell, right? That should be a fucking tagline. Like, if one of you motherfuckers goes and puts that on a t-shirt, you're literally gonna get rich off of it as opposed to me. Because in the next like fucking 2 years, that's going to be the way, the norm, right? Like people are going to just be, you know, I'm probably overestimating it, but the idea is just that like, damn, you know, that's, yeah, I can't think of a better way to put it. Okay, I'm gonna head out if you have no reply. Hussein, I don't know if you... Oh, you said, but slavery... Yeah, first of all, I'm not your bitch. I'm not here to just respond to you like I'm your secretary. If you want... It's funny you're talking about slavery, but you want somebody who's streaming to be your slave and listen to you. I'm stretching the denotation a little bit to be hyperbolic, but like I'm making a point, you know, overarchingly that I'm clearly making an effort to respond to everybody, and I'm not gonna stop somebody else's response because like you think that the world revolves around you. You would probably not stop violating an animal's rights to life regardless. I'm more so doing this to educate people who think that it would be acceptable anyway, so it's certainly sure as fuck not to convince you anyway. So if you're still sticking around, don't think that it's because I actually genuinely have faith in somebody who demonstrates as much of a psychotic ability as you to desensitize themselves from, you know, being a good faith interlocutor, but to engage with what you said for anybody else watching, because again, that's the point, so I'm meeting my goal still, stupid ass. But slavery ended because we found better alternatives. That's a red herring. That's not what I asked. I didn't ask how slavery ended. I asked if, let's go back to what you said. You said, I can't even scroll up that much. I vaguely recall that you said, or that I gave you the reductio of would enslaving black people be acceptable. Were you the one that named the trait? I forget if it was taste preference. But anyways, whatever trait you were naming, when I gave slavery as an excuse, the point was to just say, not descriptively how did slavery end. The point was to say that if your justification was X and you wouldn't accept that with regards to slavery, then you, with regards to humans who have that trait, one example would be slavery, then you wouldn't be accepting of that in that context. Therefore, you'd be logically inconsistent unless you want to name a new trait, but that position certainly wouldn't go through. Let's see. I imagine he's Central Europe as I'm in Hungary and it's 8 here. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I kind of figured I would get people in Europe. I hoped that I was going to get some people in like Western US that were going to tune in, but no. But thanks. Okay, tell a poor Ethiopian family to eat a vegan burger. How's that for a descriptive argument? What? First of all, God, the level of like brain deadism just doesn't stop with you. I like, clearly you're incentivized to be bad faith. Tell a poor Ethiopian family to eat a vegan burger. Well, I wouldn't tell them to eat a vegan burger if they're unable to get their hands on it. How's that for a descriptive argument? I never said that. What do you take a descriptive argument to be? Do you mean that what somebody is able to do is what they ought do? Like, it's unclear what you take even a descriptive argument, quote unquote, to mean. But if somebody in the human context wasn't able to live unless they killed humans, then guess what? That's fucking wrong. I wouldn't accept it in the human context, so I wouldn't accept it in the animal context. What's your trait? If somebody, let's flip it back around on you because you think that you're so smart for it. Tell a poor Ethiopian family to go eat a non-human burger. How's that for a descriptive argument? Not very smart, is it? Says the Discord fight is invalid. What? Wait.
It's not invalid for me, but...
Yeah. Hold on.
I see this other link you could try adding there.
Yeah? Where you have it? Okay, I'm going to try to get a new link up.
Try that one.
Sorry about that. Where'd you paste it?
Email.
Okay. I'm going to post a new link in chat.
It didn't work. It seemed like it deleted for me.
Oh,
when I put in
shit.
chat.
Well,
Just
let
put it in
the description.
if you can.
Yeah, let's do that. Join here. Okay. All right. I updated the link Razor, so if you want to give that a shot, go ahead and do that. I'm gonna take a quick break just for a moment here. So yeah. All right, we back. People just joined. That's great. All right, looks like people think that they can justify a Holocaust. That's awesome. While we wait for people to join the waiting room, I'll just finish replying a little bit. Double clicking, copying the thesis. Okay, we're past that. Whoa, dude. I definitely agree. It's just the main point of me hating the argument is I took animal care in university. Oh, that's cool. And work in a shelter for wild animals. So to me, they're just as valuable as me and other people. Right. No, at the end of the day, they have the minds of children. They're literally innocent, loving creatures that literally just don't want to, like any fucking human or sentient being, get murdered, for a cheeseburger. Good talk. Have a rest of your evening, good sir and viewers. I hope you trip on a rock and something terrible happens to you, Hussein. So wait, you can eat animals, but only if you're poor? No, I literally said I wouldn't accept it in the human context. Okay. I can or not, but I'll be honest, if you'll want to wrestle. Well, oh, wait, I missed this one by Lance. If eating meat is bad, I guess you can't gobble your man's meat. That's equivocation off the word meat. Nobody is saying that your private part is the same as slitting the throat of a cow for a cheeseburger and turning them into flesh. If that's what it looked like for people to have sex, I don't think any man would want to get a blowjob. So, smart. Let's see. The invite may respect. Oh, okay, we're passing that. I'm Buddhist. Okay, I mean, if your religion you think justifies killing animals, then name a trait that makes it unacceptable for your religion to kill humans. Other than that, they say it's descriptively not valid because that's circular. But wow, yeah, thanks Razor for the join. I see a number of people joined. But nobody's in the waiting room. So just to be clear, anybody who wants to debate on stream, just head over to the waiting room and I'll drag you in. Generally, it'll be on like a first come first serve basis. But yeah, that's going to be the method. Make sure you have push to talk enabled as well. So to get where we are now, you probably made millions of lifetimes of good decisions. Equally, there's bad decisions. I that's an extremely vague statement. I have no idea what the fuck that could mean. To get where you are now, that has nothing to do with if I justified killing humans for food. You probably, well, I don't even know what's meant by that. You probably did millions of lives as that chicken. I did millions of lives as that chicken. Oh, we've got somebody. All right, we're just going to drag you in. Okay. Hello. Do you have push to talk enabled, first of all? What do you call yourself? T? Not hearing anything. I'm assuming that... Oh, okay, no worries. But can you hear me, T? I'm just testing this for the first time as well. And not in the stream, but in Discord specifically. T and R. Yeah, okay, here, keep going, Mr. Oh, yeah, no worries. I think he meant Hussein's comment out your reply, but could be wrong. Oh, okay. Equally, there's bad decisions. Yeah, okay, so egalitarian herring, if you don't know what that is, that's like when somebody says, this person can lift 1,000 pounds. This person can lift 1 pound. We are all a little strong. We could all lift some amount of weight. Yeah, I mean, it's not, that's equivocation. It's just a subcategory of it. Just here to support first time hearing good arguments. It says T because you're in Discord streamer mode probably. Oh, okay. Cool. Thanks. I'm totally new to streaming and everything like that, but thanks for the advice. I'm going to assume that it's honest. I don't see a reason to lie about that or mislead me. But cool. Okay. Apologies. No worries, T. Hearing for good arguments on the topic. Glad to do that. Yeah, the last thing I'd want to engage with is, peripheral vision tactics, or forget what they call that, or peripheral persuasion is what they call it in psychology. And it's the idea that they do it a lot with advertisements, and it's the idea that they might put they might objectify women, so they'll sexualize them, or you might use humor in order to sarcasm, like Daniel Ishey does this a lot because he's a cuck. And they might just try to make points in favor of something, but not aggressively so, because they don't want, or strongly so, because they don't want to, they believe that it'll push you away from the thing in question. They're not consistent on how they would behave in the human context, and if they were, then it's hilariously evil. But yeah. I mean, most Buddhism schools have strict guidelines to not eat dead animals. So there's no reason to kill, but every reason for compassion. That would be really funny if that's actually the case. To be completely honest, I'm unaware. Unlike with Christian theology, I'm not sure exactly about Buddhism. I remember a couple years ago understanding a little bit of it, but my landlord is a Buddhist, and she claims it's compatible with vegetarianism. She could definitely just be brain dead, but if it's actually incompatible with it, that's funny. But I would still sidesweep the point, just to make the point that the strongest case, that if you wouldn't accept it in the human if your religion wouldn't accept it in the human context, how does your religion justify it in the animal context? What trait or set of traits justify the difference? I don't disagree that being vegan is morally correct, but you're probably using here's the problem though, another American, you're probably using the term what is it? Morally correct. Sorry, I got thrown off because T left the chat. You probably are using the term morally correct to mean morally good. But to be clear, veganism is the moral baseline. That means if you are not vegan, you're doing something evil. You are participating in something wrong. It doesn't necessarily mean you are evil if you didn't realize that. Agency exists on a spectrum after all, but the actions are evil, or the actions are unjustifiable. So, it's if what you're trying to do is get out of veganism by downplaying its moral implications by saying something like I'm not saying it's not morally correct, and morally correct just reduces down to something like it's morally good, but not the moral baseline, then you're totally misunderstanding the point, and I don't think that you have any defense for that it's a moral good rather than a moral baseline. I just point out, given a different worldview, yeah, I mean, you could call a different worldview to justify killing humans. You are the chicken you eat. I mean, you suffered already, so fuck enjoy it. Using that logic, if you were a black person in another world, just enjoy the black person? Animals are delicious, simple as that. Humans are delicious, simple as that. Try again. I might be going back to being a chicken that gets eaten. This is like when JF, you might not know who that is, but he's someone who debated the YouTuber Ask Yourself, and he said, chickens want to be killed for food. I might be the chicken that gets eaten, so I might as well be eaten. It's funny because most people use that to say, reincarnation or whatever sort of weird ass belief is the exact reason why you shouldn't kill them, because it's intuitive that the being doesn't think that it's correct. Streamer mode shortens names so you don't read / stream offensive names. Okay. Yeah. Okay, no, thanks, R. Really appreciate that. I saw that earlier. It's just they left instead of staying on, but yeah, they're probably just doing whatever. Get some water. Karen said, they also believe all animals have the same value of life, just as we do, and you are not to kill or harm any living creature. So by eating meat, are you not the reason dead animals? You're not the reason for its harm and death. Yeah, you could try to get them on a logical inconsistency. Again, not the method attack I'd ever endorse, but definitely I'd score extra brownie points with that. For a million lifetimes, it's really hard to make good and bad decisions as a chicken. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Look, there's no reason to believe you're ever going to be or have been a chicken in another life. Fuck that noise. Right now, you are a human or a sentient being. Let's even just keep it generic. Because even if I found out you weren't human, it wouldn't change the point. You are some kind of sentient being justifying the murder of another sentient being that clearly desires to live and, not be turned into a piece of meat. So if you can't justify that in the human context, you can't justify it in the animal context unless you name a trait or set of traits that differentiate the two without being absurd. Think about if we stop eating the animals, how long until they eating us? So if you didn't breed animals into existence, there wouldn't even be animals to compete against us. Number one. Number two, how long until they are eating us? Did you know that cows, chickens, and pigs are herbivores? Yeah. But even with dangerous animals, there's pit bulls or like extremely aggressive dogs, even circumstantial cases of dogs, even when it's not like the dog breed, where the dog is so, abused or has such bad behavior that he's not to be safe around people. Do you think the answer in that situation is to murder him and turn him into food? Or do you think the answer is to put him in some kind of sanctuary or home where people can take care of him and never give him a difficult life, but give him a better life? Yeah, if your intuition pump is to do that for the dog, why the fuck wouldn't it be to do that for the cow, chicken, or pig, except if you've just, been unthought out on the matter? What about protein sources? Are you asking if plant protein sources are less quality than the flesh of dead animals? No, there's a lot of myths surrounding that. So if you've gotten any of your information online for that, literally just purge your brain of everything you've previously understood, because that's not how it works. But in short, as long as you're eating, there's two ways to get around it if you're concerned about the nutritional adequacy of your protein sources. Either one, eat a well-balanced diet, meaning that you have your protein sources coming from multiple food groups. So you'd have like some from legumes, some from, a plant-based protein, so on and so forth. Or just take a powder that, like almost literally any fucking plant-based protein powder. Because chances are it's going to be nutritionally adequate. It's actually rare for them to not. It only behooves them to be, to use a modified balanced proportion of proteins. But yeah, it's unless you are literally just eating literally one fucking source of protein, and in that case it would be the way that you're eating, not the kinds, the general category inherently, then protein sources are not a concern. I thought debate bro culture died down. This is an interesting stream. Well, debate bro has a negative connotation that makes it seem like I am just debating not to further animal rights as a philosophy or to defend the rights to life of animals, but just to feel better about myself or to get money or something superficial like Parker and Dean, little cuck fuck boys who are just dog shit at debate and, you know, debate the lowest hanging fruit ever. I'll debate anybody. I really don't care. I'm not scared. Again, I'm not Daniel Ishay. I'm not Ryan from Happy Healthy Vegan over here. That way. Yeah. So, but glad you think it's an interesting stream. If that's actually meant to be positive, then what drives your action? What drives my action to not kill animals? Well, as I've said multiple times, I don't know if you were here, Another American, but it's to be logically consistent, since I can't name a trait on my moral view, since I can't name a trait with that differentiate humans and animals such that it's okay to kill the one and not the other for food. There is not a morally differentiating set of traits that cause me to say it's okay to kill the one and not the other. Very simple. What prevents me from eating dead animals, nice euphemism, from your perspective? Well, it wouldn't be from my perspective. I don't own the logic to the core foundation of name the trait. The beauty is it would exist whether or not I existed. Just like any logic, right? Like human rights would exist whether or not I existed. Animal rights is no different. It's not from my perspective. You still have to sleep with yourself at night, Another American. So, these logical consequences would exist no matter or not if I told it to you. I'm just here as a messenger, as a tool for you to realize that. I think you're right, but I will challenge anyways. Yeah, I mean, serve as an example for how not to be. Hopefully in the net, it convinces more people to not, it causes less carnistry. But having said that, I do believe in engaging honestly, Another American. So, you know, I still encourage you to not just play devil's advocate for fuck's sake of playing devil's advocate. I've got more than enough carnus out here, right? There's billions of you motherfuckers on this planet. There's no shortage. It's not like the left versus the right. But having said that, you know, if you just have a lot of cognitive dissonance and you need to get you know, dismantled in a debate, you know, again, we can go down that path, but do engage honestly, intellectually honestly, because it's going to be less frustrating for both parties that way. I assert that it's okay to eat humans, provided the meat is humanely derived. Okay, well, you're entirely fucking dishonest or you're crazy. So congratulations. So the humans that kill, should the humans that kill humans face jail? I mean, should the animals that kill humans face jail time? There's no point in having a construct of jail time for animals. So what do you mean? What animals are we even talking about? Are you talking about a situation like, for example, a dog kills a human, which that happens, you know, dozens or hundreds of times every year just in the United States alone. There'll be like a vicious dog attack and somebody dies. You know what they do in that situation? Obviously, they don't fucking put the dog in jail, and I don't know why we would do that to a non-agent like a dog. Or if you're asking for, you know, our future for cows, chickens, or pigs, the most logical thing to do is to not do the absolutely evil fucking thing, which they kill animals, or like the dog. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why kill a fucking dog if they didn't intend to do evil? And there's no reason to believe that they're going to repeat the same action as long as you could be a proper guardian to them and make sure that they're not able to endanger anybody. So yeah, I mean, the thing that we would do is we would just make sure to separate the dangerous being, just like what we do with mentally handicapped people. If there was a dangerous, autistic, or mentally handicapped human being, I would advocate for putting them safely in a safely guarded, you know, situation. Call that jail, call that whatever you want. They still deserve to, you know, have exercise, entertainment, enjoyment, to live and experience the world. If I would accept that in the human context, I don't know why I wouldn't accept that in the animal context, unless you think that mentally handicapped people that, you know, shoot somebody and had no agency behind their thought, like Bree, like I gave an example of earlier, should be killed, in which case that's fucking crazy. Is his lips out of sync with the audio for anyone else? Oh, I hope not. Yeah, just by a second or two. That sucks. Maybe I'll have to, change my settings next time and decrease the quality or something by a little bit. Yeah, just by
yeah, it's like maybe a second or something.
Okay. I mean, I hope it's not too bad for people, but if you guys think so, or if you guys want me to change it, then just let me know if it gets too bad and I'll shift it over. Just got here, but surely you just eat the animal. What do you mean by surely you just eat the animal? Do you mean to say that I eat animals? Or do you mean to say you, as a person, you just ought eat an animal? I don't know what the hell that means. I think it's a low frame rate, might be something else. No, I think it's having high quality and then it's struggling to send it all over. But I'll experiment with it. But again, let me know, guys, if it's just like bad and you don't want to see this because I don't want to give a bad experience. Is it for us to say we can deny all farm animals' existence? Is it for us to say we can deny black people existence? The obvious answer to farm animals not existing, it's funny you mentioned that, another American, because there are people who say, for example, like they that we would just breed them out of existence or something like that. The current dilemma that we have to not allow for animals to be raped, it would be currently extinction for cows, chickens, and pigs, and it is better than the alternative of raping and enslaving them, or if you just wanted them to rape each other, if that was like, let's say we steelman the case. But the beauty of where we see like technology heading, and I've suspected this for a while, like, this is true of cats and dogs. Like, we don't want to not have cats and dogs. Like, I think that's a terrible fucking world. They're clearly amazing companions for people, for each other. There's clearly a fuck ton of well-being in that world where we keep cats and dogs going. But I still am not for rape. I am for a future where we lab grow cats and dogs, and that way we get around the rape issue, and then we still have cats and dogs. That's it. So I would do the same thing with cows, chickens, and pigs. And the funny thing is, given that we are experimenting already with lab grown meat, I know that we have the cells cultivated to be able to grow to like veer off path and grow them in the sentient regard. So I don't see why we couldn't just do that if we wanted to, like, put cows, chickens, and pigs on sanctuaries in the future to still preserve the virtue of having the species survive. So I actually do see value with that, but I wouldn't think that the solution is to allow them to rape each other if we factored out the murder and kidnapping, general exploitation. Don't worry, as the same thing. We will all suffer equally regardless. I think with differing sentient levels, it's literally improbable to suffer the same exact way. But that's not a point for suffering to any being that has a morally sufficient degree of suffering. Like, even if all your suffering reduces down to is how much Brie would get, a severely mentally handicapped person, that would still be wrong. Let's see. I wonder. I'm so debate brain. I do apologize. You mean to say, like, kind of Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think like OBS fucked up on me, so totally fixed it. Seems like everything's good now. All right. Where did the window go? I thought I had that.
I think you exited out.
Bad sleep again.
Okay, there's the volume. I don't know where the source is. But anyways, we'll get to that in a second. It's just like once let's not go with bad faith arguments. Yeah, exactly, Razor. Thank you for hopefully recognizing your own, bad faith from or at least logical errors from earlier. I'm just silly, but man, I'm not bad faith. Well, you might be prone to being bad faith, but you might have just it sounds like you caught yourself. I actually do believe in Buddhism. I think about millions of chickens exist to be eaten. What do you mean exist to be eaten? If we were in the human context, would said humans just exist to be enslaved? What makes a being exist to be X? Is it really better that they never existed? Yeah, if the alternative was kidnapping, rape, or even just murder, cutting their life short, yes. I'm with that concept. Fair, my position with this subject is that we're animals and animals eat other animals. It's nature. Yeah, that's terrible. What the fuck sort of position is that, Razor? If we were... What? So right now, if a mentally handicapped person were to... Or even just this. Back during caveman times, when cavemen would just go around raping women and murdering other people, was that okay? If not, clearly appealing to nature is not acceptable. If natural disasters, pandemics, all these things are unacceptable, then clearly, you'd have to find it to be wrong in the animal context as well. Nature's not good nor evil. Nature just is. Well, we're not saying... Wait. We're not saying nature has an attitude. This is oh my god, this is the Neil deGrasse Tyson view. We're not saying nature has an attitude. We're saying you have an attitude about nature. Are you claiming you can't have a view if Hurricane Katrina wiped out a lot of Louisianans' lives? Are you claiming you can't have a view when wildfires kill people? Are you claiming you can't have a view when COVID takes people's lives? Are you claiming you can't have a view of whether it something bad happened when animals rape each other or kill each other? You're saying you can't have a view on that? What about when mentally handicapped people rape and kill other mentally handicapped people? Can you have a view on that? Of course you could have a view on that. There's nothing stopping you from finding that to be morally unacceptable. So don't claim that there's not here unless... I can't even say unless. There's nothing that stops you from having a view. Which is not to excuse how the fuck we treat animal farming, and you guys in the U.S. are generally insane with your farms. We are. No, yeah. I mean, it's considered like some kind of act of terrorism to even just like film. Like, Europe's a lot better with filming the sort of animal evil that goes on. And I don't know which technically is a higher rate of vegans per capita. I think like London's pretty fucking big, but yeah. Sound gone, yeah. I'm with you, Razor. If I'm willing to be eaten, or if I'm willing to be the eaten chicken, I will condemn the eaters of the chicken. That's called projection. So if you were okay with being... This is the golden rule. This is the golden rule. It's the golden rule. I didn't think I'd get this one so early. So if you were okay with getting raped and tortured every day within an inch of your life, or beaten every day within an inch of your life, and rinse and repeat every single day... if you were okay with that, would you project your view onto other people and say that it's okay for it to happen to them because you're okay with it happening to you? This is the logical consequence of the golden rule and why it's absolutely fucking brain dead to hold to the golden rule. The golden rule justifies literally endless torture. Okay? Because you could just be somebody who, exactly like this, you could just prefer endless evil and suffering, and you would have to bite the bullet on saying that it's acceptable because you preferred it, right? Like, circumstantially, people wouldn't, and I believe you're being dishonest when you say that you would be okay with that, but you're not. It's not a good position to hold for anyone, for whatever minor people that do exist that would prefer that. Let's see what we got. Razor and American. We're in a post-moral world. I don't know what the hell that means. I understand the appeal to live in ignorance. It's easy to be happy. Post-moral world. We are advanced enough to not need to hunt and breed animals. We ought not to. The comparison to humans is to help you relate. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I thought you were justifying it for a second when you said, I understand the appeal to live in ignorance. Right. Like, absolutely. I get that, you know, it feels really damning to know that you're contributing towards something so evil. But what do you think the animals are feeling, right? Like, what do you think humans would be feeling? Like, your guilt is nothing as opposed to what pain they go through. Imagine thinking that because you feel guilty, that then it justifies you not demonstrating the proof that you actually feel guilty, and then you continue said evil. Like, that, first of all, you're not even really guilty, right? You just, you feel so guilty, and then it doesn't inspire you to change. Like, that's a poor definition of guilt, right? Is a leopard eating a gazelle evil? The action is evil. They are both non-moral agents because they both lack, I'm led to believe, enough intelligence to conceptualize that there is something wrong that they're doing. So a leopard eating a gazelle is not evil in terms of one agent being evil, but it is evil in terms of action. I could throw the same thing back at you. If a severely mentally handicapped person killed another severely mentally handicapped person, is it evil? Well, obviously you would say it's wrong, something bad occurred. You wouldn't equivocate on evil wherein it means something like they are agents of being able to conceptualize evil, and it means you're asking if what just happened is morally wrong or not. We're clearly only asking the latter. So don't be dishonest. Again, this is just so basic. If I was a better person, I would be vegan. I concede the moral high ground on the issue. I'm just not there yet. I don't think you were there, recorder residue, when we spoke about this, but I clarified earlier that veganism or the belief in animal rights, not killing and not violating the rights of animals and causing suffering, is not a moral good. It's morally evil to not respect it. So for you to say you're just not there yet means that you're just not there on being morally neutral. That means you are actively doing something evil. Because forget what I think. Would you consider yourself to be doing something evil or non-morally neutral if you were killing humans for food? If you just said, if I was a better person, I would not rape and enslave humans. I concede the moral high ground on the issue. I'm just not there yet. You would never say that. So what's the trait or set of traits true of animals, which if true of humans would cause you to say the same thing as well? Leopards are not cattle farming. It's a non-comparison. I don't know what you mean by it's not cattle farming, though, little. Like, I know you're not necessarily taking a problem with me, but to be fair, what they're trying to say is, well, okay, no, wait, you might have a point. I think what you're trying to say is, like, humans are taking advantage of the animals versus animals taking advantage of the animals. The reason why I don't like that is because there are still people that make points about killing animals that's wrong. With regards to animals eating other animals. And predators are absolutely an issue. Vegans need to get fucking woke on that because right now they're retarded. They appeal to nature just as much. They special plead animals. It's still an issue, and I wouldn't avoid talking about that issue just because there's just because we have a general Holocaust going on. But someone may actually use that as justification for a Holocaust in some way, shape, or form. Your response to leopard example is a lot stronger. Understand? Oh, okay, yeah, no worries, little. I'm not being dishonest. Don't take an antagonistic position reflexively. It's not reflexively. Razor, you said, my position on this subject is that we're all animals and animals eat other animals. It's nature. So if you are going to be agnostic on the matter and say, just for 1 second, let me think about if I'd accept that with regards to humans. And let me think if I'd ever accepted that before with pandemics, natural disasters, just in any other situation of appealing to nature or a naturalistic fallacy. Then I wouldn't be so upset about it. But it's reasonable to be very disgusted inherently with such a fucked up position. And instead of asking me to change my attitude, you should ask yourself to change your philosophy right quick. It's actually very healthy to have such a large discuss factor on something so morally problematic. And if more people had a larger discuss factor as much as I did, we'd have a lot of more healthier shame, so that people, we would not normalize evil. Just like I wasn't being bad faith in the beginning either. Well, I don't think you ultimately want to be bad faith, just to be fair or clear. But there are points where you're going to engage with something that is so incredibly obviously bad of a position that needs to be, that ought to be shamed, because again, I'm consistent and would shame you in the human context if you ever tried to succumb to it. It doesn't mean I hate you. It just means that position is absolutely fucked. And the more you do it, the more I'm going to be suspicious of your overarching attitude. Again, I appreciate you doing damage control right now, but I don't think that's going to stop the wrongness of the position holding. I guess I unconsciously value human life over animal life to not see their treatment on the same moral grounds. So so recorder residue. I did a video about this just earlier, and there's a difference between moral sufficiency and moral equality. I'll just say for now that name the trait is, or the logical foundation that animal rights that I'm asking people to be consistent on is from something called the trait equalization process. And what it's saying is not, do you view animals to an equal degree as humans? That's a false dichotomy, because you can view animals to a sufficiently high enough moral degree such that you find it wrong to violate their rights to life and autonomy, as you do humans, even though you find there to be a differential total value. A good example is with money, right? $2.50 is less than $5, but both are enough to buy a can of Coke. And so if the threshold that we're talking about here for being sufficient with regards to your right to, for the animal's right to life and autonomy, is just to not violate those, it has nothing to do with equality. It's never a question of that. So you can hold to that animal life is not the same, or you think of it as the same moral grounds. That's what I take it to mean, that they don't have equal moral value. That's fine. But it's the point that you would think that they're so insufficient in regards to their value, such to that it's acceptable to rape and murder them. So that's the problem. False equivalence. What's a false equivalence, Razor? You're ascribing shit to me that's just not there. You're shadowboxing. What shit? Lil bro, let me give you a bit of advice. Okay, go ahead. A man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. So when I reflect logic back to you, it's tantamount to putting a gun up to your head? Yeah. Lil bro, let me give you some advice. Engaging with philosophy to a point where your conscience is causing you to feel incinerated from the logical consequences of your view, that's not a gun. That's the weight of your position. So why don't you cut out how you're doing something wrong and not blame me for it? Okay. If you want to persuade someone to a different position, ask them stuff that makes them question their positions. If you're saying it doesn't because you feel attacked, I love this one. Would you say the same is true in the human context? I got asked this on the streets the other day. Someone said to me, "You're so unpersuasive. You're no fun to debate with." I said, "Would you start tuning out if I was advocating for black rights because the tone was harsh?" So I'm just going to ask the same thing here, Razor. Since you want to tone police so badly, since you want to context police so badly, if whatever context or tone offended you in how I'm coming across makes you think I'm responsible for your position, would you say the same is true with regards to violating black rights, women's rights, Jews' rights, gays' rights, so on and so forth? If not, what's the trait or set of traits morally differentiating the two such to that you're responsible for your own actions in regards to those situations, but not in the animal context? Shame and other negative reinforcement don't work. I don't think you have any evidence to believe that. Funnily enough, not that the psychological point has to be there as a baseline, because philosophy is what we use in order to overcome any primitive psychological sort of defaults that we have. But the idea that we the idea that we don't respond well to negative stimuli is not true. We actually respond the strongest to negative stimuli. There's a paper called I'll put it in the next live stream. It's I have it in my email. It's like something like the subconscious, I forget the exact title, but it goes over that people react more strongly to negative stimuli than positive stimuli. And that's unsurprising, because negative stimuli actually creates more total neurons in your brain that think. So, this is why people say things like anger sells, or passion is exciting, and so on and so forth. It's not just that, like, people make it out to sound like, where it's just like really exciting. It's actually the idea that there is more total stimuli possible mathematically when you are challenged with thinking of all the logical consequences of your view, all the implications, the emotions that come from guilt and everything else. But imagine that, it wasn't advantageous inherently psychologically. I don't think that would stop it in the human context. I think just like with us being abolitionists for blacks and women's and gays and Jews, I think that there's no reason to be unfiltered. No reason to be filtered. I think there's just as much reason to be unfiltered. I'm saying you're being needlessly antagonistic. Again, name a trait with regards to humans and animals such that you'd say you would not be accountable for your tone and context policing in the animal situation, but in the human situation, but you would the animal. For any people in the chat, if you want to engage further, go to the Discord. Thank you. Does shaming fat people work? Wait. So do you think that when somebody is fat that they're violating the rights to life of another being? Do you think that somebody shaming a fat person is slitting another being in the throat? Do you think that they're enslaving them on a field? Do you think that they're domestically abusing their wife? Do you think that they are beating up on a gay because they like to have sex with the same sex? Do you think that they are putting a Jew inside of an oven because Hitler told them to? Or do you think that they are violating, their own like self-esteem or something like that, and nobody has an incentive to get to the point of shaming that person because it's a matter of them causing some form of like self-harm to themselves? So the morally differentiating trait is that it's not violating another being. But when you say, does it work? It also isn't done in the, funnily enough, talking about why it doesn't motivate somebody to do some sort of action, or why you think it wouldn't. I think that's because there's two different types. There's doing so off of a logical foundation, like what I am, right, where you reflect the logical consequences. Now, we don't have tantamount logical consequences because there's not some kind of detriment to violating another being. But if we wanted to give like the closest example of something problematic, if you were to say, like, look at yourself, you're not able to like walk your daughter down the aisle, or you're never able to have all this well-being with your wife or something like that. Somebody could sign off on like a world of enjoyment by choosing obesity because they did something wrong. I'm not inconsistent on thinking that somebody is accountable if they choose to engage with being fat. So just because it may be the case that we've normalized not shaming bad health problems, so intense fat shaming, right? If you wanted to call it that, it's really just obesity shaming, health problem shaming. Doesn't mean that that person wouldn't be accountable. That just means that they're constantly experiencing deflection with regards to other people. As long as the people aren't just like frivolously saying fat fuck, but they're saying like, do you want to do this? These are logical consequences. Again, you'd never enjoy walks with your partner. You'd never, you'd lose all this well-being. You die at an early age and stuff like that. And the person were to be like, so you're blaming me? I mean, yeah, like if really it's you blaming you, because you're the one causing it yourself. So, and you also didn't answer my question about if, you know, you think there's a morally relevant symmetry breaker in the animal context versus the human one that makes you'd say you would either be that you would say you're not to be held accountable. I mean, that you are to be held accountable if I was to advocate for any of the aforementioned rights, blacks, women's, gays, Jews, such that it'd be wrong to, you'd be responsible for violating their rights if I was advocating for it. You wouldn't tone police me or context police me, but that you would, in the animal one. Or would you be logically consistent and say that you, it's wrong to tone or context police in either? Since we don't need to consume animals to survive. Oh, sorry, I skipped. Could any human consumption of animals be considered natural, like in carnivores in nature? Or is our moral imperative to ascribe animals with the threshold you described as we have free will? Wait, let me think about the free will part. Or is it our moral imperative to ascribe animals with the threshold you described as we... Oh, I think I understand. So... no, so predators are doing something wrong. Like, so recorder, or I don't know if you prefer residue, but, do you think it's wrong that a mentally handicapped kills another mentally handicapped person? If you say the answer is yes, ask yourself what trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say it's not wrong and that it's just natural, or what, basically that it's just natural in that context, all the same. If you think the trait, if there is some trait or set of traits that justify it, you might say it's species, well, whatever, then you'd have to bite the bullet on something absurd. Like, we found out that the mentally handicapped people had their DNA altered, and technically the mentally handicapped, the thing that looked like a mentally handicapped person had the DNA of a gazelle. And the thing that attacked the mentally handicapped person had the DNA of a leopard. And so because of that, it's justified because it was all technically natural. I mean, that's silly. Like, do you just dislike it when one innocent being gets murdered by another innocent being? If the answer is yes, and DNA doesn't justify it, then no, the answer is just going to logically follow that you find it to be morally unacceptable. So ask yourself, right? Is it our moral imperative to ascribe animals? It ought be a moral imperative to ascribe animals, not ascribe animals, but for us to, okay, so if ascribe means not that we think animals have agency now, but that we should control actions just as much as we do, like dogs on the loose, you know, cats that need like medical attention, and then you take them to the vet and they've got like their stomach full of urine and they're gonna die without human intervention, like you know, just as much as we ascribe human intervention in those situations, yeah, we would ascribe intervention in human situations here, since we don't need to consume animals to survive. Again, even if we did, if we needed to consume humans to survive, I don't think that justifies organ harvesting. I don't think we would go around killing other humans just because we require humans to survive. Lamal, you lost the thread there, bud. What thread? You mean I stopped tracking? I was talking about negative reinforcement. Okay, Razor, since you think that I am like not tracking here and that I'm losing you on any point, even though I've consistently listened to your dog crap arguments and you've failed to make any good points and I've dismantled them. If you think there's any nuance that I've possibly missed, you are welcome to join the Discord and actually defend a specific proposition. So with regards to negative reinforcement, you're trying to say something like, what is the proposition? Negative, is it something like negative reinforcement is ineffective at getting people to achieve a certain action? Here, tell me if you sign off on that proposition and that's what you want to talk about. So then, is it also a moral imperative to stop carnivores from eating each other, other animals in nature? Of course. Like, I feel like the moral intuition pump isn't landing, Recorder. Like, when you see a carnivore kill another animal, substitute that with humans, right? Instead of asking if, like, I just think, you know, that it's wrong in both situations, that's not what we're asking here. We're asking if you think it's wrong in the human context for a mentally handicapped being, right? So a being that lacks moral agency, all the same, but they're human, is wrong to kill another being and take advantage of them, then do you think that there's a trait that justifies that differential treatment in the animal context? Don't ask just me. I'm wondering what you think, right? That's the more interesting part. Razor going voice, too hard to understand through chat. Yeah, right. Evil requires an agent with intent. I've literally been saying that. If you're trying to wait, are you harping on when I say an evil action occurred? I'm surprised because, like, you've been sticking around, I thought, like, ever since practically the beginning, Razor. So, and I clarified probably like 3 to 4 times that evil intent is different than an evil action. Again, when Hurricane Katrina wipes out an entire like city population, sub-city population of Louisiana, and they lose, like, you know, like hundreds or thousands of lives, when a wildfire does the same, when a pandemic does the same, that occurrence you have a negative attitude towards, we call evil. It's not to say evil as in there was an agent that did something wrong. You're just equivocating uninterestingly on the concept of evil. Evil doesn't always mean that it's indexed towards an agent. Evil only means that if you're saying somebody did something evil. It doesn't mean that you can't say something evil didn't occur. So yeah, it's just an uninteresting point. Without intent, you've got cause and effect, not morality. We're talking about the attitude regards to the effect. Yes, which is why your hurricane point is silly. What are you talking about? Yes, what? Dog, you need to get on chat, because every single time I make a point, like, you just say yes to it, which is why what I said is problematic, even though the explanation is what follows. An action without an agent can't be evil. No. If I've clarified, evil can be used. Evil is used contextually dependent in different regards. When you say a being is evil, then it makes sense to say that evil intent is there. But to say that an action without an agent can't be evil is not true. You can find an action to be evil. I could find it evil that Hurricane Katrina wiped out other people. Just because you're used to turning on the news and hearing somebody say, this person is evil, this person is evil, this person is evil, or you're used to reading, like, children's storybooks about it, doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense to say that something strongly unpreferred just occurred. And yeah, that's more than reasonable to make sense of. Evil is a moral category. You say is, you mean you take it to be. And morality presupposes an actor capable of moral reasoning. No. Morality is literally, to a subjectivist, again, you should be asking what somebody takes morality to mean, something that you do or don't prefer. It's a matter of preferences. If I don't prefer people to die from a pandemic, right, then yeah, that's a matter of morality. It would be wrong if all these people died. So I'm going to take some action that stops, that interferes with said death. I'm going to create vaccines. I'm going to, tell people to mask up. I'm going to tell them to stay 6 feet away, so on and so forth. Does this sound familiar to you? Were you alive back in 2020, or were you born yesterday? Apologies, my partner's still sleeping. I can't hop on voice at the moment. You continue to cuck over chat. I mean, we're getting through some of your points here, but you definitely are repeating yourself a lot on your confusion, and then as I have to disambiguate it, it's causing either me to think that you're being dishonest at some point, or you're incredibly slow. It's not evil. It's sad. Okay. It is so unpreferred that millions of people died from the pandemic yes, it makes sense to call that evil. I don't care that your personal connotation doesn't allow for that to be constituted as evil. It is not only reasonable to describe that as evil, it is, and thus defensible. It is, it's what helps strongly convey the emotional attitude against the thing in question. Unfortunate, tragic, heartbreaking, thank you for using a thesaurus, etc. Calling it evil doesn't make logical sense. Well, if you imply if you assert your definition to be the case, then sure, it's tautologically the case that your definition would follow. It doesn't make any sense. Why would we do that? I get you're making an equivalence between humans and animals, but it seems like a fundamentalist position. I don't know what you mean by fundamentalist position. Would appreciate if you can clarify that, recorder. Like, where does it end? Where does it end? So it's supposed to mean that you don't know where it, I presume it means the granting of the right to life and autonomy. Where does that end? Well, we're only asking to grant the life here with regards to the beings that are getting their throats slit for food. So insofar as this conversation goes, we're asking for the point to end there. It's a logical entailment, right? So it's going to be the case that if you can't justify animals being, humans being killed for food, then, and you can't name a trait that makes you logically consistent and non-absurd, we ought not hold your position. And if you're trying to say something like, you're not inconsistent or something and cope some other way, you could say that as well. I'm open to hearing it, but it's all just going to come down to you trying to name some trait if you think that you're logically consistent. I get you're making an equivalence. And about that doesn't make any sense. I am equalizing traits between humans and animals, such to that if you try to name a trait that justifies killing and eating animals, but not humans, that in order to be consistent on said position, you're going to have to bite the bullet on insane logical consequences. So it's not to say that there's an equivalence, meaning that when you trait equalize the human, that they still retain just as much moral value as when you started in the trait equalization process. It's to say that the being in question, if you're going to be logically consistent on the traits that you're naming, reducing their moral value, would entail that the beings in question are suffer some kind of reduction. And so if that's going to be true of humans, such that it goes underneath the threshold of finding it acceptable to kill and eat them, then yeah, I mean, that's fucking crazy. I just imagine you name the traits intelligence and species, and then you infinitely Holocaust mentally handicapped Superman. No, it just does not make any logical sense to call it evil. In fact, it's moronic. Okay, again, I explained the position quite clearly. Evil connotes a sense of somebody who has a strong dispreference for something. It doesn't automatically assign intent. I get that your personal connotation allows for that. I clarified that's not what I meant. To forcefully equivocate and say that that's what I mean regardless is brain dead, not even just moronic. So you've moved past like having any sort of hope there, and now you've just gone into the territory of like, someone who's delusional. This is like when people say that, would you eat an animal on an island if that's all you had? And you're like, I'm not talking about that context. And then they're like, but I'm talking about that context. And you're like, okay, so you're going to force your definition, force your meaning, force your thing onto me. You're talking past me. You want to talk about shadow boxing? There you go. Am I crazy or does this bro look like Michael Jackson? I love Michael Jackson, man. I take that as a compliment, even if you didn't intend for that. I know you wrote some shit earlier I didn't get to see. I think it's more than fair to equate humans and animals. If equate means to say that they possess the same moral value, then I don't think that makes sense. If equate means to say you'd run through the trait equalization process and just compare whatever traits people try to name that serve as a morally relevant symmetry breaker between the two, such as to serve a justification for killing and eating one and not the other? Absolutely. What does JFC mean? The snide, smug shit. Cry face, cry face. This is Rich coming from the guy who constantly repeats the same brain dead talking points, forcefully equivocates, doesn't hop on chat because he doesn't know how to use a bathroom and he has to stay by his partner while she sleeps by him, or he lives in a fucking tin can and can't jump on to debate or defend any of his brain dead positions. Look, this is Rich. Call it smug as you want. I would act the same exact way in regards to the human context. Congratulations being on the opposite end of the morally righteous side, because again, if we were during the 1850s right now, I would act the same exact way, and I don't think you'd look back with your current view and say that that version of me is smug. So you're probably inconsistent with regards to that. But again, you're welcome to name a trait. This is all going to come back to the very thing that you were running from, so keep running. Fucking 20-year-olds. Okay, note to self, if being whatever the fuck you are, which I'm gonna guess you're like ancient like Ryan over there was, like 40, 50, 60 plus years old, if you lose 3/4 of your brain cells, then I can't wait for technology to stop me from losing my brain cells and never become like you. Oh wait, it's not an entailment to become brain dead because I can constantly practice philosophy and critical thought. The problem is not age, you age as fuck. The problem is acting like you can justify stupid positions because and moral laziness because you don't want to take up the challenge of debate and you don't want to engage in anything intellectually honestly. Atlex Bro just wants to tingle words for the dopamine hit of debating not to reach truth. I mean, this is Rich coming from the person who doesn't hop on VC. Like, how do you even rhetorically try to come off the rip here, dog? Like, how do you? You can't. You literally can't. You look like a fucking retard. Like, you're there like, I'm sitting there not too scared to be able to go on the chat, but you just want a dopamine hit of debating people. You've not answered my questions at all that I've answered. You've only answered straw men, so you've engaged in bad faith. And then you continue to forcefully equivocate like a delusional fuck. Like, enjoy your schizophrenia. Like, can your partner wake up and give you your medication so you stop fucking hallucinating on people on the goddamn stream? Vegan foods are way too expensive, man. Yeah, if human foods were expensive, I'm sure you use that to justify a Holocaust. Maybe you just be poor, right? There's no rules in the universe. I'm a subjectivist, so if you're trying to imply moral objectivity, that's retarded. At the end of the day, we just conform to society's norms. People descriptively have a higher chance of caving to the norms of society. Thank you for reinforcing the very point why I'm streaming today, because I'm trying to literally normalize not violating the rights to life of lives of animals and their autonomy. No, bro's right about humans are equivalent to animals. No, but I never said that they're equivalent to animals. I don't think that they share equal moral value. Again, I think that they have sufficient moral, just like how Einstein isn't necessarily on the same level as a newborn, but both deserve the minimum moral threshold of deserving the right to life and autonomy. I mean, the same thing here. Like, your average human being is being more valuable than like a severely mentally handicapped person doesn't make it okay to kill this severely mentally handicapped person. That's all I'm saying. You put me in a room with 6 hot dogs and I turn into an animal. What? I can't even begin to unravel that. JFC equals Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, okay. Thank you, little. Or monster. You missed the last part. Should carnivores be removed from nature if they are mass murderers from this perspective where animal life equals Recorder, I'm not saying animal life is equal to human life. I really implore you to watch my 6-minute video. If you could stick around for a live stream, trust, you could play a 6-minute video that consolidates all this information about moral sufficiency versus equivalency into one. I spent a lot of time on it, but it's not about like you caring about that. It's about like it serving as a point that I did a really good job consolidating a lot of information in a very short time frame. Sincerely, you would benefit a lot from that. And I mean that for everyone watching. Like, it would just clear up so much confusion. So yeah, that's not what I mean. But to the should carnivores be removed from nature? Yeah, so I don't think there's any problem with like ecological collapse, like people or sorry, not straw man, baselessly assert. There does seem to be, some reason to believe that there would be like minor detriment to other animals, like possibly like the innocent or herbivorous or whatever ones, for some amount of time, but I don't think that would justify the rights violations happening to them in general. It would be like saying like if there was like Russia invading Ukraine, would I be okay with war continuing or something like that? Just because like without war, it might be hard. What if there was a world where it was harder for them to get resources or something like that? Like clearly them having difficulty with regards to resources wouldn't be worse than the alternative of them getting like eaten alive, all the disutility that occurs there, how many lives are taken. Coyotes kill so many fucking cats in the world, it's not even funny. Just where I'm living at, it's actually despicable. Yeah, I mean it's, oh god. So yeah, you should, if you're against mentally, the point is this: if you, nothing to do with me, if you believe in mentally handicapped people not being holocausted not killing each other, out in the wild, you shouldn't be for animals killing each other in the wild unless you think you can name a trait that morally separates the two without you succumbing to absurdity. Fundamentalist as in making this equivalence without room for nuance. If you mean trait equalizing, I'm inviting whatever trait or set of traits you think would cause you to justify the position without being absurd. That's the point. So when you say without nuance, it doesn't make any sense, because the whole challenge of name the trait is such that you are invited to provide any sort of justification you think might exist that would serve as, I take nuance to just mean something like what allows you to not be absurd with regards to your preference or the logical consequences, while still maintaining a consistency. So if that's what you mean by nuance, yes, you are allowed. You're invited to do that. I want you to do that. Really, I think you should go vegan and not try that at all, because it's a fruitless endeavor. But I want you to take aim attempting to do that, so that if you're not critically thought out on it and you've never done it before, you will quickly see how bad of a position it is. So I hope you learn from it, is all. What's your view on lab-produced meat? Good question. There is reason to believe that if in the world we did not have if we had lab grown meat and it replaced like all dead animals being bred into existence, that it would erase the rights violations and suffering, and that's true. Now, in philosophy, crash course, there's three main like categories people technically concern themselves with. There are rights violations. So think raping a being, taking away property from them, or, their loved ones, right? Like kidnapping, causing physical harm, so on and so forth. That's like an example of rights violation. Disutility would be suffering versus well-being. So the concept of utilitarianism, if you've ever heard of that before, Johnny, is the idea that like, there are many people who focus not on rights violations at all, but they focus purely on utilitarianism. So somebody might say that organ harvesting, meaning going out and killing a homeless person, is acceptable because if it causes 100 people to live, then it doesn't matter that they violated the right of that individual person, or let's not even say homeless, let's even just say like random stranger. It doesn't matter, because off of a purely utilitarian view, you'd have to say that that's okay, since all you are concerned about are not rights violations, but utility. And then there's a third category. There is virtue. Some people find this to be silly. I challenge that anyone would actually think that this is silly. And I'll dismantle that idea silly in a heartbeat. But it's the idea that some things are like inherently disgusting or or valued or positive or negative. And so just irreducibly, just from holding certain preferences. So like the idea that with lab-grown meat, it would solve rights violations and disutility, I am for. And in a dilemma, I would take that over the virtue of knowing that, we are still consuming the taste and the flesh and enjoying the flesh of cows, chickens, and pigs. It's begrudging, though. I don't firmly enjoy that, because I wouldn't enjoy that with cats and dogs. I would be disturbed if someone were to say, with cats, dogs, or humans, come on, can't we have lab-grown black people? Can't we have lab-grown cats? Can't we have lab-grown dogs? I would find it really unsettling, disturbing. And so it's come to the point where, it seems like it may be the most feasible approach to helping, but certainly not by itself, ending the animal holocaust. But I don't think that it is ultimately preferred. Like, I'm not fucking like a lot of these vegans out here that's like, yeah, it's just the best thing ever, period. And they don't have any appreciation towards, they're logically inconsistent with regards to their virtue towards eating the flesh of humans. Because if they actually would just give 2 thumbs up for me digging up the carcass of a human and eating their flesh, they're absolutely invited to go, try to justify that view. So in short, it's unfortunate, but it would help. Yeah. The criteria for moral consideration is, are they sentient? Do they have experience? Animals most certainly do have experience and do have moral consideration. You're saying that ought be the case? Generally speaking, but there's a more articulate way we could word that. There's a superior way we can conceptualize it. And that is with regards to starting with humans and running name the trait. Okay, I'll watch it. Thank you, Recorder. I really appreciate that. You may be watching it as we speak. Cool. How could an ecosystem intervention to remove carnivores be ethical or pragmatic? Do you put them... do you put them in captivity and force them to be herbivores? So, I don't have all the implications worked out. Just like how, if you ask me historically, I don't know how... when we were transitioning away from slavery or women's right, into appreciating women's rights or Jew rights or gay rights, that we like transitioned in such a way, descriptively for certain systems. But I can tell you what sort of, I can give you conditionals and tell you if I think that makes sense to follow in the trade equal as human context. So what would I do in the human context? And ask yourself, right? To remove carnivores, would I find it morally acceptable to take humans that are trying to kill other humans, by means of putting them in captivity and forcing them to be herbivores, let's just say, as opposed to going out and shooting them in mass? If it was actually pragmatic to do that, like we had abundant resources to, entrap these carnivores and feed them AAFCO standard or equivalent idea, which is basically saying that we have the identical nutritional adequacy for animal proteins for carnivores as we do the plant-based foods. That's how vegan cat and dog food is able to be certified. Then would that be preferred? Absolutely. If the conditional is that doesn't exist, and the alternative is either A, we let these sentient beings have their rights be violated by these others, be eaten alive, or B, we intervene and we kill them because we don't have resources, then yeah, I would choose that, because I choose it in the human context, and I invite you to ask yourself what you would do. I meant the Michael Jackson thing as a compliment. Appreciate it. I ain't agree with you, bro, but it's chill, we just different. I don't agree with human rights with you, bro, but it's chill, we just different. This is not a matter of you not liking purple and blue and me liking purple and blue. This is not a matter of you liking rock music or metal and me not liking it. This is not a matter of you liking blonde hair, me liking black hair. This is not something frivolous. This is a matter of violating the rights to lives of beings that are screaming every second as we speak, that children are being stripped away. Now I'm going to put the imagery of what you just said back into reality, because the full picture or context is despicable. A cow just watched its young get stripped away again. And as they were crying in pain, The young didn't know where it was going to go to. It's then forced into some enclosure violently, into some dark space. It's hungry for its mother's milk, and it's given, that through a machine instead, as the mother is very violently milked for that in question. In the most idyllic case, they're, stripped away just long enough to be able to get the milk for them. That reduced sense of kidnapping with the reduced sense of rape when you stuck your hand inside of her in order to rape, artificially inseminate, and eventually murder is all just difference. It's just a difference. It's just, you're different, I'm different. Nice egalitarian herring again. No, trivial preferences like colors and music and silly little shit like that is not on par with regards to stabbing a being in the throat for food. That's just fucking absurd. Your approach towards a utopia for all sentient beings, even if it means trampling what we think nature to be, is quite refreshing. Thank you. I'm glad it hits you. That's really awesome. Unfortunately, and this is the problem with, I'm not going to get too political here, but this is the problem with conservatism as a philosophy, right? The idea that anybody would be for keeping ideals and not prospering on them is problematic. It's actually really funny because I don't know if you guys ever see like memes of like conservatives from like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and how different they are from modern day conservatives. But they're different. Like, to the point where like we're talking like respecting LGBT, we're talking having more gun reform, even we're talking, and it doesn't mean it's perfect, but like there are strides that even conservatives literally have to progress on morally because it's inevitable that people realize that philosophy expands regardless of how much you try to retain values. It doesn't mean to say that our brains ought to be on the floor. We obviously ought, close our minds down on positions that make sense. But, we're not, it's to say that in any situation where somebody can reasonably show where we're not there yet, absolutely, people trying to hold to something ideologically and to just like be like, I'm going to maintain these values just will never work. The concept will always beat you. How do you respond to the argument that eating animals is necessary for our health? Well, it's not a differential trait, that's for sure. Because anybody who says that, Chudy, it has the burden of proof to demonstrate what enzyme or set of enzymes are true of animals that are not true of humans, that allows true of plants. True of animals that are not true of plants for us to be nutritionally adequate. So when it comes to that idea, it's not a differential trait unless somebody can actually back up said claim. But I love to run the conditional because the implication is the funniest shit that ever existed. Can you imagine if we steelman the case that I give a different variation. I like to say, imagine you wouldn't live past the age of 40 unless you murdered and raped people. What would you do? If it was necessary to live past the age of 40, would living past the age of 40 be a benefit of if you consumed humans, or would it be, or would you just find it to be morally neutral? Right? Like, duh. Fucking dismantled in 2 seconds. Gee, that's how easy it is when you are intellectually honest, the answer is painfully fucking clear. So, no, health would never justify it. I don't see a mass cull of carnivores how a cull of carnivores could be considered moral. That would be taking life based on our concept of morality. A lion or bear could never understand. Well, we're talking about two different points at once, or a quarter. So, let's talk about the first one. You don't see how a mass cull of carnivores could be considered moral. I know, because you didn't seem to take up my challenge that I've repeatedly asked you to do, which is to ask yourself if you would find it to be morally acceptable to cull mentally handicapped people that are in the same exact position that carnivores are currently in, where they're going to kill other mentally handicapped people and eat them alive. If you would find that to be acceptable to do in the human context, then ask yourself to name the trait or set of traits that you think makes it acceptable to do or makes it unacceptable to do to animals, but acceptable to do humans. That would be taking life based on our concept of morality, which is why just taking a life by itself is ridiculous. And there's something called self-defense or self-defense based on behalf of other beings. Our concept of morality, a lion or bear can never understand. Neither can a dog. A dog can never understand mauling a human to death. And wouldn't you rehome them from somebody who let them off their leash or something like that and was irresponsible, and then put them in a home where they can live the rest of their life happily with somebody who has the proper resources to take care of them? You know, it actually happened with my dog. My dog killed my cat. I came back home and he bit them and they died. And instead of, when I called around to shelters who wanted to murder my dog, who didn't fucking understand what they did, but it was my irresponsibility of thinking that, they were trustworthy with each other. It was a mistake. Instead of thinking that the moral thing to do is to kill the being who didn't understand what they did, I put her in a new home for someone who has more time and resources, a bigger yard, a son to watch them, doesn't have smaller children or cats. And, that was the responsible decision to do. I would advocate for the same exact shit where it's feasible with regards to do with any animals. But unlike, a dog, it's not really feasible to do that with regards to a lion. They're way too fucking big. You have a fighting chance if a dog jumps on you. There are plenty of people that survive dog attacks. You ain't fucking surviving shit if you fucking get attacked by a lion. So I'm not led to believe that shit is feasible at all. That doesn't make me happy about it. I don't think a lion means bad. We could all see how they're cute as babies. But, to make the point, I don't think, oh, got someone waiting. But just to make the point, I implore you to think about it. Okay. Hello. What do you go by? Can you hear me? Make sure you have push to talk enabled. Oh, you unmuted.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Sweet. I don't know. I was just on YouTube and I saw you were live, so I wanted to jump in on this. Are
Awesome.
you
How long
still
have
on
you
the
been
same
tuning in?
topic?
Yeah.
Never tuned in. Actually, you were just on my For You.
Yeah, no, the topic is generally going to remain about anyone who thinks that they can justify killing and eating animals for food. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear your position.
Okay. So yeah, there's always two ways that this could go down, right? Because with name the trait, that's the consistency test. It's not an argument. I could turn it into an argument to make the case, or I can, technically speaking, right? One goes more of a discussion format, the other goes more of a debate format. So in the discussion format, it's a lot more open, right? And it's just like, I'll give you name the trait, so on and so forth. But yeah, I mean, are you here more so for a debate or a discussion?
I guess we can start off with the discussion because I'd like to share with you and the viewers why I believe it's justified to consume meat, but I
Absolutely.
definitely want to know the host's perception first. So
For sure.
let's start off with the discussion.
Yeah, for sure. So, okay, there is a consistency test. Again, it's not an argument. There's an important distinction there. But I'll just give you the consistency test. It's called name the trait. Have you ever heard of it before?
Actually, no.
Okay. So it is a point that says it asks people what trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human, would cause you to kill and eat the human as you do the animal. Okay, so if you said the trait was intelligence, for example, the follow up question is off of the logical consequences entailed by that view would be, would you be okay with dating mentally handicapped people? If you said it was species, would you be okay with dating Superman? If you said it was both, would you be okay with dating mentally handicapped Superman? So on and so forth. Technically speaking, I'll give you a crash course, just a few words. All
Sure.
traits that somebody would give are reducible to the to just a few things. So for example, if you let's say you name the trait social contract, right? I'm going to remind you kindly that like the difference or someone who is severely mentally handicapped automatically lacks the ability to contain a social contract. Earlier in the stream I showed somebody a human that was mentally severely handicapped. Her name was Bree, and she obviously she's got the sentience level and intelligence of or had, she's unfortunately not here anymore, she passed away, but she had the sentience level and intelligence of a fish. So she's not able to form a social contract. Basically the traits that are technically differential between humans and animals are only reducible to a few, but anything that you may think is significant or offers nuance, I'm happy to help you realize the absurdity within the logical consequences of said view, and hopefully you'd end up being logically consistent and on absurd by agreeing to the philosophy of veganism.
Sure. Hey, this is your platform. I'll play by the rules. I'll start off by sharing just one glaring aspect.
Sure.
I have never experienced what it's like to be vegan, vegetarian, or any sort of specialized diet, based off of belief or just, how people want to consume nutrients. What I will tell you is I also don't agree in carnivory. I don't think that's a equally natural aspect of what it is to be a human. I am a very big supporter of omnivory. I believe that that's what our, systems are designed for. So if it's still okay to tread with that in mind, that's my position.
Well, I'm just going to try to dissect what you said specifically to make sure I
Sure.
understood it. So what I heard in there is something about like choosing of diets or something like that. So it sounded like there was something about like people having the liberty to choose what they want to eat, if I'm not mistaken.
That's definitely true. Yes.
Okay, so it would be fair to say that that's like one trait that makes it acceptable to kill
Um, I
animals and
don't
not humans.
think I don't know if there's a direct correlation. Of course, there is
Okay.
just the fact of the matter that if you're going to consume something, you have options: meat, plant material, fungal matter. Um, some places have used stone for flavorants, or just as another way to consume.
Sure,
In Japan, there's
descriptively, but just to be
sure.
clear, here, what do you go by, G?
You could call me G. This is just a burner account because I don't
Oh,
use consistent devices.
okay, gotcha. So, G,
Don't save my log.
the only questions I'm going to ask you are the morally relevant ones between humans and
Okay.
animals, such that it's okay to kill the animals, and not the humans. So, it sounds like the answer is no, that the liberty to choose what you want to eat is not a trait that justifies it in the animal context, not the humans. Is that right?
Um, Interesting. So we're focusing on animals for now. When it comes to animals, of
Well, no,
course,
sorry to
their
be very. I don't
dietary.
mean to cut you off, but I just want to be clear. We're focusing
Sure.
on humans, and then we're running through something called the trait equalization process, and asking if this trait is actually true, like you say it is, of what serves as the morally differentiating factor for where moral value is lost. If we were to insert this trait for a human, then it would be the case that the reductio or the logical consequences that I'm giving, what you would have to sign off on that being true as well. So we're actually starting from
Okay.
humans, taking whatever trait you think is true of animals and plugging it into the human context to see if that's what you
Sure.
are holding up to consistently.
Let's start with opportunism. I believe that animals, like humans before and even now, have always just picked what they're going to consume based off of opportunity. And in time, we've developed specific diets. Of course, birds thrive off of seeds and nuts, plant matter, and some birds are carnivorous. We have just straight on carnivory with lions and tigers. And then we have omnivores as well. Omnivores, they could be, for a lack of a better term, bugs, right? Some bugs eat meat, some bugs eat plant at the same time. I'm sure there's larger animals that I'm blanking on now. How do you feel about this?
How do I feel that descriptively larger beings? Yeah, like that beings eat other beings or have historically?
No, I'm plugging in the factor of opportunistic consumption. Both humans and animals can morally consume based off of opportunity, right? If you don't have accessible means of food, the only option is to consume what you can.
Wait, so a
Otherwise, the
couple things.
consequence.
So G, so a
Sure.
couple things. So yeah, first off, if it's not it has to be a trait. It can't be a trait that's shared between the two beings. And you just said that it was, right? So if it's
Okay.
not something that's only true of the animal that causes you to have a differentiating attitude towards it, such that it's okay to kill and eat them, then it's not going to be the case that it's relevant, right? So if you said like humans and animals view X opportunistically, it's not, it doesn't plug in, because I'm trying to find out what is true of an animal that if it were true of a human, right? So if you said that like your average animal is like severely mentally handicapped, and or equivalent to a human, that is, and that's true, then, and you plug that in and said if that was true of people, then I would be okay with eating them. Then that would be an example of you being consistent and also not engaging with what's called category error, where you name something that's, you know, true of both. I'm looking for something that's not true of both, at least as a standard example, such that it serves as the reason why you kill and eat the one and not the other.
Okay. So your position confuses me a little bit. I will need a little bit more clarification.
Mm-hmm.
What you're asking is, what is an animal applicable trait?
So humans have not I'll just ambiguate it. So humans have a set of traits true of them. Do you know what I mean by that?
Which are?
Well, what typically makes up a human? Their human DNA,
Which would
their
be?
average intelligence, everything you know of what your
Okay.
average human to be, right? Can we agree?
So that would be a lot, right? We have genetics, we have backgrounds, we
Sure, but you
have
generally
evolution.
but you generally understand what that means, right? Like a trait is a characteristic or a thing true of that being, right? So if I said humans have a set of traits true of them, you understand what that means, right?
Such as?
That's not a yes or no, but I gave some examples. I said like human DNA. You said you said genetics, which is just a rehash, but you understand
Sure.
what I mean, right? Yeah. Okay.
I
And then
I understand the framing. I don't understand your criteria because it can be
right.
rather
That's
expansive.
that's where
Do
I'm
you
going
have
with it.
criteria?
Well, whatever comes to mind when you have a concept of a human, which presumably is
Sure.
going to be something like their human DNA, the average intelligence level. Like when I think of a human, I
Right.
think of
For
intelligence.
clarification,
Mhm.
because that one seems to be a strong point, use the example of intelligence, just so I can understand where exactly it is that
Sure.
you're
Sure.
pointing
Well, let
at.
me just finish the thought process entirely, because I'm just giving an example
Yeah.
right now, and I'll finish. So, if we
Sure.
understand that obviously, like humans have a set of traits true of them, your average person does, and your average animal that people consume, cows, chickens, and pigs, have traits true of them, and that means something
Okay.
like lower than average intelligence as opposed to a human. That means something like having hooves, having a cow tail, having a pig tail, whatever's true of the beings in question. So on and so forth.
How does that relate to intelligence?
So
Please.
now that I finished that, so just let me finish. So now that I finished that part, if we understand one set of beings has a set of traits true of them, the humans, and the other set of beings, the animals, have a set of traits true of them. Name the trait is asking what point in where is moral value lost? So at what point where what thing is true of an animal, which if it were true of a human, would cause you to say that the human would lose value if it had that trait or set of traits true of them as well. So if you name the trait having a cow tail and hooves, if that was true of a human as well, and then in order to be logically consistent, you'd have to say that every human who had cow tails and hooves were okay to kill and eat for food.
Yeah, no, I understand now. I guess the biggest confusion there is why we would even be correlating that. I mean, from my point of view, we'd never consume a human being. From what you're describing
That's
is
exactly
what
why.
factor?
Yeah, so
Why would we
I'm
consume
glad
an
to.
animal?
Yeah, so that's exactly why. So because logic asserts that if there are differential traits that separate humans and animals, and you have, as a carnist, a differing attitude that causes you to eat one and not the other, there has to be some justification, which is just to say some trait or set of traits that morally differentiate the two, such that you find it acceptable to eat the one and not the other. Or what's more than likely is that you're technically logically inconsistent because you've not thought about this view before. That's mostly the case with almost all carnists. They really just don't realize the logical consequences of their view, and if they actually tried to plug in a trait or set of traits, they would quickly realize that it doesn't hold. And similar to what happened with regards to blacks during slavery, Jews, during World War II, women who got domestically abused, so on and so forth, would realize that it wasn't really that people thought that human rights didn't extend to these other groups. It's just that we weren't consistently applying our values, and it wasn't until somebody pointed out the philosophy in question and dismantled the confusion therein that there was a problem with it. So that's why we're making the comparison, to show that you have absurd logical consequences if you attempt to justify the view, but you ought to be logically consistent and not absurd by choosing veganism.
Sure. Okay. So I kind of get what you're at, right? I definitely think that a factor would be, perceptionally agency, right? Moral agency. I'm not a big believer in morality as a law of reality, as more as it is a human construct. So that can
Absolutely, I'm
have
a
its own
subjectivist.
fallacy. Sure. It's just fluid, right? It can be manipulated. But moral agency, right? The ability to just kind of decide whether something or not is applicable to the case. For example, morally, we don't eat cats and dogs in the US, but that's different in other places, such as with horses as well. And here we eat cows. That's not done in other places. So,
Descriptively.
moral agency.
But the challenge of name the trait is a prescriptive one. So it's not the case that anybody who doesn't eat cats or dogs, or doesn't eat horses in some areas and not others, or what the strongest case is really doesn't eat humans that are trait equalized with whatever traits people think may be relevant. The real point is just to say that people aren't in realization of their inconsistencies. Descriptively, people don't eat cats and dogs or any of these other beings, and I don't think they would eat, for example, a human who, if they were blindfolded, were told, hey, this being has a reduction of intelligence, or a change of a species that's not technically human DNA, but they have a will to live, so on and so forth. If you took off the blindfold and found out it was a severely mentally handicapped person who just looked human but actually had the DNA of a cow, I don't think that person would kill them. But if they said that they still would, just because they knew that it technically was not human, then that's what's called a shell morality position. So, the descriptives don't really matter. It's just on whether or not it's actually justified when we do think about it.
I guess, can I focus in on the term justification?
Sure.
So, to your point, when it comes to, what is justified in consumption, that's another ambiguous part. Again, another human construct. So,
well, just to be clear, we're going to make this ultra simple, because I am a firm believer of not being convoluted. And my mentor once taught me, if you can't explain something on the level of a kindergartner, not to be condescending, but just to demonstrate how much, understanding you ought to have of the position, then you don't understand it well enough. So to be ultra crystal clear, it's just this simple. The same exact attitude you would have in the trait equalized human context. So killing
You're trying
humans,
to explain it in simplistic forms, as simple as a kindergartner. I don't think a kindergartner could understand. What was that term you said? Simplistic form or something? Can you reiterate that one more time?
So it's called hyperbole to say to a kindergartner. It's just to demonstrate that
No,
you
I
understand
understand that.
something
I
well
definitely
enough.
understand
Well, it sounded
hyperbole,
a little bit well. It definitely sounded a little bit like you were trying to take me seriously
but
there
your
when you said I don't think a
terminology can
kindergartner would
be
understand.
complex to the point where even just a young individual as myself might not fully understand exactly what you're saying
You
at the speed
don't.
that you're saying it.
What word? Okay, I could slow down if you want, but what word or words didn't you
Yes, please.
understand?
Right after you explain the simplicity of explaining to a
Okay.
kindergartner, you then use complex terminology.
Okay. So if somebody wouldn't, if somebody would have an attitude against killing humans, whatever you would conceptualize that or think of that, right? You would think it's wrong, presumably, right, to kill humans.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If you can think, perceive, I doubt you've never heard of the word conceptualize before. If you could
No, I
conceptualize
have.
that, right. So if you conceptualize the idea that that is something you would not prefer, find wrong, not acceptable, synonymous would just be not justified, then point by analogy,
Sure.
that's all that's meant by not justified in the animal context. So it's just that simple.
Okay. I will admit to you, I'm not a educated individual in this term. I am a consumer of meat, and I
What
wanted
term?
to just your field, which is, it seems you have vast knowledge in this. I'll definitely be honest and say that I'm just a consumer of meat and plants, and I just wanted to come
This is
from
the
a
beauty, right? But this is the beauty of name the
yeah,
trait,
yeah.
right? Because if we're talking from your own view, right? So that's you already possess the attitude that it's wrong to kill humans, and you already possess the attitude that it's morally acceptable to kill animals for food. Then your position is, it doesn't take any more thought than the realization of what what it means to kill a
I
being if you
guess
were to plug in certain traits. So you don't have to be
saying
well thought out
killing
on it as long
human
as you would have the intuition pump in the human context to say that intelligence
saying
or
killing
species
a
wouldn't justify it.
human is a very, very just wrong thing to agree with, and that's why
Wait,
you
what
can't
is a
just
wrong thing to agree with?
say killing humans. Now, what I'm
Wait, what do you
saying
mean it's a
is,
wrong thing to? You mean to say that you wouldn't agree with it, regardless?
what I'm trying to say is, one cannot just say killing humans is okay, right? So you could never expect anyone to just admit that, correct?
What do you, no, I don't know what that means. What do you mean you can never admit that? You mean practically speaking, somebody wouldn't admit it if they thought it was okay?
Yes.
Okay, well that's a side point because I'm speaking under the conditional of if you thought it were okay. And side point, if you we're not even talking about, actually, let me correct myself. We're not even talking about a version of you that would think it is okay. We're talking about the you that doesn't think it is okay to kill humans because you already signed, that's your current position, right? That it's wrong to kill humans.
I definitely think that it's wrong to kill humans.
Okay. So if it's wrong to kill humans and that's your real position, then unless you have a view that differentiates with a trait or set of traits, something that justifies that context between humans and animals, I don't know what point you think is relevant to say that somebody, if they were somebody who would find it acceptable to kill humans, would find it acceptable to kill humans. We're not talking about that person. We're talking about the version of you that doesn't find it acceptable to kill humans. So to be consistent, you have to find it acceptable. You have to find it unacceptable to kill animals as well, unless it were the case that you can name some trait or set of traits that you think serve as a moral relevant temperature breaker that don't cause you to succumb into absurdity.
How about just the energy production you can get from the consumption
The energy production you could get from the consumption? What?
of meat? Yes. When you consume meat, you gain energy because your system breaks it down. That's
Is
important, right?
that is that the trait you're naming that serves as a moral relevant temperature breaker to kill the animal and not the human?
Yes.
First of all, that's not a differential trait because you can kill a human for energy. You understand that, right? There are people that
Not
cannibalize,
without
right?
consequence.
Wait. But you said
Yes.
the trait was just the consumption, the energy that you get from it. You didn't say that
Okay,
it
let's
was
use the
also
trait consequence.
consequences. Huh?
Let's focus on the trait consequence.
Well, is it consequence or consequence and consumption?
Allow me to reiterate. Let's focus on the term consequence instead of consumption, right? Because it might not be the fastest, right? I might be one of those low intellectual folks that might be victimized under your scope. Not saying that's your claim, but that's, the example we've been proposed by you. I'm not the smartest, not the sharpest tool in the shed, but let's
I don't know
focus
where I
instead
proposed that.
on
That was a drive-by.
consequence. No, it was just an example you used.
What was an example I used?
Low intellect beings
Oh,
being
I thought you said
justifiably consumed.
I thought you said I said you would be low intellect if you didn't track or something. Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
No. You're okay. I'm only saying that because I want to instead change my trait, which would be now consequences. I'd like to explore that topic. I think it is
Sure.
morally justifiable to consume, animal meat, and you couldn't really plug that into a human because there would be consequences behind that sort of behavior.
Wait. When we plug in a trait or set of traits from an animal onto a human, we are holding equal that there would not be consequences, just like how there are not in our current world for killing animals. So that's granted.
There have been consequences to killing animals, sure.
I'm not asking. No, I'm not asking. No, that's not what I said. I didn't say there have been consequences to killing animals. I'm saying that when a trait or set of traits is plugged in from an animal to a human, we are not saying we are automatically granting that there would not be consequences for it, right? It's called held equal. It's a situation where you said, what if just these traits were plugged in? If you threw in the trait in question of, well, what if there were consequences? We're going to factor that out, because then it's not, that doesn't allow the thought experiment to go through if you were to say that.
Isn't that just a classic case of moving the goalpost?
What do you mean of moving the goalpost? If you said a trait was intelligence, right? That allows that serves as a differentiating trait. Wait. Let's see. I'm trying to have to understand this. If you said the trait was intelligence, do that. That's just a hypo dodge.
Connection issue.
Oh,
I understand now.
Here we go. Okay, connection came back. Is we good now? Okay.
Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. I think it was just the stream.
Okay. No worries. Okay. You know what? I gotta apologize to you. I don't think I really fully grasped the majority of what you had shared with me in terms of the name the trait. I kind of came in, wanting to share why I believe it's okay. I do now kind of understand your thought experiment. Let me propose something. Can we deviate from the thought experiment? I'm not a big proponent of thought experiments based off of what ifs as much as I am a proponent of
I love that you said that. No, I love that you said that, because here's the thing.
Yeah.
The straw man that will typically happen with regards to hypotheticals, thought experiments, anything of the like, is that people say, oh, it's a what if, it's not currently true of the world. To be clear, the real world consequences of your view exists regardless of whether or not you answer the hypothetical. So say, for example, you thought that the differentiating traits between humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill one and not the other, were intelligence and species. That's going to be true regardless of whether or not you answer the question. That means that for all these animals that are getting their throats slit, getting raped, getting abused, getting murdered, everything like that, all that happening would not be okay by your own view if those traits were never answered to be acceptable or not. The thought experiment is just a tool to see whether or not you would actually be okay with it. Likely, I could answer that for you. You would think it would be crazy for you to think that mentally handicapped supermen are okay to have that happen towards. I mean, I'm not going to insert your view for you, but I doubt you would actually sign off on that, for example.
Well, I wouldn't sign off on it because I don't think people should get killed for their lack of intelligence, but less that as much as there is no Superman.
It was a trait stack.
Okay, sure, but
okay,
Superman is where you derail human, just regular Joe.
So tell me, do you to see how little you actually engage with hypotheticals in the real world? Like, do you ever watch Star Wars or Superman as a movie or any of these movies and say to your okay, maybe you don't have imagination.
Never watched Star
Wars. That's fine. I haven't either, but I know of it, right? And one thing I know people wouldn't say is that when they watch entertainment, they wouldn't say that they don't engage with the logical consequences of what a movie pretends is true simply because it's not real, right? Like, there's a reason why things have an emotional impact on people, or people engage with conditionals regardless of whether or not they know it's actually happening. It's because they say to themselves, man, if that were happening, if I was a person in that movie, you know, I would or wouldn't be okay with that. But if you really want to be difficult about it, just for the point to go through, we could just say, let's start from human DNA and say that it was slightly altered. Right? If you said that it was technically was not human DNA anymore because it had like, you know, I don't know, 5% or 10%, or let's say it was like 90% cow species, but it subjectively looked like a human. So technically they were a different species, and they definitely had less intelligence, right? The point that I was making earlier is, regardless of whether or not you actually find it to be, or sorry, you ever answer that hypothetical, I doubt you would find it to be okay to kill and infinitely holocaust those beings.
I mean, that kind of comes off as an extremist point.
What's
Wouldn't you agree that moderation is important? Holocausting the being indefinitely for consumption sounds like an extremist point. I think moderation is not being regarded. Correct?
Yes, sarcasm sold separately. I am so sorry that I didn't factor out that it would be okay as long as we put a cap on how many beings are raped, kidnapped, and tortured and slaughtered. Like, if the savior to the position is supposed to just be that there's a limitation on how much you rape, I would love to see if you'd actually hold that to be true for, you know, a serial rapist.
I really struggle to find the correlation between rape and meat consumption.
Well, it's what I'm analogizing that's true of those, right?
That's a.
So I'll explain what I mean, since you don't seem to understand that. When a cow is artificially inseminated, right? If a woman were to forcibly have sperm stuck down her vagina, that would be constituted as rape. Do we agree on that?
For humans, I definitely see that that's true.
Okay.
And in fact,
so then what trait or set of traits
of
is true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say that it's not rape instead?
Oh, okay. Thank you. I think you have framed it in a way, but in just an incredibly volatile terminology. Rape. It's horrible.
I literally plugged in the concept. No, I challenge you logically to name a trait or set of traits that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to not call it rape.
Doesn't have to be unlogical.
What's that?
Volatility does not have to be illogical.
No. The trait or set of, there have to be a trait or set of traits that differentiate two beings that cause you to say you wouldn't use the term rape for an animal. So then what's the trait?
Can we use a different trait? Because I don't want to be in a position of defending
what trait or set of traits are true of a cow, chicken, or pig that if they were true of a female human would cause you to not call it rape?
Okay, now we're differentiating genders from just humans. So this is becoming. Well, now you said of a human female.
It's an example
instead of just humans.
It's an example.
But it's an example that I struggle to.
It could be true. It could be true of males as well.
Yeah,
it's really funny because you said earlier that you struggle to understand hypotheticals really well. So when I zoomed in, especially on a certain point for you to understand, because a typical situation of somebody getting raped, we all know it happens more with females than males, is I gave that as an example for you to conceptualize. I gave you an example for you to conceptualize.
I just do not want to be positioned where I'm defending anything that has the terminology rape on my end.
Right, so then you should probably go vegan. But if you want to say that you don't agree, but that's not what you said, right? Because you didn't agree with the terminology
human rape
of using rape
incorrect.
What do you mean human rape is incorrect for what?
It's not something that should be done, right? You cannot go and
rape. So that begs
the
question: what trait or set of traits differentiate humans and animals such that you would say it's okay to do to an animal and not a human?
But we don't rape animals
descriptively. I'm asking you what trait or set of traits cause you to say that it is morally neutral or acceptable.
I don't want to say it's morally neutral or acceptable to rape an animal.
You have an attitude that allows it.
But anything in regards to an animal being raped is not something I'm going to defend. If we can use a different terminology, that would be better.
Disagree? Because wait. Do you disagree? Do you disagree that artificial insemination is a necessary part of the process of buying dairy?
Um, I mean, I don't think it's necessary. You can tell me if it is or isn't.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. You
Okay.
definitely want to educate yourself on that one, buddy, because it's very
Because
common knowledge. It's very common
it
knowledge that
insemination does what?
cows don't produce milk by
Milk without
themselves.
being pregnant. Sure. Now, I
Well, it
don't
sounds
think
like
you
you're
need
actually
to.
very familiar with it. It's almost like you took the
Yeah,
words out of my mouth. You
well,
sure you don't remember conveniently when I started to remind you of it?
the thing is, I'm letting you, you know, behave in the way you'd like to behave because that's your right, and
You're
I'm not
letting
gonna,
me.
throw it in your face.
Thank you. Thank
That's
you
all I
from.
can do as myself is throw it back at someone, but I'm not gonna do that. I have no control over how you react. I will, however,
That
mention
all
that.
doesn't engage with what I
Look,
asked you, which is
no, I understand, but I'd like
if this
to
were in the
set my position
if this were in the
because
cow context,
I feel like I
would you
am
call it rape?
only able to reply within a mere sentence while I do allow you to perform
Well, there's
paragraphs. It is okay
well,
to provide
Brandolini's law says
announcements.
that there is more work that has to be put
Rambling.
into disambiguating sophistry than creating it. And then every
Okay.
single time I disambiguate a point, I then have to repeat myself because one sentence in, as you like to just complain about, you already make another
Mhm.
mistake. So I'm going to continue to cut you off and correct you if you continue to make mistakes.
Okay. So
But I'm also going to press you on the
accurate.
question, would you call it rape in the cow context? Because that's what's relevant to the matter.
No,
You said you
I would not
right. So what
call it
trait or
rape.
set of traits
I
cause
think
you to
that
say that
the
it's not rape
appropriate way
in
to
the animal
moderate.
context, but it is rape in the human context?
I would.
Do you have the trait? Or are
So
you scared?
I would believe that. No. So I mean, I just can't find a trait. I would love to hear what
But it
kind of
exists?
options you provide because so far I've heard
Well,
intelligence,
then you
I've
should be
heard
agnostic.
genetics, and I've
You should
heard
be
rape.
You should be agnostic on whether or not you would constitute it as
What does
rape at the
that have
very
to do with
least.
diet?
If you're this is a joke, right? Okay, you'd
I
have to be
believe I
agnostic if you're
believe
not able to find
rape of an animal
if you can't find a differentiating
is
trait between two things. Let me give you an example. Okay? If you go inside of a room and you see something that looks like an apple, and then you have something under the plate in question, and somebody lifts it up, and they said right next to that apple, there's something that looks identical to that apple. And you say, I don't want to say that this is also an apple as well, because it's a different
I'll
color. One's
gladly
green and
call it an
one's red.
apple. I won't use the
But
term rape as
no,
part
but
of my
that's what I mean.
defense.
Well, the analogy is towards the use of the word rape. So you
I
denying that
know,
one thing
but
is an apple because
I
it's a
really
different
don't want to
color is
position
the
myself
same.
where I can
You
try to
denying that
convince
it's
someone
rape
that
because it's a different color begs the question. There has to be something that differentiates it in some way, shape, or form, some trait or set of traits between one apple versus the other, or one being versus the other being, that you're scared to call it rape with regards to the cow, but you're not scared to do it with the human.
okay, because we have law to clearly define rape with humans. With
Okay, so
animals, that would just be
if you didn't have the law to tell you that it was rape, would you still call it rape?
if I didn't have the law to tell.
Not to teach it
I
to
guess,
you, but if
I
the
guess
law wasn't in
if we
agreement with
didn't
you.
have that, and we also didn't have the understanding of what just non-consent is, then I wouldn't be able to recognize it,
Seems like
right?
that's
But
all
because
that really matters is the concept of consent.
it's important to be able to consent. Animals cannot consent.
It seems like insofar as how we term the use of the word rape, lacking consent is all that's required. Not really the law, right? Because you just said if the law didn't say anything about it, the concept of lacking consent would be the only part that's relevant, right?
Let's explore that topic.
Is that yes or no?
Let's explore the topic.
You don't have an answer to that? You're agnostic?
I guess I wouldn't want to make myself look bad.
You wouldn't want to say to a woman, she's not being
I'll
raped
say
if
that
there's a country right now where it's legal to rape her. That's what you're saying. Like, forcibly hold
I
her
would
down.
I would stand between any individual raping another individual.
So
I
you would
don't
call
see
it rape then, regardless of the law.
I
There you go. It wasn't
I
that
don't
hard. You've never
I don't
thought
think
about this
that
before, but you
animals
answered
can
it
apply
because all it takes.
equally.
Hold on, because all it takes is critical thought and logical consistency to see that the trait or set of traits that you're trying to name don't actually go through. So the law doesn't actually serve as a morally relevant trait that causes you to say that it's rape or not. So if that doesn't exist in the animal context,
Well, it's more the reactions of the totality of the circumstance, right? You see a woman who is in danger, you see a man who is in danger at threat of being raped.
Descriptively, you have a stronger visceral response. So let's just explore that. If you were to see a cow start to have a giant fist shoved down her vagina, would you constitute that as rape?
I would not.
Okay. So then what's the trait or set of traits that cause you to say that you would not, but you would for the human?
The fact that it doesn't have the ability. No, sorry, let's forget about abilities. The fact that it's just not capable of taking its own actions into its own hands. We're capable of deciding what others are faced with. So for the cow, unfortunately, its decisions are out of its realm of control. That's upon us.
Is that a point? Wait, let me make sure I understand that.
More specifically, allow me to specify. Allow me to specify. More specifically in relation to a domesticated animal, which is considered property.
Yeah, so I know that descriptively they're considered property. That doesn't answer the question.
Non-propertized creatures.
That doesn't answer the question.
I was specifying, so I couldn't hear your question.
No, that doesn't engage with what I was saying. Because here's what happened. I said, what trait or set of traits differentiate the two? You said it was inability to be able to control its circumstances. And I was trying to figure out what that meant. You said something like domestic abuse. So does that mean might makes right? Or does that mean like they just currently don't have the law on their side? Like, is this a legal point or is this a physical point?
No, they're biologically incapable of controlling their circumstances.
What does it mean to be biologically incapable of?
The lack of opposable thumbs, being able to manipulate your accessibility.
Okay, so physically. That's what I asked. I said physically.
Let's go with that.
Okay, so any human who biologically is incapable of physically defending themselves would be okay to take advantage of off that view.
In your hypothetical, not in the real world.
Wait. You say hypothetical. What do you mean? No, it's the logical consequences of your view. That's true right now. If the trait or set of traits that differentiate the two such that it's okay to call it rape in one and not the other, or constitute it as rape, you wouldn't even take action, is just that they don't have a physical way to defend themselves, that's going to be true of any situation right now for any human that's severely mentally handicapped.
However, you and I are not going to... However, you and I'm going to make an assumption that you don't consume meat. You already know that I do.
But that doesn't answer the question.
No. What I'm stating is that you and I would not do harm upon someone who is less... who is perceived as
justifies
less than.
Allowing people who are severely physically handicapped from being able to be being defended.
Now, why does it justify it?
Ask yourself. You're the one who named the trait. I said, what trait or set of traits allow it to be constituted as rape? Allow it to be constituted as rape in the animal context and not the human. You said it's them not being able to physically defend themselves. So if we plug that into a human, any human who's not able to physically defend themselves, it's going to have to logically follow that's true as well. You said that's not in the real world, but that's true of the real world. If that's your real position, that's what would follow.
I would love to see an example of how that is just a truth in the world besides nuances,
what do you mean
right?
What do you mean a truth in the world? It's called logically following. You should probably take a first order logic class to realize that when you plug in a certain variable, any statements which you plug into that have that variable entailed are going to follow from it.
Applicable to the thought experiment.
It's of the real world. If it's true that the trait that you're mentioning is a physical incapability of defending themselves, right now, physically handicapped people who cannot defend themselves off of that view, if you're not being dishonest with me, it would logically follow. That's not a thought experiment. Why do you think slavery or any other position would be justified? Not because it's a thought experiment that they thought blacks were inferior. It's because in the real world, their inferiority led to enslavement and other moral atrocities.
Sure. that doesn't directly relate to animal consumption. That is a genuine,
Well, it
real,
doesn't so for
historical
no, it
aspect.
does, it
But
does,
hold
it
on,
does
I
insofar.
do
Wait, no,
want
no,
to
no,
make
no, no,
my
no, no, no,
point
no, no,
here.
no. It does insofar as what the trait that you named for constituting it as rape versus not rape. You just said that it would not be rape if they were severely physically handicapped. That happens in the real world. If that were to happen in the
A
real world,
physical,
that's not a
a
hypothetical.
physical
That's not a
handicap.
hypothetical. Your position really justifies that.
I'm sorry, but a physical
That's
handicap in
evil.
a human
That's
being is
hilarious.
not a one-to-one correlation between an animal's inability to have the same biological metrics as a human
Wait, I
being.
couldn't hear
Do
that.
you
A
disagree with
human
that?
what?
No worries. A human with handicaps does not have the same correlation as an animal that cannot have the same biological metrics as a human.
That just sounds like
Essentially,
jargon. You said
but
earlier the
a lot of
position was
what
not
you
being able
said
to
sounds like
have the
jargon,
ability
but
to
I'm not
defend
throwing that in your
themselves.
face. I feel like I might have finally said something of value, and I feel
Well,
like you
instead of
instantly
conceding the
shot it
point, no,
down.
well, no, instead of conceding the point that what you said justifies taking advantage of physically handicapped
But the
people,
problem here is
instead of conceding
you
that
are correlating
position
a
and then
cow's. Hold
changing
on,
it, which is fine, you could do
allow
that.
me,
You could do
allow me.
that, but you have to
If you will
concede.
allow me, will you allow me?
To concede? Yes.
No, no, no. Sorry, to make my next point.
Well, you got to concede. I mean, you literally said that the trait not being able
I'm
to
not
physically defend
switching off
yourself
of
was
the
a
topic.
was what caused it to be rape in one situation and not the other.
This is very black and white. Allow me to add some color to it. I'm not moving off the point.
Well,
We're
then
still
don't pick
working
a
on
position. Well,
duty
then
for.
don't pick a
But
position whose logical entailment is such to that.
excuse me, if I may.
Can you recognize that that's a
This
logical
this
consequence,
structure,
even
a
if you
debate
don't
has
actually
structure.
commit, even if you don't
If we can,
actually commit, even if you don't
I
actually
would
commit to the
I would
position?
love to hear. I would love to see the chat's
Can
opinions
you
on just
consider?
how much.
This is
Excuse
between
me.
us right now. This is between us
Excuse
right
me.
now,
I
man. You don't
understand,
have to try to get
but
the
I would
chat into
really.
here. Don't worry about that.
No, no, no. What I'm having a hard time accepting is.
Okay, so I'm just gonna mute you for a second. I'm just gonna reiterate again. You don't have to commit to the position, but you do need to concede that that is a logical consequence if you were to commit to the position. Do you understand now?
I cannot concede because it's logically infallible. My only issue currently before I'm able
Maybe
to.
don't pick a position that's logically infallible then. I mean,
No,
I
no,
assume you
no. I'm
mean that
sorry.
it's logically infallible
Your
because it's an absurd
your
view, right? You're
reasonability of it.
running. You're
Well,
scared. I
your
know. It's a
ability to
problem. It's
reason.
sad. Oh, all the physically handicapped people that just get fucked. Damn.
Can I just say something?
Can you
I
concede?
I def, can I may if you're able to convince me, right? But
Well, I already said enough to reflect your own view back onto you. Once again, can you concede that a logical consequence of the trait that you named, which is being physically handicapped to the point where you cannot defend yourself, justifies humans being raped?
problem right now is you're getting
Is that a
90% of
yes
the
or no?
microphone and I get 10% of
I
the
am
ability to speak.
I am putting us back
May
on
I?
track. If you don't like being put back onto track, don't derail the conversation.
No, no, no. I'm not trying to derail. I can
You are because you
appreciate you
won't
bringing us
answer.
back on track. I can appreciate you bringing us back on
You're
track.
not because you
But
won't answer.
there's a
I
point
never.
I'd like to.
Here's what I said. I
I'd,
never
I'd
said
like
that you're
to
committed to
explore
the position. If
something you
that's what you're
said.
scared of, just don't
No,
say that you commit to the position. I get that you were trying shit out. It didn't work. Throw shit at
if
the
I
wall. It
if
doesn't
I
stick.
ultimately
That's fine.
determine that I will not commit to the position, I will proudly tell you. There's a focal point.
But that's not the point. The point is whether or not you agree that the logical consequences of what you named lead to that. That's all.
But the way you framed it is incorrect. You mentioned
I
a
used your
cow
own
having hooves.
terminology.
No, but you framed it incorrectly. Using it doesn't mean that it wasn't framed differently. What I'm saying here is you mentioned that I mentioned that the inability of control, right? Now that in your terminology was construed as, oh, the hooves of a cow.
No, no, no,
Right.
no, no, no,
Not
no, 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 no,
me
no, no, no.
saying,
The last thing we spoke about when I last asked you whether or not you would constitute one situation as rape and even intervene was whether or not they had the physical capability to defend themselves. That's on stream.
right.
Everybody saw it. You want to talk about chat? They more than fucking saw that, and it's going to be on replay.
They also can see that I'm able to speak maybe 10% of the time during this conversation. But my
Which
point
wouldn't
being
happen if
here,
you didn't derail the conversation. So you have yourself to thank.
Sure. What I'm trying to suggest here is
So
that
again, I'm going to give you another opportunity to answer whether or not
in
you
animals'
agree that the
inability to.
logical, you continue to cut me off and you're going to get booted. Answer whether or not the logical consequences, this is going to be my last warning, that you agree that the logical consequences of what you named, instead of constantly trying to shift the goalpost onto something else, I only have so much patience for that. Okay? You clearly are bad faith. You want to show me that you're not? Last chance. Do you agree that the logical consequences from the view that you named when I reflected your view back at you was that you would have to say that physically human, handicapped people who cannot defend themselves, you would not constitute as rape off of the view that you named?
I disagree.
That's what you said.
Yeah, well, I disagree.
You disagree that you said it? Or you disagree
I
with the view?
disagree with your terminology of handicap. It doesn't
So
correlate.
now you're pretending that you didn't understand what it meant to be physically handicapped. I literally said to the same degree that it happens the same degree that you would say. You said opposable thumbs and being able to stop the situation in question.
Does not relate to a human's handicappedness.
It does. I literally said if it were the same.
But you cannot make it
context.
the same. An
What do you mean I
animal's
can't make it the same?
inability to have opposable thumbs does not correlate to a human's handicappedness. Okay, someone with cerebral
If the human in
palsy,
question had a handicap where they couldn't fight back, that was the trait.
No, the trait was the inability to control themselves. Now, what you did
Control
is say that.
themselves. No,
Well,
you said to
right.
control the circumstances.
Right. Okay, fine.
What do you mean, right?
But the problem here is that you are correlating that to a.
So you're out, and that sophistry is not going to slide by. You're trying to get me to lose steam because you don't have any sort of respect for logic. Yeah, as Morales said, be honest, it follows. Right? Like when you got caught on it, you did not want to admit it. If you don't have logical consequences of trait, then you should go vegan. Right, exactly. Dandelion Gum. My opinion is that you don't understand the concession here. You essentially just said that raping humans is okay if they don't have the ability to fight themselves. Even Dandelion Gum sees it. Like, come on, dog. You're just so bad faith. And the thing is, you could see the entire time that he was trying to, like, debate. He was, like, building into it. Like, he kept dancing with this, like, oh, I'm going to put on this really, like, good demeanor. Like, I'm so respectful. I'm so nice. And then he just fucking side-sweeped that contextually by being like, well, I just need to explain something else. And he'd say something super crazy casually. Like, what the fuck was that? He was just like, oh, yeah, I don't have I didn't say that. Oh, no, I didn't do that. Like, it just became gaslighting, you know? At some point, I'm fine with giving people a chance. You know, again, they can change their positions. They can, thank you. Yeah. Some of the biggest problems I see is when people let debates go too far and they get taken advantage of. They don't clarify terms. They just want to let the person talk because they feel this like social guilt of like, oh my God, like that's true. Like they haven't talked in a while. Well, the truth doesn't care about how redundant somebody's voice sounds. The truth cares about who's derailing the conversation, who's staying on track for the conversation, who's trying to get off topic, who seems to be bad faith, who's not. I'm engaging with philosophy and logic here, and sophistry does not fucking slide. If your sophistry is such to that, you know, they're genuine errors, it's going to be apparent that you don't actually commit to those because you're going to do your best faith attempt to, you know, engage with what the other party is saying. And he couldn't even agree that a logical consequence of the view that he named. He didn't. I told him, I'm not saying you have to sign off on the fucking view. Like, but just admit that's what would be true if you did sign off on the view. You realize it's dumb. You want to step back. No shit. You know who's telling you got to commit. But this is like when I hear dumb people like Oliveira. She's a vegan influencer on Instagram, and she said, you know, oh, dating a non-vegan is actually better because then this way we're expanding veganism. And so I threw her logic back at her. I said, would you say the same is true of a pedophile? Same is true of a murderer, a rapist, so on and so forth. She didn't answer me, but it's really funny because she made a video a few days ago where she talked about how hot it would be if a guy, not if he worked out, not if he liked nature or any of these other things, but if he was vegan. That's really fascinating, Olivera. That's really fascinating. So it's almost like, you realize that the idea of somebody violating the rights to life of other beings, and at 7 years at that, by the way, in case you guys were like, oh, this is only like, calm down. She's only dated him for 7 minutes or 7 weeks or 7 months if you're that crazy. No. She claims she was with her husband for 7 years and he's still not stopped murdering and enslaving and raping and kidnapping. At some point, it's ideology, right? No matter how crazy you are to think that the baseline standard isn't that you wouldn't even allow it at first in the human context, but it should be the case that, you're against it, period. No, gross. Yeah, seriously. I don't have the knowledge of what is getting violated, how bad it is. Yeah, I don't know what that part responded to. I'm sure that was much earlier in the convo and whatnot, but thanks for the input, Little. I think he's missing the knowledge of... Oh, I didn't read the earlier part. I think he's missing the knowledge of how much intelligence/consciousness animals have. A lot of folks assume there is none experiences like above. No, that's not reasonable. 2 points. I mean, if he thought that was the case, I mean, I would expect him to think that he would special plead that a cat or a dog has a subjective experience, but not other animals. But even if he was consistent on thinking that was not true of other animals, that would not be a reasonable default of a position to think that like animals just don't experience a subjective experience. He didn't even explain anything like that either, so that doesn't seem to be the case. So yeah, I'm just gonna say he's probably extremely bad faith. And yeah, he realized that you can't justify sophistry to in a real life debate. Maybe if he was worth the time more by either being more intellectual or having a large enough following to show how dumb his position was, maybe. But it's one complaint I can't stand as well is you're taking so long, you use so many words. Don't derail the conversation. There will be less total words and less words from my side if I have to fucking not correct you. You can make your own wish come true. Here at fucking don't fuck yourself over land. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, gonna take a quick pause from here. Just hold on. Okay. All right. Let's see if I can get this video cap back up. Where is it? Ryan, where are you? Oh, convince me I'm wrong. Do you see it? Oh. There we go.
Yep.
It's back. Ryan, I've missed you so fucking much. Oh my god. I've missed dismantling your fucking retardation. Goodness gracious. Biology. Wow. Okay. Chemistry. We're just stating scientific classes here. What's up, Justin? Oh, well, you're probably saying, can anyone justify eating animals? Biology. What's meant by biology, Justin? Okay.
Not necessarily because I'm vegan. Vegans can't sleepy today, even though I didn't go to the gym. I just had bad sleep again. Not necessarily because I'm vegan. Vegans can't sleep all, but
Oh my god, he's already so insecure. It's not just because I'm vegan. No, vegans. Dude, why are you so fucking insecure? Why would you think that anyone would think that? Like, no shit. It's not because you're vegan that you're fucking tired. It's because you're a decrepit old man. What the fuck? You're only insecure because you literally avoided giving any intellectual guidance to people, even though it was the simplest sort of guidance that you could have been asked to give. It was literally just a request of, oh, can you give some kind of justification towards, or I mean, some kind of, like logical foundation for why I should follow the ethics of veganism? And you were like, sounds like you already did. So peace. The fuck is that?
But like yesterday morning, like at around 6 a.m., I sensed.
Can we justify a lion eating gazelle? No, and any vegan who thinks that they can, Justin, is logically inconsistent. Just like how I wouldn't think it's okay for a mentally handicapped person to kill another mentally handicapped person. It's wrong for somebody to think that that's justified in the animal context. I know you may think that that is a gotcha to a vegan. I mean, the funniest part is, even if somebody did think it was wrong somehow, there's many dumb vegans who currently hold that position. That wouldn't mean that they can't also hold to that it's wrong to breed and enslave, animals, or to add to that. But yeah, of course, to be logically consistent, if you would stop a serial killer, right? If you would stop a mentally handicapped murderer from going around and eating, hundreds of people, then why the fuck wouldn't you stop the lion? So yeah. Good point. Thanks for reminding us, Justin.
Fix this on my phone. I got yesterday morning, like at around 6 a.m. I since fixed this on my phone. I got you just get those emergency alerts. They're called Amber Alerts in some parts of the.
Oh my god, he's like the oldest person ever. You get those emergency alerts. They're called Amber Alerts. Unless you want to offend, go ahead and just through a voice chat. That's right. Yeah, you're more than welcome. Who the fuck talks about Amber Alerts as if it's not, like, announced to people?
The world, and it always happens. So if you live in a big city like I do with 200,000 plus people, odds are someone's going to go missing or something like that.
I'm so sorry that people go missing, Ryan.
So I get these dumb alerts, and I'm not out.
Oh my god. He gets worse. He doesn't just not give a fuck about animal rights. He doesn't give a fuck about human rights either. Ugh. Like, you live in a big city with 200,000 people, like, odds are someone's gonna go missing. You get these dumb alerts. What the fuck? How apathetic can you be? It's like he came around from being so fucking hippie-esque that he's just horrendous. What do you mean odds are you get these dumb alerts? If this stops somebody from being, like, kidnapping from going through, somebody from being continually raped, sex trafficked, enslaved, just horrible things happening, and the worst that happens is that you wake up because, like, a fucking Amber Alert went off. Dude, you're a fucking dick.
I'm in bed. I'm not going to find anyone. So anyway,
Oh, that's what it's for. For the people that are in bed that aren't going to find somebody. Holy shit, I didn't even think... Oh my god. Yo, I really didn't expect to play this and in 7 minutes him just dismantle himself. Like, you look like a fucking douchebag. Why do you stream, dude? Why do you stream? God damn. Do you just hear, you're literally here instead of a fucking retirement home bitching to the other fucking people because like you've got too much money on your hands. I see a nice ass microphone and guitar and other shit in your place. You know, it would really, really help the world if you were put forcibly inside of some retirement home, because the shit that you're perpetuating, like being apathetic towards humans going missing, sex trafficked, raped, murdered, and it's no surprise that you wouldn't give anybody advice on following the ethics of veganism. You didn't even just refer them to Dominion. How fucking tough is that, Ryan? Is that so hard to say, watch Dominion, 2 words, Joaquin Phoenix did all the work for me? So sorry. Goodness gracious. Bitter because Angie always goes missing. You watch your cougar, old man. Watch your fucking cougar, dog. Yo, shut the fuck up.
I couldn't go back to sleep after that, so I turned it off, and it just...
Poor baby. And we all know you were sleeping by yourself on the couch.
I realized how many times these Amber Alerts have just been useless and
Oh my god. What the fuck is this? These Amber Alerts have been useless. To whom? You? You're such a dick.
freak us all. It goes off on all our...
About this? Why is he going on about this? He won't stop.
And well, because we're finding out he doesn't just dislike animal rights while still maintaining the title vegan and actually showing that he just is an attention whore like his fucking wife. He doesn't even respect human rights. He's actually pissed. And people donate $3, Dr. Bear, $30. Yo, I'm gonna make a killing out here when I fucking monetize. What the fuck?
Devices. So anyway, that ruined my sleep yesterday. Today, it goes off on all our devices. So anyway...
Yeah, start to petition to remove Amber Alerts. Yeah, more people kidnapped, enslaved, tortured, raped, and murdered. Woo! What the fuck are you on about?
That ruined my sleep yesterday. Today, got a little bit better sleep, no Amber Alerts, but still kind of tired. So anyway,
This is pathetic. This is actually fucking nonsense. You really want pity. God.
What was my point I was going to ask, though? So anyway, what was my point I was going to ask, though?
I don't know. What was it, old man? Somewhere between you going through your 50 different medications to take in the next 30 minutes, I think you lost it.
Peter, it's too late to cancel our Disney parks or subscription or anything like that. I mean, it's something we already pretty much paid for. It's good until like August.
Hold on, I gotta show chat replay. They're talking about Disney?
Of 2026. It's something we already...
My god.
What the heck?
Yeah.
pretty much paid for. It's good until...
Someone titled vegan teacher, but presumably not that vegan teacher? Okay.
till like August of 2026.
I can't see what he's reading. Yeah.
So, you know, there's other things we can do, not like buy merchandise and stuff like that. But anyway, Stuart, you can't think of a single argument against veganism? Oh, there's...
And now he's welcoming himself back into philosophy. You can't think of a single argument against veganism?
many arguments that are against veganism. Are they valid arguments? Are they...
Here we go. We can't even get terminology right. Are they valid arguments? I mean, I guess that's going to be true if the point in question is just something simple like, you know, valid means something like the premise is true and the premise relies on something like we can't live nutritionally adequately on plants. But technically that doesn't even relate because the alternative to plants not being nutritionally adequate wouldn't justify animal products being consumed, right? Like if you found out that you couldn't live nutritionally adequately without humans, again, would that, It's still a philosophical point. It still relates to morals.
You know, are the premises true in their arguments? So there's plenty of arguments, but
Oh my god, he literally tried to say premises and arguments. It was like hearing him fucking speak English for the first time. There's a whole...
I agree with, yeah, they don't really hold any water when you get down and look at them. Let's see, late model, that your super OG iPad used for music just died. It was ancient. Well, if it's super OG, I had one that came out right when they came out in 2010. I was all enamored by the concept, and that thing died maybe.
God, he's talking about iPads.
Yeah, get a new one. They're still pretty inexpensive. I personally like the iPad. Get one that fits in the pocket just fine. Sort of a white one from those old white ones. Then I got this one like that, but yeah, they're cool for like rocking your MP3s and stuff like that, not needing to be connected to the internet for streaming and stuff like that. And they have pretty good sound quality. AJ, you got an ancient one too from pre-2019. Isn't that weird how that's like old and technological?
AJ Vantage donated $30 for the new tech fund. Like, what do you guys think that you're contributing towards? Like, if you tuned in and watched all that nonsense and it didn't hit you that there's something wrong, like, you're such
technology terms. Oh, thanks so much, AJ, for the new tech fund. Yeah, I did cough out some money for these. I know if I waited till like Black Friday or the holidays, they'd probably be like $50 less, but I needed them like last month, you know, so I had to wait, you know, with like defective AirPods for the past month. So now I got some and I tried. They did work. I could play music. I could hear to see the cruelty and exploitation firsthand. You don't have to have an emotion.
Oh, here we go. The definition of veganism.
I'm not sure what you're saying. I mean, are you against it's just is horrendous using rationalism, yet I feel like the lack of first-hand experience one would gain with an emotional connection with a living being.
He's dreading every second of this.
I'm not sure what you're saying. I mean, are you against let's just keep it simple. It's not even delve into deep philosophical waters. Let me just go.
Deep philosophical waters? Oh my god. I seriously wonder how old he is and how much his brain has declined versus how much he just really fucking prefers to not uphold a morally consistent standard for not killing trade equal as humans as we do animals.
Go back and show let's see, since I can't use my iPad right now, let's just have a look here. I didn't even need to do that. Let's see, just basically, are you against animal cruelty and exploitation? That's it. If you're against animal cruelty and exploitation, and just take one extra action, meaning putting practices into your life so you don't.
Oh, the reducitarianism. Oh, you just need to pick one action which you're against animal exploitation, or one action into your life, so that way you're not contributing towards it anymore. Yeah, I mean, if you were the type of person to, contribute a little bit less towards pedophilia or slavery, you're the type of fucking evil that's the problem.
Consume products of animal cruelty and exploitation. That's it. If you agree with animal cruelty and exploitation, you're vegan. You don't need to see the cruelty and
what? If you agree
cruelty and exploitation, that's into your life so you don't consume products of animal cruelty and exploitation. That's into your life so you don't and just take one extra action, meaning putting practices into your life so you don't consume products of animal cruelty and exploitation. That's it. If you agree with animal cruelty and exploitation, you're vegan. You don't.
If you agree with animal exploitation and cruelty, you're vegan. You hear that? Okay. You're not non-vegan if you agree with animal exploitation and cruelty. You're vegan if you agree. Okay, yeah. No, if you disagree with it, but you have the actions of somebody that justifies still allowing for things you would not accept that cause exploitation, cruelty, rights violations in the human context, in the animal context, but you can't justify in the human context, you're not only not vegan, but you're absurd. You're inconsistent.
See the cruelty and exploitation firsthand. You don't have to have an emotional reaction to it. I mean, you should.
You don't have to have an emotional reaction. If it gives you a large enough imperative to not fall for, doing murderous actions, then I don't know why you wouldn't uphold to that to a logically consistent degree as your standard.
should if you see or encounter animal cruelty and exploitation instances. But
If you see or encounter, what the fuck? Do you know how few people are actually going to see or encounter the animal exploitation or abuse that they contribute towards? That's not what?
you don't have to, as long as you agree. Yeah, animal cruelty and exploitation are wrong, and I choose not to purchase or consume products that come from
Why are you talking about what you do and I choose not to?
animal cruelty and exploitation. That's pretty much it. It's pretty simple. Sounds like you're vegan. I don't know how
Oh my god, he doesn't stop. Is this a different person too? Sounds like you're vegan. Sounds like you're vegan. He's gonna run off of that as a fucking slogan for vegan president. Hi, Mr. Ryan, how are you gonna turn everybody vegan? It sounds like you're vegan. What? but I don't believe in animal rights. I don't know how to incorporate it. I don't know what it really means. I don't know what's gonna motivate me to hold to it logically consistently. I don't know what actions I should or shouldn't support. Sounds like you're vegan. I mean, just don't buy the products. What are the products? And you even said just incorporating a little bit does it.
how that's
Like,
it sounds like you're trying to make it more complicated than it really is. I mean,
no, Ryan, you're making it more complicated than it really is.
veganism's so easy. I mean, it's a concept that children understand. You know, they don't need
Well, children wouldn't understand. Now that's equivocation. Children wouldn't understand the specific concepts or constructs that cause them to be, that cause them to participate in a global Holocaust. They would understand what the underlying concept that they should be against, but they wouldn't understand what specific actions that cause that, which is only one implication of explaining it to people. But so too are a million other situations of moral, questions that people have or arise in. Well, I mean, what if it's just a dilemma if I am really hungry? What about if it's convenience? What about if I just like the taste enough? What about if I don't have vegan restaurants in my city? What about this? What about that? Like, you're so vague, I would never know what the fuck you're trying to say if you went off of this.
to have higher education.
Actually, one thing that you're clear on is literally the idea that you are justified in continuing to contribute towards a Holocaust as long as you only pick one thing in question to not contribute towards non-veganism towards.
Let alone have ever studied philosophy or ethics or anything like that. It's so
You definitely need to study philosophy and ethics to some minor degree in order to have a better job at fighting against people's incentives to perpetuate sophistry. So it's not a matter of whether or not it's required in order to possess the technical disposition. I don't think any carnist who comes onto here or whatever the fuck is also requires a degree or anything crazy like that. I just think that the point where there is a requirement of having them of having the person for animal rights help them to understand their sophistry, or to disambiguate it to somebody who knows better but is perpetuating it. That the more versed somebody is in philosophy, the better.
so simple. If you see animals, how do you feel about them? Do you think they're animals that are worthy of having some kind of rights due to their...
Oh my god, he literally got one-upped by a random ass viewer a viewer of his. Like, you have to fight against the sophistry that most people grew up with. The best way to do so would be learn some philo. Exactly. People have indoctrination themselves that they're going to be confused on. You have to walk yourself through understanding the consequences of it. The same is even true of human rights. Like, we all should be incorporating philosophy into our lives to a much larger degree. And that doesn't entail, again, being a PhD or spending any money on it or anything like that. It just literally takes being willing to have the conversation. It's fucking free.
or sentience or...
Oh, but like, I can't believe he just got one up by his own audience member. Like, if you want to know about the ethics of veganism, watch the movie Dominion. That's all you had to say. Why couldn't you fucking say that, Ryan?
Agency, meaning we just can't willy-nilly start killing them or just use them as products.
We can't willy-nilly. Well, what's meant by willy-nilly? You would apparently find it to be a morally relevant symmetry breaker to kill animals if the person at least took a minimum action of a single solitary lifestyle choice and incorporated it into their lives.
For our purposes, if so, if you're against that, then you're against being cruel to them, being
well, it doesn't really matter if somebody is against something in theory if you can't reflect to them their own logical consequences and show how they are specifically making an error with it. I get the opposite. When addressing a general audience, clarity matters more if you want to be convincing. Using terms like sophistry only weakens the point, since most people won't understand. Wait, you'd argue the opposite of what that I said? When addressing a general audience, clarity matters more if you want to be convincing. Wait, how is he clear? He's more vague. He used the Vegan Society's definition for trying to teach people with regards to veganism, perpetuated a reducitarian philosophy that would never fly in the human context, like, yeah, just rape a few less children this week. If it's clear what he means, and that's one example of being clear, then it's evil. But how to understand to incorporate what he likely wants people to actually uphold most desirably, which is to not do so at all, he was not clear with, and certainly not from a vague definition like do the most you can from the Vegan Society definition. When addressing general lines, clarity matters more if you want to be convincing. Well, it depends I don't know if you think I said something unclear. Using terms like sophistry only weakens the point, since most people won't understand. No, I think people understand context clues. If they didn't understand a single word, they not only have Google, but they understand the rest of the words being said in relation to it. They understand, oh, so it's some kind of a bad thing? Oh, it's probably a problem. Oh, it's probably an error in my reasoning because he keeps saying it whenever he explains conceptually that it weakens the point of what somebody is trying to make a point about. So, I mean, if context clues are something that nobody ever got past with regards to being a freshman in high school, hell, probably even middle school, I would be extremely surprised, but Google will never fail them, and only weakens the point. I also don't see the case, furthermore, that the general concept of name the trait isn't pointed out if you use the word sophistry on the words in between. Like, I don't think whenever I advocate for name the trait that I am failing to get that point across, even if somebody didn't understand sophistry. I watch political debates all the time and videos from like Destiny, and a number of other YouTubers. And I don't understand, many words that they may throw in. I forgot one, it was on the top of my head, but I know Destiny used one yesterday, the other day, and it was in a debate, and I didn't understand, but I understood the underlying conceptual point. I mean, the same is going to be true here, right? Like, as long as your general point lands or is understood, and name the trait is extremely simple to have people conceptualize, then there's no issue. So most people what?
Them and exploiting them. It's pretty it's pretty basic stuff there. I don't know if
Well, something isn't basic of a disposition to hold consistently if they don't see a reason to stop the thing in question or feel enough of an imperative. So when you say you don't need, for example, when you say you don't need an emotional response, but the emotional response is the exact thing that causes people to realize what they're doing is wrong, and they stop what they are logically inconsistent on. Basically, their cognitive dissonance is mitigated because of the emotional response. That is a form of logic. That's why the intuition pump that people get from their own traits that they mention are the most effective thing you could ever give in favor of veganism. You're literally saying, if you thought this thing was acceptable, here's how bad you would feel if you imagined it in the fucking human context. That emits, if anyone has a brain to imagine, and we all do, that emits some kind of an emotional reaction from people. So quite clearly that is absolutely required for many people to make to bridge the gap of their current level of dissonance that they have.
I wouldn't call it philosophy or not, but this is pretty.
I wouldn't call it philosophy. Well, technically it is a philosophy to say that you don't need to think about something, you just need to go off your own intuitions. The problem is just that people who have different intuitions, or what's more accurate to say, a lot of indoctrination towards a certain ideal, than you did, or maybe just as much of an indoctrination, are going to come to a different conclusion than you unless you could help clear it up.
This basic thinking or
I like cherry pie. It's basic thinking, though.
what have you. Anyway, okay, you find it hard to resonate with that emotionally, Dimitri. I say you don't have to resonate with something.
I find it hard to emotionally resonate with what you just said. Oh, you don't have to emotionally resonate. He's telling you that's the thing in question that would cause him to have a differential attitude. And why would it not be? The incentive to follow human rights is literally because he feels some strong enough motivation in order to abide by it in the human context.
Emotionally, it's just a belief. Do you?
It's just a belief. Well, you don't just possess a random belief in a conspiracy theory, do you? No. Why don't you believe in the random conspiracy theory that tin cans can actually fly all by themselves, Ryan? Yeah, you don't have a motivation to believe in that. There's no throats being slit. There's no beings being raped. There's no children being kidnapped. There's nothing fucking upsetting happening there. You're like, whatever, it happened, it didn't happen. Like, does anyone really give a shit whether or not fucking UFOs have actually been seen or not? Like, okay, maybe, like, if you granted they were, like, cool, like, what the fuck is that gonna do for me? I'll tell you what's gonna move somebody, whether or not, similar to the bad faith interlocutor G earlier, that if they actually justify something in the real world that has the implications of killing a, for example, physically handicapped person because they can't fight back. Okay, they can't. Human can't fight back, so it's okay to rape, and it's okay to rape them.
Agree, yes or no, that animal cruelty and exploitation are wrong. That's it. It's a belief. You don't have notice that animal cruelty and exploitation are wrong. That's it. It's a belief. You don't have notice how belief doesn't mean emotion. It just
notice how a belief doesn't mean emotion. Just because you didn't define it as such doesn't mean that it isn't expected. That's extremely uninteresting. So, yes, our positions, our moral views are absolutely what follow from our dispositions. Our dispositions are literally in part emotionally related. It takes a cognitive fact of something and our inherent, intuition, you can call it disposition, feeling, right, preference you have when you engage with that thought. Okay? So, yes, it is expected. Is it technically true that somebody can lack emotion and still be vegan? Of course. Like, you could just dislike the cognitive realization that you would be logically consistent and that could motivate you. Practically speaking, that's not expected. You are most expected to behave from, your emotions telling you, as again, our dispositions are in part emotional. So anybody who may actually have like a severe inability to emotionally experience something is at a disadvantage for, appreciating animal rights as they do human rights. They probably are disadvantaged for experiencing or appreciating human rights. So I don't know why I would be okay with, saying that emotions are not a good point. It's of whatever few situations in the world it does exist that people are that apathetic, and I do mean that apathetic, so it's extremely rare. Yeah, I mean, you would just get somebody to hope that they, are displeased with the fact of the matter that they kill, that they would kill trade equalized beings. But yeah, I mean, obviously, practically speaking, you would never allow that person to, kill other beings in society. But in terms of if you had a goal to persuade and they didn't have emotions, you're at a severe disadvantage there.
Belief, yes. Do you believe that proposition to be true? And
oh my God, he's using the word proposition now. Holy shit. I hate this fucking cowardly coping. He acts like he hates the idea of philosophy. He gaslights people into acting like there is, not a belief in veganism that he has to recommend them towards. They're already vegan. And then he goes and uses the word proposition. I can't hear the other person's voice. Oh, Kingdoms. I'm I'm not, this is mainly for debate. So I'm not like primarily reacting. I'm just reacting in between waiting for people to step in. So if you're wanting to debate or discuss, I'm good. Like, does he do this at night? I can't be sure.
I don't know if he's on YouTube right now.
Oh,
Probably
okay.
is.
Okay. Are you watching the stream now?
Animal cruelty and exploitation are wrong. If you believe that, if you believe that to be true, if you, yes, I...
Now?
Yeah, you assent to that belief being true. You
Oh, wow. If you are, God, this is so stupid. Oh, if you're committed to the position logically, you're going to be persuaded. Nobody is saying that if you're committed to the position logically, then you ought to be consistent, that the implications aren't crazy. But to be persuaded off of the logical consequences being unpalatable, that is the specific thing, Ryan. That is the specific point. Then you are going to have to say that or realize that emotions are applicable there. Like that, like literally the discuss factor is true of situations where people think of children being raped, women being raped, people in general being raped, kidnapped, tortured, hurt, enslaved, whatever. So if somebody lacks that in the human context, of course that's going to give you a severe disadvantage, even if they technically already respect human rights. Like, this is not sincerely not complex shit. Oh. Justin, wouldn't his audience just take the word proposition in its general sense rather than its precise academic meaning? That was exactly my point a moment ago. No. I wasn't complaining, Justin, that I'm against him using the word proposition inherently. I was making a point that it's funny to see him use the word proposition and yet claim that he's scared to engage and then show contextually that he's scared to engage with philosophy. He didn't refer anybody to watch Dominion. An audience member had to do that on his behalf. He didn't have he gaslit at least one audience member, but he either did the same one again or he did with two different audience members that in saying that they didn't have or that they were already vegan. It was confusing what that even meant, because he claimed that someone was vegan if they even just took a minor concept of veganism to be reducitarianism, which I don't even think the vegans... in fact, the Vegan Society wouldn't even agree with him on that. So, yeah, he's scared to engage with philosophy, yet he uses the term proposition. I mean, it's not only misleading because you told people you didn't want to engage in philosophy, then you use the term philosophy. A philosophical term, but it's also very shitty of a priority to be like, you'll sooner use a word than you will, help stop animals get their throat slit by just telling them, hey, look, Joaquin Phoenix did all the work and I'm not. Isn't that just being pedantic? Isn't what being pedantic though? No, what the fuck? Like, he's literally justifying not referring people by telling them to go watch a documentary or refer them to something higher than he is willing to put his energy towards for getting people to go vegan. That's not pedantic at all. You mean the use of the term proposition? People are often logically consistent. Shouldn't we focus on what he's actually trying to say rather than nitpicking his use of... That's what I've been doing. I don't understand. Again, the word proposition isn't being criticized because something, like you said, wouldn't they understand what it meant? I never stated that. To be clear, I stated I was bothered that he would use a philosophical term after complaining about philosophy for like 5-10 minutes straight. And that's extremely annoying to do when you ran from the highest priority that you ought have of animals not getting their throat slit, because you just make some vague point that people would not actually believe in or understand of even how to follow the philosophy of animal rights if they were just told, hey, look, you already disagree with animal cruelty? Well, look, you're vegan now. If it was that fucking simple, do you know how easy of a job vegan activists would have? Hey, look, did you know you're vegan? No, it's not interesting to say that people's core logic already leads them to veganism. In fact, he's not even saying something that high level. He's saying something watered down, which is something like, you're against, he's not even saying name the trait, which would be better. He's saying people disagree with veganism. People who agree with veganism should just start incorporating the actions. Because look, they're tied to it as a proposition. It's like, dude, the realization of their view is going to happen from watching a documentary to help them reiterate the point of what is really entailed when you say an animal is raped, animal is kidnapped, murdered, enslaved, so on and so forth. So, we are focusing on what he's actually trying to say, and it's dog shit. And people are often logically inconsistent. Yeah, and that's exactly the point. We're trying to correct people from not being logically inconsistent. You're not helping with that if you literally perpetuate being logically inconsistent because you use vague terminology from the Vegan Society definition. You start with that, then you use a term that they wouldn't even agree with, which entails introduces reducitarianism, or even if they would be okay with that, wouldn't use it in such an extreme sense to say that somebody is currently vegan if they're only trying to make strides. He used the term in its general sense. So how can we then turn around and say, look, he's against philosophy? Yeah, it's funny he used that word. Wait, what do you mean it's general sense? Proposition is literally most commonly used in regards to philosophy. Are you disagreeing that people typically don't use that word? And we know that he meant it in terms of philosophy because he mentioned premises. What else did he say? He literally said...
Yeah. Proposition to be true. Animal cruelty.
Proposition to be true. Not even just proposition.
Cruelty and exploitation are wrong. If you believe that, to be true, you assent to that belief being true, you agree with what veganism's about.
You agree with what veganism's about. He's literally saying you agree with the conclusion. I mean, again, not only is that really bad faith to use a philosophical term, but run from philosophy and criticize philosophy when it's actually being requested for you to educate somebody in the easiest sense that you could possibly have it, which is to just give them a resource, refer them to somebody who's willing to do the job you're not willing to do, and instead you run away from it. And then when you get flustered because you keep getting asked for help and on resources, you turn around and just go, well, I mean, technically, here's the Vegan Society definition, and if you agree with that, then you already agree with veganism. How does that actually implement somebody's actions to follow veganism? There's no moral imperative of the fact that they would actually be okay with killing trade equalized humans, which obviously emits a dispreference for. People would not want to sign off on that view. He didn't refer them to Joaquin Phoenix, which at least there's slaughterhouse footage to awaken someone's cognitive dissonance. Nothing like that. He just claimed that a definition that vaguely exists, which is already hard to understand how he means it versus how they actually mean it, is to be incorporated, and again, confusingly incorporates reducitarianism. How can we then turn around and say he's against philosophy? It's funny he used that word. I just don't know how you don't understand this. It's extremely simple to understand.
Then just don't consume animal products. You don't have to have feelings about it.
Just don't. Just prefer cherry pie. You don't have to have feelings about it, even though the disposition is literally synonymous with the feeling. And to get somebody to realize that they hold that same unanimous disposition on one thing versus the other, they have to see the reflection of their view, their logical consequences, with something like name the trait, or a self-reflection of values when they see like cows being raped or murdered or whatever the fuck in Dominion, or somebody talking about it, so on and so forth. Like, god damn, is it so hard to say go watch Gary Orofsky's The Best Speech You'll Ever Hear? Like, it's really not that tough.
I mean, you can if you want. It's totally cool to have feelings about it. I'm saying
It's totally cool. It's not just totally cool. It's actually the move that is going to get people to realize what they ought do or not do. I would never go back to the 1850s and be like, yeah, hey guys, look, you're already committed to like not owning slaves. You know, like technically speaking, you want rights for all man. Like, what the fuck? They tried that. The North versus the South tried that in Congress. They literally went to fucking war because they couldn't agree on whether or not that ought to be implemented, even if they thought that their view technically led them to it. I was reading this a few weeks ago. There were actually transcripts that people were, talking in Congress, the North versus the South, and they fought about it. The North just amongst each other fought a lot on this, and they're like, yeah, I agree that there was infighting. Oh, I agree that blacks ought to have rights, but I just don't think that we should mandate it or take up arms for it or defend their rights. Like, they literally agreed with the view they claimed, but not the specific view of whether or not you ought to take up arms. Ryan is literally performing a sophisticated egalitarian hearing. He's claiming that people believe in the general concept of veganism, wherein that means something like you just vaguely appreciate animal rights, believe in whether or not you ought violate their right to life, or if you're okay to do that, or so on and so forth, whatever have you, because, guess what? You incorporated some kind of idea this week. You had Meatless Monday. Congratulations. Maybe even Meatless Wednesday as well. Or maybe meatless, half the week. Whatever the fuck. Maybe we have a 3.5 day week now. Maybe you have a half week shit. Like, it's just so goddamn stupid.
Feelings are not necessary to be vegan. You can be
It's not interesting to say if something's necessary. It's interesting to say if something is practically expected.
a complete sociopath, but if you...
He uses my example, but in the opposite direction. Well, you could be a complete sociopath. Yeah, you can be. Are you expected to have a sociopath go vegan sooner than you are a normal person? No? Why do you think that is?
I'm saying, I thought sociopaths don't have feelings like regular non-sociopaths do. My point is...
Oh my god. It doesn't matter whether or not they do or don't. If you misspoke, if it's psychopaths, sociopaths, I really don't give a shit. We understand what you're trying to say. It's fine. I'm not interested in people misrepresenting you or being bad faith. That's okay. That's not the point of contention here. The point of contention is your underlyingly dumb position, Ryan.
You can be without feeling and still find...
Did you know you can be without feeling and still believe in the rights of blacks or women or Jews or gays? Yeah, okay. Try to run off that and have their rights get turned around in their favor. Yeah, fuck around and find out that it doesn't go anywhere.
That you agree that animal cruelty...
Enact self-reflection, which causes guilt. That guilt is literally just negative stimuli from realizing you participated in something wrong, and use that and let's normalize that motivation to then turn around and change our lives for the better. Simple.
And exploitation are wrong.
Not easy, but the formula is a lot simpler than, well, gee, I wonder what all the kinks are that we can work out between, a sociopath versus a normal person, starting to appreciate rights. They struggle to have emotion. At least we have a ground to work with.
Let's see. Hey, VLAN, what'd you say? Dimitri, to me, the best advice I've gained from Ryan is to stop seeing animals as food/entertainment/products.
Okay, so if you gained that you should stop seeing animals as entertainment products or commodities, then it's probably because either one, he did at some point make some kind of philosophical point when he was just feeling in the mood, when the fucking, something in the air changed and he felt a little bit turned on by the idea of philosophy. Because, we have to misuse that term to mean something as either as difficult as compatibilism versus free will versus determinism, versus whether or not someone's just logically consistent on trait equal as human. Or B, it's a situation where people who gave the idea of veganism a thought probably looked into other subject matter.
Once my mindset changed, veganism is in my blood. I live it without thinking. Thanks so much, VLAN. Yeah, it's just really easy.
Oh my God, thanks so much. You know, I just circumstantially got really fucking lucky. And the idea that you contributed, you stopped contributing or claimed to stop contributing towards the animal holocaust makes me feel so much better about myself. I was really feeling flustered from how much I was stammering over myself, doing a shitty job actually justifying, the concept of animal rights and whether or not somebody ought to have a logical foundation. Arguments built on sand can't withstand reason's weight. Okay? A house built on a house of cards, or a position built on a house of cards cannot stand. It's all to say the same thing. You're not going to get anywhere with people that are just to one, be in favor of animal rights long term, but two, even be vegan to begin with, even actually respect animal rights if they didn't even understand what the fuck it meant. You know, I met some lady the other day that was like, yeah, I'm vegan, blah, 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 blah. And we're talking and I'm listening and she's like, yeah, so like, you know, like I tried to buy like cheese from this place and I'm like, what? But I found out that they had like bad practices. What? That's not. No. No. That's. What? That's not vegan.
Easy, kind of simple mind shift. Once you see animals as not products, but it
Teaching ideology. It's a simple mind shift once you just see them as not products. Oh, no, let's be charitable. Maybe it's tuning into Ryan's stream. Let's plug that in. Once you just continually have somebody use certain terms and ideas, maybe they'll just be for the position in question. You know, even though people are indoctrinated into believing human rights, and not to use it in a negative sense by itself, I'm not saying that it's bad that we do that. I'm saying people still have a way to defend the irreducible preference towards appreciating human rights. And they'll roughly say something like, because it's a subjective experience, because they live, you know, they'll rehash the same general idea. Cool. That's great. If people can't fucking do that with regards to animals, if people are getting tripped up over moral sufficiency versus equality, if people are making mistakes left and right on crop deaths, you know, Dean and Parker, you know, perpetuating sophistry, trying to incentivize people to, contribute towards the world's largest Holocaust because they get to continue cashing checks and they're greedy fucks. Fuck you guys. Fuck you. You're such assholes.
you say, food or entertainment. Yeah, things.
But I don't care if you do it in a smug way. I don't care if you do it in a nice way. Do it whatever fucking way, and the underlying context is still bad. If the execution is shitty, it's still gonna cause terrible fucking despicable atrocities. And guess what? You're a grown-ass man, Ryan. You can control your own moral view. You have an audience. You are responsible, in part, for how you obviously influence yourself to them. Guess what? I'm always going to be careful. I'm never going to have to be careful. I'm always going to be on point with that because my underlying logic is solid. So, the idea that you are okay with what you're doing just because you do something in a nice way but with shitty execution is backwards.
That for us to exploit for our benefits, and once you see animals as not being...
Once you just start to love cherry pie, I swear, just grant the premise. Once you just grant it, it's just granted. Yeah, look at that. It's just granted. There it is.
That's it. It's super, super easy.
Damn, veganism solved. Ryan, fuck yeah. Congrats, Ryan. We were all waiting for, we were all dying for philosophy. The philosophy of animal rights to be solved in 2 seconds, and you did it. Parting thought. You've stretched 15 minutes of this video into 4 hours by nitpicking his delivery instead of the substance. I'm literally nitpicking the substance. How do you defend I'm not nitpicking the substance? Name one example. I dismantled your point earlier, literally with the concept of, the word proposition. You strawman me into saying that people wouldn't understand it, rather than that I was criticizing his priority system of trying to use the term proposition, which is a philosophical one, but not engaging with the more important philosophical point that would cause people to still be reducitarians, or to not incorporate something that would emotionally motivate them into their lives to remaining vegan. Like, for example, watching Dominion, listening to Gary Yourofsky's speech, something much more important. But it's just rhetorical to say that I'm 15 minutes into the video but only 4 hours in. You must have missed when I debated for like a fucking hour straight. Also, the idea that you can't perform semantic analysis to disambiguate somebody's sophistry is absolutely brain dead. Yeah, the timed. This is like the Brandolini's Law thing. Oh, you're saying so many words. I don't care how many words I'm saying. This is like any part that may technically have extraneousness tied to it is just going to be solved by explaining that this is entertainment based. So no shit. I'm not saying that that the point wasn't made literally in the first moment that I meant it. Hell, if you wanted to defend that, you really should not force somebody to have to re-explain something 10 times like I patiently did with you, because then you're just going to realize that you're part of that very problem. So again, just like that I said to the guy earlier, if you want something not re-explained so many times, stop interrupting the stream to say something insanely dumb and contributing towards the very problem of constantly hearing my voice. Truth doesn't care how redundant you find my voice. I don't care if, what it is, but the idea is going to be the same. Sophistry is sophistry. I'm going to disambiguate it. I enjoy it. If you don't, get the fuck out, bitch. No, this is the typical Destiny Ethan Klein method of analysis, content farming. You're claiming I'm doing this for views by itself? Look, Razor, if that's what you're trying to say, that I don't actually care about truth and to disambiguate sophistry, trust me on a few things. There's definitely more practical ways to just get views rather than to get people to understand deeper points. Okay? There's a lot of methods out there that exists for people to click on your videos, to watch you, to not be written off, labeled as boring, for people to get tired of you, to people think that you're shit, so on and so forth. There's nothing wrong with making yourself... Let's have an honest chat. Oh, you joined Discord? Great. Oh, you're T? I didn't realize you were T. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, not gonna lie, having a rebuttal for every 4 words is crazy. It's per point, it's not by words, so you might not want a character count. I can't distinguish a single point of the video, getting it in 5-second bursts. Points are made individually when somebody speaks. It doesn't save somebody from getting a rebuttal just because they want to continue to restate the same thing. But anyways, T, do you prefer to go by T? Can you hear me? On Discord specifically?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, sorry, I had the YouTube app open as well, and I'm on phone, so I'm sorry I don't have push to talk, or at least I don't know how to enable it on headphones, if that's even a thing.
Yeah, I mean, as long as there's not necessarily interference, it's not a hard and fast rule, so that's perfectly fine.
All right, just let me know if there's any wind or any too much noise, because, again, I'm on headphones and I'm just having a walk.
No, I don't hear any... No, you're
All right,
fine.
perfect. All right, man. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What's going on?
Well, quick point then. Essentially, just to get back to completely back from the beginning of our little exchange. Look, I'm not bad faith at all in this discussion. Actually, just joined to have a completely honest discussion. So I'm not throwing any, let's say, pointless, baseless attacks. And when I mentioned, for example, that whole thing of
okay,
a person convinced against their will.
I see that you stuck around this long, so I will
say... Yeah, no,
I've
been on and off. I made coffee, I made a little bit of breakfast, had a shower, and
sure, I just
tuned in from time to time.
I just want to finish.
Go ahead.
A good metric to determine that you're probably good faith is that you generally stuck around. I did boot the other person earlier. Not sure if you were around for that. That was seemingly engaging in...
Sorry.
Oh, okay. No, yeah. He was engaging in bad faith and whatnot. But generally speaking, that's like one good indication. So I see that. And, I wanted to delineate bad faith as a person, right? Like some people are bad actors versus individual instances of being bad faith. Like, for example, if somebody gets defensive, right? I'm talking to somebody, it doesn't mean they're bad faith, like as a person. Yeah. It just happens that sometimes we just like say something before thinking or something like that. So what I meant to say earlier, if I could remember, and it was like, you would think
And
about
someone with ADHD, I'm definitely prone to interrupting. Yeah, sorry.
No, I got you. So it was the appeal to nature fallacy, and it was like, it was my point to say that shame would be given to anybody justifying it in like the human context, for example. And so
of course.
If it was generally the case that somebody did make a mistake, again, I'm not just going to hate them or think that they're trying to do bad faith or something. Just that, like, I would definitely have that as like a starting basis to, I think it's reasonable. Be like, all right, you're going to be on a little bit of an alert, and I'm more than fine with giving you chances, talking further, figuring things out. But that's going to be
sick.
one. What's that?
Yeah, no. I said okay, sick. That makes perfect sense. The only thing I have to say to that point is, for example, right, what's your mission here? Your mission is to educate people?
It's to get people to, you could say that. Specifically, I will clarify, not through the particular lens of the current social norms of what people think are contextually or tonally, we could say, if that's more specific, persuasive. So I don't know if you were in for this part, but there are, like, I had a discussion with a lady the other day in person, and she accused me of not being persuasive enough. I asked her something that got me kicked out of the store, because she said, I said to her, if I was protesting in favor of black rights and it were the 1850s, would you tone police me right now and say that I'm responsible for you not being in favor of black rights because the way I came across? She said,
no.
Wait, I see where you're going with that. And I said, so then how are you not accountable for your own actions here? If you're aware that you're choosing to participate in something, then regardless of, you not liking the specific tone of voice I use at certain intervals or so on and so forth, that doesn't change underlyingly if you're still going along with the position in question, regardless of how I act. And especially if I make you more aware of it.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you, but there's a need for people to understand context in this specific case, right? So if you're talking to, let's say, a slaver in whatever 1800s, right, and you're pointing out to them, oh well, what you're doing is wrong. It is objectively obvious that whipping a human being and beating them, raping them, all that kind of shit is objectively wrong.
Minor nuance.
In the case of veganism and human consumption. Let me finish my point. Let me just finish my point, and you can take it apart if you want.
Don't be too aggressive, man. Objective versus
I'm
subjective.
not being aggressive at all.
You're cutting me off, and then you try to give me permission.
And you're cutting me off midstream, so it's the same thing.
If you say something, no, it's not. If you say something incorrect, right? I'm logically consistent. You cannot
know if something is incorrect until you actually listen to the whole thing.
No, you could say something at a certain point where you've already stated that something is wrong. For example,
is it not objectively correct that if you beat and rape a slave, that's a bad thing?
Well, that's what I'm going to disagree with in a second when I'm trying to give an example, because you just said something that's false, which is that somebody can't find out at a certain point if something is wrong. So if, for example, an officer says...
No, I didn't say anything of the kind. I did not say anything of the kind.
And then he tries to go on to explain more context and says, wait, let me finish. You don't know what I'm saying, but you at least know a sufficient degree to know that he's accusing you of having done a crime. And you are for sure that's the context in question. He's already putting handcuffs on you.
This is getting nowhere, and it's some Ben Shapiro shit. Can we just speak like human beings? That would be great.
To be able to reject a certain belief.
Oh my god.
So that's going to be true here as well. If you say something that I believe it reaches a sufficient threshold, that's different than what I respect as well, which is that somebody didn't finish a sentence and it turned out to be something incorrect. But you did say, going on to the objective morality part, that That is objectively wrong. And that to me is incoherent because as a subjectivist, morals are determined through a mind-dependent lens. It doesn't make sense for something to be mind-independent. So
Actually,
I was just going to make
oh
a
my
minor
God.
correction on saying that you
Oh
probably
my
need to say
God.
it's universally looked at as despicable, which is
Actually, can we
agreeable,
just have a
but I would
conversation like
not
human
use the
beings?
terminology
That'd be great.
objectively wrong. It's fine, you know, but I am trying to go for clarity here and coherency. So I don't want any,
Yeah.
you know,
Is
confusion.
that
There.
working out when we keep interrupting each other, or can we just speak like human beings?
I don't know if you're being rhetorical by not talking right now, or if something happened.
No, I'm just asking. Can we actually hear each other out and then have a conversation
nothing
like
coming
human
through. We're
beings,
lighting up
or
and
are we
nothing
gonna
coming
keep stupid bullshit? No, nothing.
I don't think anybody can hear. I can't hear you.
Oh,
You might want
great.
to leave and rejoin. Yeah. Okay, I'll add you back to the waiting room. Okay, try talking.
We back?
You're not
Are we back? On. Hello, hello.
Yeah, I don't hear anything. Do you hear anything coming from?
I hear he just said you back. Can you hear him?
No. What
Hello?
happened? Wait, did the earbuds die?
F in chat.
Wait, hold on.
F's in the chat.
Yeah, he's saying hello.
Yeah, hold on. Think earbuds died. You know where the headset is?
The headphones?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, then I'll keep going until homie gets his earbuds back. Point is, you need to give context to people.
Headset.
A lot of people are not fully aware of what
Oh.
eating meat actually means. A lot of people don't understand the slaughterhouses. They don't see that shit because it's not in their immediate.
Okay, just hold on for me, buddy. Technical intervention.
Let me see this.
Yeah. They got a small battery life. Okay. Can you hear me in the stream now?
Yes.
Okay. And then I need to change the...
Turn the mic off on the headset.
Oh, yeah. No, but I can't hear. Oh, because it's an audio input. Sorry. Oh, it's an audio output capture. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Shoot for it. Try saying something.
Hey,
Yeah, you sound good.
we on?
Crap, you can hear him?
No.
Oh.
That's not showing him talking.
F's in the chat.
There we go.
No, you can hear him?
He's talking, yeah.
Crap. Okay, sorry. Hold on. I can't hear. See if that did it. Okay, I think that did it. All right, and you can still hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Fuck.
Okay, that should have done it.
It's all
Sorry
good,
about
man. It's
that.
all good. No, no worries, no worries. Technical shit.
No way, is it still? You can hear him?
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh, Discord. I'm so sorry. God damn it. Of course, that should do it. Okay, that should actually do it.
How about now?
Yeah, totally on my end. My earbuds died, man.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. No worries. Discord's fun like that.
So we have our point, and then I see that you were saying somebody is spot on because I'm performing semantic analysis, but sure, let's go on with your response.
I'm saying it's spot on because you don't let people like actually make a point for more than maybe 2-3 seconds and then jumping in with an intervention.
Because
This
they
doesn't
made a point
actually
about
get
Ryan?
anywhere. No, you don't know that, and it doesn't get anywhere.
I don't know what.
It just doesn't get anywhere. Like the conversation, it doesn't move
No,
forward.
I don't know
It's
what.
just anything. Like all of
I
the
don't know
points being
anything,
made.
so you didn't
Nothing
really
is-
have a
nothing is
point
being
there.
discussed, man.
You didn't have a point there. Got it. So he was making a point
What?
about Ryan.
Yeah, I didn't know. All
And
right, bro.
somebody who's not even on the other end, and it's normal to pause the video as much as you want, and that's supposed to be analogous to not letting you talk. What do you mean they're
It's
spot on?
not
That's
good
not even the
analysis.
same. That's
It's not
even
good
the same.
analysis. It's not good analysis.
Wait, but that's a different criticism than if I don't let somebody talk because they're on a video versus over voice. You understand that's
I'm
a
just
different
saying
point, right?
I'm just saying the same thing is going on.
The same what is going on? How it's not the same
Right?
thing.
Whether it's a conversation or a video that's being watched, if you are not getting more than 3-4 seconds of information at a time, you cannot form a coherent counter argument
Not true.
if there even
Not
is
true.
a need for one.
So how do you dispel my point about
Okay,
the
cool.
officer who says that you know that you didn't do a crime, and they say that you did a crime, and they claim that you need to finish the context in order to be able to understand it? Are you going to say, in order to be consistent, that you can't dispel or prove a negative with regards to that situation?
Lost me.
I know it's not uncommon, and every time I'm gonna have to
I know,
lose
because
you.
when you keep throwing
so that was
1,000
that
words out
intentional?
there instead of just being
So
direct,
was it
it's just
intentional?
pointless.
What do you mean it's not direct? Was
am
that
actu-
intentional then? Was that intentional for you to not grasp the point?
I tuned out.
What does it mean to tune out?
I'm saying I tuned
Yeah,
out because you were
exactly.
just
And you
using
said
too
that you're
many
not.
words,
And you said that
man.
you're not bad faith. You said that you're not bad faith.
I'm not bad faith.
But then you
I tuned
chose
out
to
because
tune out.
I can't pay attention. It's like listening to
It was
Jordan
a
fucking
few words.
Peterson.
It was a
talking.
few words at a time. No, the difference between me
Actually,
and Jordan
the
Peterson is that I
The
actually have a point
sophistry
underlying
and
it.
the things
It's
and
ironic
the
you
others
mentioned
and
Jordan
how
Peterson.
things relate
It's
to
ironic.
themselves.
It's
Jesus
yeah,
Christ,
very,
you sound
very
the same,
cute
bro.
acting. Well, you're gonna find it to be the same, even though I ask you for a distinction between the views, and then you don't provide it. You talk about Jordan Peterson, but you're the one who actually avoids questions, voids hypotheticals. You still haven't
Ask
named
me a question.
anything.
A simple
right.
simple question.
Oh,
Maybe try
so
to
it has to be.
actually
It has to be an
raise
impossible.
something
It
simple.
has to be an impossible high criteria because when I ask the officer context, you dodge, and that's too complex.
I didn't dodge. I just didn't understand. Jesus Christ, it's so
You
fucking
said you
boring.
tuned out. What do you
Of
mean?
course.
Which one is it? You tuned out or you didn't understand? You see what I mean?
Take
You're
your
so full
fucking
of
pick,
shit.
It's the same thing.
What do you mean it's the same thing? Somebody who tunes out because they're bored is not the same as not understanding. Somebody could actually put due diligence towards understanding something, even if
I'm trying. I'm
Not
genuinely
when you
trying.
say you're
but the thing
tuning
is,
out because you think I'm
you're
boring.
just using words, throwing shit together,
then
and
try to
making no
control
logical
yourself.
sense.
Then try to control yourself because maybe
I'm
you
very
won't be
controlled,
seven-
my dude. You're
Yeah,
screaming,
no,
you're calling
really
people
not.
retards,
You're really,
this, that,
you're
the
really
other.
not.
I'm pretty
You're
chill,
really
dog.
not. You're really not. So, and again, until you can answer the question that I gave about the officer not saying that he has enough context, then we're not going to be able to move on. So, if an officer, once again, claimed that you were guilty of a crime, you know you did not commit, are you going to say you're going to finish letting them have, or that they have to finish giving the context in order for you to know that the thing in question is wrong? Yes or no? If you're good faith, even remotely, which we already see that you're pretty much not, you would admit yes or no.
I'm trying to understand your question, but you
What don't you
misspoke and interrupted yourself at the same time.
Misspoke
So-
on what? How can you
Yeah,
claim I misspoke if
dude.
you don't
You
understand?
stuttered, bro. You stuttered.
How can you claim you misunderstood? How can you claim I misspoke if you didn't even understand the point?
You misspoke.
Meaning what?
Meaning, when you were delivering or asking your question, you misspoke.
Which part? What did you think I misspoke on?
I'm trying to ask again. So, you're saying the cop is accusing me of a crime, correct?
You can't say that I misspoke and yet you don't understand.
Can we keep going through the question and stop going back to bullshit?
It's not bullshit. You can't don't make a false claim that I misspoke if you didn't understand.
Debate perverts.
Yeah, so
Holy shit, you people are dumb.
Yeah, okay. I'm dumb because you don't know how to answer a simple question, which I've had to restate multiple times, and that caused me to have to repeat myself so that you can try to make me a target of being called Jordan Peterson. Okay, refrain from calling me dumb until you could actually get your thumb out of your mouth. Ready? If an officer accused you of a crime and you know you didn't commit said crime, are you going to say you can't say that he is wrong about that specific crime he's claiming you are guilty of? That until he finishes delivering the rest of the context, he points to a woman, he says, you raped that woman over there. And you know you never raped that woman over there. Are you going to say that until you get further context or knowledge that you can't tell him that he's wrong? Yes or no?
I can tell him he's wrong, sure.
Then you can't say I can't tell you you're wrong if I cut you off. There is sufficient context that can exist clearly where you know someone is already wrong.
And then, through the analysis of a court hearing, the cop will be proven wrong.
What does that have to do with whether or not you would have cut him off? You missed the point!
It's very simple.
You missed the point!
You will be wrong. You will be wrong to have cut me off.
That's not the point.
Yes, that's the point. You will be wrong to have cut me off.
What? He will be wrong to cut you off? What?
You, when you cut me off when I'm delivering a question or saying a phrase or whatever.
You just said yes, you would cut him off.
Yeah. No, I didn't say I would cut him off. What are you talking about?
You just said yes to that.
You cut...
No.
Dude, you cutting me off.
In the analogy,
yes, in the analogy, I can say the cop is wrong to have accused me of the crime.
No. I said, would you say that you have? I didn't say he wouldn't. You're such a sophist. I didn't say he wouldn't. I said, would you be?
You're not using the word properly.
It absolutely is. It's an error in your line of reasoning. Would you be correct in having enough context to determine that he is incorrect if you had sufficient knowledge? You say yes to that. Doesn't matter if eventually he will be proven wrong. It doesn't matter if XYZ. You agree with the point being analogized that somebody can cut somebody off to let them know that we're wrong, or whether or not they did or didn't do that they know that the other party is wrong. I know that you like to cuck in the corner when you see that somebody else is wrong, but I don't.
And say I'm wrong. You can do that, obviously. I can't stop you from doing that. But you will be wrong.
I don't mean a definition that entails something like you're forcing me. That's uninteresting. Do you really think I would mean that? Of course not. I obviously mean to say you would be
Did you get anywhere with any conversation?
You would be correct in cutting somebody off if the point in question was that you had sufficient knowledge to determine someone is wrong. You don't want to concede on that, because you're still harping on the idea that there's something wrong I have to be wrong on regarding that. It's just extremely bad faith, dude.
Yeah, I'm bad faith because I just cannot keep up with the amount of fucking verbal diarrhea.
Well, sometimes you don't want to. There you go. You just, as I was saying it, isn't it perfect? You said you don't want to.
You said you don't want to,
and that you can't. Somebody who's mentally handicapped is not the same as somebody who does not want to engage, right? So you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either you're too fucking scummy to want to engage in good faith and you want to rhetorically make me look bad, or you are too ADHD retarded, you have some mentally handicapped. I was fine with you trying to take that position before. I was patient with, little interjections here or there that didn't seem to be related, just enough to establish whether or not we continue the conversation. But now it's clear that you have admitted multiple times you don't want to. So if that's the case, let me know, instead of being a cuck. So do you want to engage or not?
How? How is it possible to engage with somebody
as
bad faith?
Did I ask how or that you want to? Even that you can't answer. Yeah, this is that social construct that happens where somebody doesn't even want to give leeway of a yes or no because it gives too much emotional ground or territory to the other person. You just don't want to give any approval to me. It's like a fucking it makes your dick soft. Like you're too fucking upset. I know. Calm down.
What do you keep blabbering about, bro?
Re-asking me to start from the beginning just isn't going to get anywhere. So again, do you
I'm not asking
want
you to start from the beginning. I'm saying that we didn't get anywhere because you keep derailing, man.
No, don't accuse me of derailing. I literally asked if you want
I
to
mean,
continue.
you're literally derailing.
I asked if you want to continue, and you still have not. You still have not answered. So you're going to answer?
Sure, continue, dude. What do you want? What do you want to say?
Well, I don't want to continue if you don't want to continue. I'm not here to
I'm listening. I'm listening to you listening to you talk.
I didn't say cute. I didn't say that you want to just be here, but do you want to actually engage? Because you sound extremely fucking flustered. And you sound like, and you're still giving me little quips and little remarks like that. If I detect that your bitch is too fucking, your tone is too bitchy, and you're not actually going to engage in good faith, then it's not going to go anywhere. So you want to calm down and actually move forward or not?
Come on, Ben Shabibo, let's go. Say something.
Look at that. See? Useless. This is useless brain dead fighting. You're the type of person who would sit there and just attack somebody without even knowing why the fuck you're doing it. Or maybe you just don't want to admit that you really are sick of tuning into me when you should have just tuned out. But now you think you're going to get some emotional ground. You're going to prove your ego. Calling me Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson and other people like that, which you're unironically acting like, doesn't move the conversation forward. So again, do you actually want to engage without the little quips and little remarks like that or not?
Engage with what?
The conversation that we were having.
Sure, what's the conversation? Let's go.
Well, I believe we last left off on when I corrected...
Slavery.
Yeah. It was something regarding how you said there was something like you disagree with regards to how it ought to be implemented or something like that.
No, didn't say anything of the sort. What I said was that if we go back to 1800, and let's say an anti-slaver and a slaver are having a chat, and the anti-slaver is like, yo, dog, this is objectively wrong what you're doing. Beating, raping, imprisoning people against their will.
It's not objective.
Isn't it objectively wrong to do that?
You're misunderstanding what objective means. And I've tried to correct you and be patient with that earlier, so I'm going to do it again. Because you think I'm not patient, but I'll prove that I am. Remember, you asked for these extra words when you made this mistake again, even though I explained this 3, 4, 5 times. Universal perceptions of wrongness, like whether or not you ought not whip somebody, rape somebody who's innocent, are not examples of morals being independent of a mind, okay? Subjective but universally held preferences are probably what, in fact, certainly what you mean, that almost everybody on Earth would agree with that. But that doesn't mean it is independent of a mind just because it's extremely common. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Is it objective in the context of human morality?
It is not independent of a mind. It is not independent of a mind. How is it independent of a mind?
Never said what.
What? How is it independent of a mind?
Don't know what you're asking.
Well, of course not, because you like to use terms you don't know what they mean. So in philosophy, in moral conversations, objective wrongness is incoherent, okay? It means that a certain preference or action, right, an attitude towards something is independent or can exist independent of a mind. That means without an agent, right, being able to perceive someone being raped or being murdered, that they would still have a certain view on said thing. What has a certain view? If it's not related to a person, then it's not mind independent, which is what objective morality means. So if you obviously mean that it's relative to people, that is subjective but universally held. Don't confuse people. It's not going to happen in my stream. Okay? Does that make sense?
I am a layman. Do you
Then
get
don't-
that? I am not a philosophy pervert.
Well, then
You understand
don't
this?
mean, well, then maybe don't be arrogant when you use terms and say, "Is that not? It would be wrong."
Hush.
You could have. So disrespectful. Look at how patient I am. You say that you're a layman, which is why I explained it to you multiple times. And instead of just saying, "Okay, got it, understood," so we can move on, you just get defensive and say you're a layman. Yes, it's fine. Did I say you have to know? But you used the term incorrectly, and I don't want you to confuse anybody watching. So we're not going to use incorrect terms. What that means in philosophy, to say something is objective to a mind, is wrong. I'm going to correct you on it. I didn't say there's a problem, you're banned because you used a term incorrectly. I just correct you on it. Just say noted and let's move on.
Who gives a shit?
Well, people that care about truth give a shit, because it literally, the person you complained about, Jordan Peterson, believes in objective morality, and they believe in notions like whether or not it's wrong to it being wrong to kill somebody. For example, I'll give you a very practical example that it's wrong to kill somebody is wrong regardless of it being dependent of a mind. And he would word salad that makes any sort of sense, rather than making a point as a subjectivist would and arguing from that basis. The very basis that name the trait comes from, for example, doesn't come from any point to say that something is independent of a mind. It's a point to say that something is dependent of a mind, but whether or not somebody upholds to said belief is going to be just contingent on whether or not somebody, bites the bullet on the logical consequences that you give. So I don't want to perpetuate objectivism. I don't want to perpetuate any objective morality. It only causes more confusion. My goal here is to mitigate confusion. That's why I give a shit. Again, you don't respect that. And if you just said, I don't understand why it's important, but yeah, I'll just note it, move on, it would have been fine. So let's just do that. Let's go back to the point. So now that we understand that
I am not a philosopher.
Did I say
Now
that
that
you
you're
are?
done with this, 10-minute
Did I
tirade,
say that you
right?
are?
Let's establish.
Just calling something a tirade doesn't establish anything. You're just too fucking egotistical, dude. That you need to calm down. You're going for a walk. I get it. Your girl didn't want to have sex again for the 5th night in a row. Look, the only thing that's going to move this forward is whether or not you just concede that you said something wrong, that you won't do it again, and note it. That's it. So, again, if you're good faith, you'll say yes or no to that. So, we good?
Dude, I will say a million wrong things because I don't have the fucking universal truth.
Universal proof?
Truth. I don't know everything.
Truth.
So I will probably say a lot of wrong things.
I wasn't
And that's
attacking
fine.
you for saying something wrong, though. I was just giving you a correction. You could have just said noted. That's it. Just wanted clarity.
Yeah, but it took so fucking long, man.
Because you constantly didn't concede the point. Things to, as I've been saying, blame yourself if you say that something takes a long time. Because I literally made this distinction. It's literally being recorded 7+ times. And you could have just from the get-go said acknowledge, but instead you said, I don't have universal truth, as if that's the point. I don't care. I couldn't care less that you don't already know this. I just care that you said something wrong and whether or not you understand it and won't use that term again. That's it. Simple. Again, regarding your point of if somebody did something that was wrong, like whipping, okay, so it's universally unpreferred. What about that?
Hold on, muted myself. There was a fire truck.
Okay.
All right, cool. So, it's universally not preferred
Okay.
in the context of humanity, let's say.
Mhm.
Broad humanity. A minority of humanity prefers that shit because they are immoral assholes.
Mhm.
Now, when you go into a supermarket or wherever you want to argue with someone, you want to argue them off the path of eating meat, let's say.
Dead animals, yeah.
It helps to be persuasive. It doesn't help
Well, when you
to
say
bash them
persuasive,
over the it doesn't help to bash them over the head with a bunch of positions that they don't even understand. You have to speak to people where you have to meet people where they are. Not everyone
when
is
you say
on your
persuasive,
plane.
what do you mean by persuasive?
Sales tactics, for example.
No, not an example. I want to know
That is
like some
persuasion.
kind of. I want to know some. I need something material, like some kind of meaning, some definition, like when you do or don't do X, something like
So
that.
when you okay, yeah, sure, you got it. So let's say you want to help somebody understand a position, or to get them to agree to a position. It doesn't work if you just bash them over the head with the facts.
Okay.
They'll get
So-
defensive, or they will just tell you to go fuck yourself. It happens
Let me
all
make
the
sure I'm
time.
tracking. So be persuasive means you can't make them feel as if they are attacked. Is that fair to say?
It doesn't help. It might help.
Well,
It
you
might
should-
work, but very, very uncommon.
I'm not harping on.
It's very uncommon.
I'm not harping on those parts. I'm just trying to say the main idea is that you don't want to make. You shouldn't make somebody. You ought not make somebody feel attacked if you want to persuade
It
them.
won't help you. Yeah.
That's your point.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll get defensive.
And all that I want to understand is if my tone or context, like in this situation, I was reflecting her logical consequences back onto her because she named the trait taste preference. Would you say that if we were back during the slave times and somebody like her got way too defensive, way too early during it was a very normal conversation up until that point. It was short, but it was normal. Would you say that I would be responsible if she were to get upset because she didn't like my tone or she didn't like the consequences?
It's not about responsibility. It's not about your responsibility. That's the.
You could say it's not about a responsibility. Would you want me to control for it?
It's not.
Would you want me to? The point is, I'm just trying to figure out conceptually what's going on here. Would you want me to control for it?
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
You have to count on it.
Is that I'm trying to understand what that means. Is that to say you would want me to do some kind of action that would change how I would honestly frame it or be more careful about it, so on and so forth, like to be sensitive towards it?
Not necessarily. It is a combination of being sensitive towards other people's positions, surely. But the point is to help them arrive at your conclusion, not force your conclusion on them. Ask them the questions.
Well,
that will make them think.
If the conclusion is being
let me finish the
them.
point.
No, that's
let me finish the
question begging. It's question begging. In order to assert that something is being forced, we have to understand what that means. So I asked you if you constituted as bashing them because I didn't make sure to change my tone or context when speaking with them. I think what you were trying to say is that it is important and it should be taken into account. So what I want to understand clearly is if that answer is yes.
Listening to what I'm saying.
Is the answer yes?
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. So now you'll hear it. Would you say that I ought incorporate some structural change to my attitude, my tone, the consequences, how I word the logical consequences to her? Is the answer yes or no? Is that the point of what you mean when you say don't bash somebody?
The point I'm trying to make
is that yes
is
or
that
no?
when you try to help, you have a goal.
You don't know how to answer yes or no, or you don't want to. I'm sensing more ego from you again. That isn't good. So we're going to try again. Was your point when you said not to bash somebody because you said you can't force beliefs? Well, that's circular. What does it mean to force a belief? Does that mean that you are, not changing your attitude, not changing your tone, not changing the words that you use to describe a logical consequence? Does that mean that you would want me to be careful about those things in a conversation? Yes or no?
I don't want anything. I asked you about your goal at the beginning. I asked you about your goal.
Well, you do want something because you think that is a more preferred outcome. So let's figure that out. Is that what you're trying to say? You were at least admitting earlier that that's what you meant. So just yes or no. Do you prefer that more?
I
Is
don't
that
need to
better?
give you a yes or no question. What the fuck?
See what I mean? You don't need to. Well, it is required per the hyponorm of determining what the meaning is behind not bashing somebody. You said you don't do this. You said you at one point you shouldn't do that. You gave an ought somewhere. I'm trying to clearly get that in one solid sentence from you so you can't hide from it. The position is clear. Do you say that you don't prefer, you don't like it as much, or that I would be more responsible for? I should control my attitude, my words, or my tone when talking to somebody. Yes or no?
What do you want from that person?
Is that yes or no?
You have to think strategically.
So I'm going to take that as a yes. You have to think strategically is basically synonymous with if you wanted that person to agree with you, yes. Here's why that doesn't work. Because if you would say in the human context that somebody is choosing to not believe in black rights because as a moral agent, they say, I blame my decisions on how your tone of voice bothers me, not the logical consequences of my view. They're the problem. You can cope all you want around that. You could say you would get somebody to agree to your position sooner if you were nicer. She's just not going to answer whether or not they are responsible for their own views. So, would you bite the bullet and say that to be consistent in a human context, somebody would be responsible for a slave owner walking away from a black rights activist because they didn't change their tone of voice and they didn't engage with sales tactics enough? Yes or no?
That isn't the point.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. The point is outcomes. What
that's
do you
the
want?
answer then. The point is outcomes. So you would believe that thank you. So you're consequentially determining that the value of the situation doesn't matter whether or not it was their responsibility. It matters whether or not they were engaging with it to such a degree that it just resulted in whatever you wanted them to believe. Right. So who cares about responsibility? Responsibility is irrelevant to you, correct?
Didn't say that.
It's an entailment from the position unless you want to give an explanation, but I asked you and you didn't say
that.
yes or no. You didn't say yes or no.
Didn't say that.
Really? Because you said it's outcome oriented. So yes or no, would a person be responsible if they heard you advocating for black rights and said, I am going to not listen to believing in black rights because your tone was wrong?
Obviously, it's their responsibility. This is not.
It's
what
not
the
obvious.
Fuck I'm talking about.
It absolutely is. You said if you're goal oriented. Well, my goal doesn't entail whether or not somebody disregards the philosophy
then you
in
would
question.
get nowhere.
Oh, really? So then you do think that I would be responsible for convincing somebody? Because I would get nowhere with regards, if hypothetically I got nowhere with regards to the black person because they walked, the slave owner, because they walked away and said that it was my fault. You would say that I should have done it differently, correct?
Yes? Did you get anywhere with
Yes?
this conversation, bro?
So yes.
Did you get
tell the
anywhere?
black person, you would tell the slave owner that, oh yeah, I agree with you. It wasn't you that decided to walk away and succumb to an evil philosophy. Really? Yeah, I did get somewhere. I determined that your view literally justifies whether or not somebody shouldn't believe or engage in abolition. They should change the truth of what logical consequences they're delivering. They should make sure to be ultra careful in every aspect of their tone, because if somebody else doesn't like it, it's not their responsibility to make sure that they listen to what it is that you are saying or the underlying position justifying something terrible. Remember, outcomes matter. So that's what you said. Do you deny that?
I tuned out, man.
I know, because you were too busy listening
Because
to
it's
the person.
boring.
Yeah, you were too busy listening to the slave owner walking away and sucking their dick. You were like, oh my God, oh. Yeah. You can continue to be a slave apologist, an animal murder apologist. You can continue to be an animal rights domestic abuser apologist. and give credence to all the people that chose evil, or you can realize that if you're a moral agent, part of what that comes with is the idea that somebody is not responsible for somebody else walking away if they're literally having an intellectual fucking discussion, you brain dead piece of shit. So sales don't work. Got it. Okay. So it's not that sales tactics might not work. It's that sales tactics shouldn't have to be what anybody succumbs to in order to further philosophy. Imagine saying you had to succumb to sales tactics in order to get people to believe in black rights, women's rights, gays' rights, Jews' rights. You have to manipulate them. You have to get them to see your way very carefully, dance around the point, carefully, delicately look at what it is that you're saying, because if not, you're responsible. You're engaged in an intellectual discussion. You're talking to them about the logical consequences of their view. I literally explained that I gave the logical consequences of her view and she didn't like it. And yet, remember, he's the one who says, I'm responsible because if I should be outcome oriented. Well, that's a false dichotomy, because the outcomes, he would have to show that the outcomes would entail somebody not being in favor of the rights in question if it were the case that they walked away from it. But the North actually, there were Northerners, people that were pro-black rights that disagreed amongst each other on that very issue. And guess what they did? They fought for abolition. They fought for it. They didn't wait for people to start to perceive their message and stay careful and stay cucking in the corner. I know that bothers you. I know you want your cake and eat it too. But the reality is you are full of shit. You would not accept that in the human context. If you claim that you would, that's hilariously evil. And if you wouldn't accept that, you're logically inconsistent. Who's debating now? Who the fuck is this? But anyways, so, well, we got some debates going on in there. Clemmy, I'll just wrap up with you. Using the theme, what more accurately describes what you do? Wait, what do you mean what I do? Oh, is the police officer arresting you after saying, I shot that guy, cutting you off from saying in a paintball match? The whole point is I'm saying that there are situations where you can have sufficient enough context. It's uninteresting to state, Clemmy, that somebody can just assert that you didn't have enough context per that situation. He stated that you can't cut somebody off until they finish the context. Dodging whether or not that's true is incorrect. There are clearly situations where you can gain sufficient enough context. I'm not asking if there's context where you didn't gain sufficient enough context. I'm asking if you gained enough, if there are situations where you can gain sufficient enough context to dispel what the other party is saying. Clearly the answer is yes, and you're not a good enough faith interlocutor to recognize that, because then you'd have just fucking admitted it. But you don't want to give credence to my side, right? Okay. That's exactly what I meant by goalpost shifting, because that isn't what I said. What isn't what you said? Verbatim. It's like, yeah, what you do is more accurately describes what you do is the police officer arresting after saying, I shot that guy, quote unquote, cutting you off from saying in a paintball match. And I clarified, number one, not that it's improbable that there are situations where you stop somebody because too prematurely without getting enough context. I clarified that that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about situations where somebody doesn't have or does have sufficient enough context to cut somebody else off. Is it possible that those situations exist? Whether or not this is one of those situations is what we would prove, and I was, because I said he was already wrong with regards to calling morality objective. That actually it disproves right there that this falls into the block of whether or not it's like you're saying where I didn't have enough context. versus having enough context to, as I said, sufficiently state that it was incorrect. So you just can't admit that, you don't want to admit that there are situations where somebody can have sufficient enough context to see that somebody else is wrong. My view is you don't wait for that context. That's literally the case here. I had enough context to know sufficiently that it was wrong. Do you deny that that's the case? Don't bring up what he thinks as if that's the same as my point. I was quoting you. I was talking to people in the chat with the goalpost shifting. Okay, then I don't know how you're relating that to me. Get the context. You said about me not having rebuttal every 4 words is crazy. Can't distinguish single point in the video. That could be a 5-second verse. It's per 25 seconds. That brain dead ass point that you can't dispel sophistry point by point. I was gonna say I get the question, but this clarification is thrown at me. Using the theme, and I already talked about that. How do you defend a taste? You literally can't argue against the fact I think meats taste nice without shifting goalposts. You're literally talking to me. What are you talking about? That's impossible. What point would you even make against that? You're arguing against no one right now. Look, dude, if I'm just going to make a simple conditional because you seem to be trying to get out of where you're obviously wrong after it was clarified. If your point is that there are situations that exist where you require more context in order to call somebody wrong or not, I agree, and I'm saying this is not one of those. What I asked you is if there are contexts that exist where you can have sufficient enough context to say that somebody is wrong to a safe enough degree without technically having them finish the context. Okay? So if you can admit that there are contexts like that exist, I'm going to now plug in the specific of saying that was true here because he claimed it's objectively wrong. Objectively, morally wrong. He said it 4, 5, 6, 7 times. There was no additional explanation that was required. I clarified that I didn't want the wrong language used for on my stream for people to get confused. Simple. Read more than one message at a time. You see, you just don't want to answer specifically. I quoted you multiple times. I'm talking to people in chat. Can you see their message? What message? Yeah, I gotta go. Well, anyways, I appreciate everyone else who tuned in. Thank you so much for, bearing with me through a lot of this, all this nonsense and people who believe in sales tactics. They don't believe accountability exists, and they claim that they do conveniently only with regards to humans in certain situations. And other insane positions. It's been fun, but I've got to go. So, peace, take care, and